Whips it in the right corner, over to Christian Brown, back over to Murray. Throws it off inside the arc to Gordon. Murray, three. Yeah! 3 in a row, Jamal Murray. You're on fire, bro. Inbound goes to Murray. Murray from the half-court line. Got it! That's close. I don't know if that was late or not.
It's just every night, it seems like, they're trying to get Peyton a rhythm. As far as I know, as of now, it was just discomfort. Tim, same thing, just didn't feel right after some impact. And so they didn't play in the second half.
Anxious. Gets the handoff from Devon Taves all the way through for Nathan McKinnon. Receives it with one hand. McKinnon cuts to the circle. Back up top. Taves a drive. Rolling puck. Knocked out of midair by Lehkonen. Malinsky lets it go. He scores! Sam! I am! Goals in back-to-back games for Malinsky. And against the odds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game. This is a one-timer, and Vancouver comes right back and scores. There's no way.
Just a wild night. Double dip on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. You heard the Nuggets get a 130-117 win over the Jazz. Another triple-double for Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray goes Super Saiyan from beyond 3, but Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon, as well as Tim Hardaway Jr., a little hobbled in that game. We will catch up with Christopher Dempsey at 10:20 to recap the Jazz and the Nuggets, but the Avalanche coming off of 9 goals against Calgary. They play a team that's 20 points worse in Vancouver, and they go down 6-2, Coach. They come all the way back. They tie it up at 6, and then under a minute to go after they tied at 6, they give up a 7th goal.
And then an 8th goal.
And, the 8th goal is the empty netter. Who cares about that?
I know, but you know why I care about it? Because yesterday on this program, we threw it into the existence of, would it be pretty cool if the Avs score 9 in back-to-back games?
Possibility.
And then the Canucks are this team that score 8?
There was a possibility.
Raj, you told me they sucked.
They do. They're terrible.
I know.
They're horrendous.
Mackenzie Blackwood, I know he didn't have a ton of help in front of him.
He was bad too.
He was not good. There were some bad net minding on display. And frankly, Scott Wedgewood wasn't all that much better. He's better for a little bit of time, but
he only let in a goal. He was way better. He was significantly better. And the team in front of him was significantly better.
You have your starting netminder, I think, in the postseason. At least game 1. We'll call it game 1.
So,
and I still think you can go back and forth. What do you guys call it?
Ham and egg?
Ham and egg.
One
ham,
and two,
egg,
A and B.
ham, egg.
Last night's game was so very clearly a team that just went in and went, oh, we just scored 9 against Calgary and it's Vancouver. Who really cares? They were awful in front of Blackwood. That being said, the first goal can't go in. That's a terrible 5-hole to give up. Terrible.
Well, how many seconds in?
29 seconds was the fastest goal that Vancouver scored this season. Really bad. Hits the paddle, hits the pad, goes in. When you clearly don't have the edge or like the want to against a team like that, and who can blame it in an 82-game season, like games like that happen. When you don't have the edge, your goaltender needs to be able to like make a save, especially early on, to just kind of stem that tide for a little bit and let you get into the game. It was very clear, and again, Cale Makar being out of the lineup does not excuse a loss to Vancouver. It does not create 7 goals surrendered with a netminder playing 8 goals with the empty net. It's so very clear how good he is at defending in the neutral zone. Mm-hmm. Their neutral zone yesterday was atrocious for the first 2 periods. And then they decided just like, all right, let's try and do this now because it's Vancouver and we can come back from down 4. And they did. They tied it up, and unfortunately a little lapse and a one-timer comes through from a guy who hasn't scored since before November. I'm not making like grand proclamations about the Avalanche based off of that loss. Like
no.
They need to win at the worst 3 games. That's it. For the remainder of the year to guarantee the President's Trophy. 3 games. It's going to be fine.
Good wake-up call. Micro wake up.
Kind of like the Penguins game. Remember that one?
It's a bit of a, all right,
like you had your night off. Let's get back to it on Saturday.
Like these things don't just happen. You have to go out and earn them.
But yeah, and they do. And Bednar was pissed.
Yeah.
His post-game interview.
McKinnon was pissed. You see him slam his stick on the way out?
They were not thrilled. They knew that they took their foot off the gas and they got bit for it.
McKinnon got his goal, though.
Got his goal, number 50. He's just now 2 away from establishing a new career high. And I think he's going to get there. I still
he didn't
think
get
he's
another point, did he?
No, he just had 1.
Yeah.
I do think the big story from last night, though, is despite Blackwood having nobody in front of him yesterday, him being that off against Vancouver and then Wedgie coming in and being good enough and the team has a spark, he's kind of getting Georgiev'd right now where like the team just doesn't play well in front of him. And then as a result, he either has to be perfect or he has games like last night. I do think that if Scott Wedgewood, and I expect him to start on Saturday, if he shows up big time against Dallas, result notwithstanding, but if he looks good, I think he's your dude.
You mentioned getting Georgiev, right? As a longtime hockey player and coach at various levels, you've played, at the collegiate level, you played obviously at the high school and club level and juniors, and then coach at a fairly high level of juniors hockey. Explain the culture of not playing well in front of your netminder. Is that something that do you think there's anything to be said for belief in that individual and how you play, or is it just merely coincidence?
More often than not, it's coincidence. I normally saw, especially when I was coaching, I saw teams play worse in front of better netminders because they knew they could be a little bit more loose. But I don't think that's the way that the Avs are doing it. I just don't think like Blackwood ever found his rhythm this year. He's been fine, right? Like he's top 10 in goals against average. He's top 25 in save percentage, although it's gotten much worse after the Olympic break. There's a different energy, though, with Wedgewood, right? Like, we really enjoy that room, but the difference in personality between Wedgie and Blackie is night and day.
And even the style of play.
Oh, yeah. Like,
matches the personality.
Right. The style of play that Scott Wedgewood has, you have no choice but to be locked into the game.
Kung Fu Scotty, man.
Yes. I don't think it's like they don't like Mackenzie Blackwood.
No,
therefore they don't play in front of him.
I don't want to imply that because I think that he's a great teammate. He's a great, like even he didn't get, I don't think he got booed off the ice, but there was, very loud applause for Scott Wedgewood when he came on the ice.
I'm trying to figure out,
it was a Bronx cheer.
Was it a Bronx cheer?
It was a Bronx cheer.
Was it a Wedgewood cheer?
It felt like a, yeah. All right. Now we finally got a goalie out here.
So it wasn't for Wedgie. It was
both.
Get Mackenzie Blackwood out the net.
It was both.
It was very interesting to see how long Bednar was going to keep him in there. And I think that was the tell. Midway through the first, when it was very clear that Blackwood didn't have it. And then even going into the second, obviously those back-to-back goals that Besser has, and it expands it to 5-2 and 6-2, I was waiting to see if he was going to keep him in. And I didn't think it was like Tremblay and Waugh. Famously, Patrick Waugh in his final year in Montreal gets kept in a game for, I think it was like 9 goals or something like that.
Did he flip everybody off? What did he do again?
I mean, he got Bronx cheered, and then when he made a save, the forum goes crazy, and then he lifted his hands trying to say like, oh yeah, I'm here. Patty Waugh had already had 2 Conn Smythe trophies in Montreal. Did he ever walk off? That game, he walked off, and in the old Montreal Forum, the owners were sitting directly behind the Montreal bench, and there's no partition between the bench and the stands. So he literally gets off and goes to the owner and says, that's the last game I'll ever play in Montreal.
Welcome to Colorado.
Welcome to Colorado. I didn't think that was happening between Bednar and Blackwood. But what I do think was happening was in Bedsy's head, he's going, I have my one. And I'm not wasting my number one's legs for Saturday's game against Dallas by putting him in a game in which my team isn't playing in front of Blackwood. And I just think it got to the point where there were so many goals back to back to back that Bedsy finally had to go, all right, I'm just going to save you, man. Like, this isn't personal, so I have to take you out.
I don't want to damage you.
Right. And you can't do that. Because
Raj, when I talk a little bit about how hockey teams play in front of various netminders, like one of the other significant goalie sports that I've observed as somebody who loves that game as well, and that's soccer.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about like the U.S. men's national team. The greatest goalkeeper, in my opinion, of all time was Colorado Rapid alum Tim Howard. Tim Howard, the thing that he did so well was he was a communicator. I mean, he was verbose. Does that come into play at all in hockey? The actual voice of the goalie?
Yeah.
Like, is there, because like, do you remember, and I know it's a lot different. There's set pieces in soccer. So there's actual pauses that lead to defensive set, whereas hockey is way more fast paced and it's boom, boom, boom. But are there times where you're barking out commands about positioning and things to your blue liners and potentially even some of your drop back forwards?
It's a little bit more when you have possession in the defensive zone and you are either coming back for the puck to pick one up in the corner and then create a breakout, or you're behind the net. You'll hear goaltenders start to bark out what side they want the puck, where the pressure is coming from. It is different from lacrosse, in which all you hear on a lacrosse field is a goaltender screaming out defensive assignments. The ball's behind the net. X left, X1. Like, you don't really hear that in hockey as much when the opposition has the puck. But yeah, I think vocal goaltenders help keep people engaged. It was just a confluence of like, I think they took Vancouver lightly.
Yeah.
And they had a night off.
I don't want to overanalyze it, but there is a story here.
Yeah.
About Mackenzie Blackwood, and it's not a brand new story.
No, and I don't think it's a controversy.
It's not.
I do believe that the team is granting Mackenzie Blackwood every chance to try and win the job.
Because he was brought in to be netminder 1.
Now that has changed from giving every chance to win the job. He's going to get starts over the next 8 games in the regular season because you need to keep him fresh. And honestly, you need to bury what's happened the past couple of times he's been in net. You need him fresh. Bednar said yesterday on the morning show, I expect to play them kind of back-to-back each other. Remember what they did in 2022? Like, Pavel Francouz had to come in and play 6 games in the postseason, and he was good. He won all 6 of those games. They went back to Kemper in the Cup final. Bednar understands that, like, I'm probably going to have to play both of these goalies in the postseason, so I need them both ready. I do think, though, that the franchise they're keyed in on Scott Wedgewood's your starter. Day one, he's your starter.
Wild night of Colorado athletics, Colorado sports, man.
Yeah, man.
I mean, the dang Rockies won a series in April.
7 combined innings from Antonio Sensatella and Kyle Freeland of 1-run ball against the American League champs.
They won a series on the road in
Heck
Toronto?
yeah, they did.
They didn't win a series until, when was it last year? June? They won one in the first day of April.
Now, they're 2-4.
I don't care.
They're probably
only
not going to be
28 games
that
away
is right.
from getting to the Dirty 30 on June 20th. I can't wait. June
Opening
20th is
day.
going to be wild.
Opening day is tomorrow. It's also a Nuggets ticket Thursday, so stay tuned.
The Nuggets going to be okay? Are we healthy? Are we okay?
We're going to talk to Chris Dempsey about that on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It is a Ticket Thursday again, and we've got your chance to win tickets to see the game against Portland on Monday night. All you got to do is text the keyword triple right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you'll be entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is triple. We'll announce our winner at 11:55 as we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. We are joined by Christopher Dempsey for his weekly NBA baseline report. I can't do as good of a job as Nikola Jokic can in his triple-double of announcing you, but my friend, it is good to hear your voice.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing great. We have to start off with this. We will get into the game and the 130-117 win and like how Cam Johnson looked in that game and how great Jamal Murray was. I have to start with Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon and Tim Hardaway Jr. What status updates do you have, or what was your reaction to those three players hobbling off of the court last night?
Yeah, it's not. You don't love it. In some boy, I try not to let my mind go all the way to that. This team feels like it's snake bitten. It's been the entire season, though.
But it's hard not to, right, Demps?
Yeah, exactly right, Coach. I mean, it's we're all the way. Basically, we're 5 games to the end of the season, and there's still hamstrings and calves and everything else, and then just freak injuries, right? Like the guy just lands on Ignaji the other day, and now he's got a hip impingement and back spasms that Cam Johnson is kind of dealing on and off with, and so it's very, it's too bad because I just. You guys know this. I've said this on your show 1,000 times, and I'll keep saying it, which is if the team is fully healthy, I've got it as at the very least in the Western Conference Finals, if not the NBA Finals. And so, but that is not the case. This team cannot stay healthy, and I think it has derailed, their in terms of their overall trajectory, I should say. And offensively and defensively, mostly. And if you're not able to be afforded a big chunk of the season where you can improve and you can have everybody in the roles that you want them into, so that you guys can get to the chemistry level that you want to, then you're going to run into problems. And so it's too bad with the injuries that continue to crop up. I think that you just hope that, they can kind of play a little bit maybe toward the end of the season, but obviously the most important thing is to have as many healthy bodies as you can. When the playoffs start, you're going to have the better part of a week, once the play-in starts to get everybody healthy. So I don't know. And you're pretty well locked into the 4 seed. So I don't know that they would be super compelled to take chances with especially Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon with the soft tissue injuries.
Demps, in addition to being the best-looking man on television, I'm going to take some liberties here, if you don't mind, and add a title to your resume, which is Dr. Christopher A. Dempsey, Certified Return-to-Play Protocol Expert. Of the injuries that have happened, we'll say, over the last 5 days, which ones are most concerning and which ones are least concerning, just to the naked eye?
Peyton Watson is most concerning to me because, it took him, I think, longer than what the original timeline was projected to be to even come back in the first place. And then, look, at practice on, today is Friday, so 2 days ago, practice, he was asked about how he felt and how he's kind of managing the injury, prior to the Utah game. And, one of the things he said was interesting to me. He said, the first couple of games back, I felt fine. And then my body started to feel like it started to deteriorate a little bit and started to feel like certain points in the rehab process. And that one actually perked my ears up because you are reminded that these injuries, sometimes it's not just a straight line from you're injured and now you're fine. It kind of goes up and down like a stock sometimes. And, obviously then he had to leave the game, last night. So I think Peyton Watson is most concerning to me because it feels like he is struggling to keep himself in a good space. And that's just the way it goes with these hamstring injuries. sometimes. And then Aaron Gordon's always a little bit of a concern to me just because he's got a couple of years of a history of this. And, he really hasn't been able to play the way he wants to almost the entirety of the season, whether it's because he literally hasn't been on the court, or if he's been on the court, it's been in a limited minutes capacity, and so he's not being able to get back into the role in the way that he wants, or the coaching staff wants him to be. So this is kind of it's not a completely lost season, but it is a very damaged season for him, and it's too bad. We'll see with Tim Hardaway. I don't have any intel on just exactly how severe, his injury might be. And then I'm just a little bit concerned. I would call it a level 4 concern for Cam Johnson, just because back spasms tend to not go away completely for basketball players in the same season. And if you are dealing with them on and off, and you have to be removed from some games, as he was in the Golden State game, and then you come back and you feel fine, but maybe a couple of days you don't feel fine, then that is something that can crop up right at the wrong time for a player that has been playing fairly well for the Nuggets, and quite honestly, but they need to be out there as well.
Demps, I was a proponent of your top 6 players shouldn't be even getting on the flight to Salt Lake on Wednesday night. And obviously that wasn't the case, and you do need Jamal's 37 points to beat Utah, and you do need another triple-double in very efficient and non-shooting fashion from Nikola Jokic. Didn't attempt his first field goal until a minute and 20 seconds to go in the first quarter, but we see all of these injuries happen, and it feels as though like you're playing all of these guys because you haven't had the ability to mesh as a team. At one point, does David Adelman have to look at the road forward saying, there's only 10 days to go in the regular season. I don't have the runway to create chemistry. Why not just shut those players down and kind of gamble with the same results that you've had all season of like, it either works or it doesn't. We don't have the time to figure out if we can gel.
So I think this is a delicate balance, Raj. You make good points. And, I think for David Adelman and the coaching staff, and quite honestly, the players too, the ones that can play regularly, or it's just everybody on the team. You want to be in the best. You want to be playing the best that you can possibly be playing going into the playoffs, and you also want to be as connected as you possibly can be. And I think defensively, they don't feel like they're very connected at all. And so the case for playing players that maybe you might otherwise sit out in some games is because you need them to be out there on the court against very good offensive teams to try to figure out, what works and what doesn't defensively, to kind of iron out communication, to iron out game plan, to iron out rotations, because that all matters so much in the playoffs. You have a immediate shelf life if you cannot defend in any kind of a consistent, effective way in the postseason. And the Nuggets just haven't been able to get to that. And I think that I said this on air last night. I think playing against the Utah Jazz was really good for them, except for the injuries, because that basketball team has good offensive players, no matter if they're, you have their main guys, a lot of their main guys sitting on the bench. But as you saw, Bryce Sensabaugh is a really good player. Cody Williams is a really good player. They have guys, and they play a system from a really smart coach in Will Hardy that you have to be very sound defensively to be able to get that team slowed down and stopped for big chunks of a game. You need your players out there on the court to face that. The same thing coming up here Saturday against the San Antonio Spurs. They're going to put big-time players on the court because they're trying to get to the number 1 seed. And not only that, they play a system that you need to see. You might even see these dudes in the playoffs. You don't know, but you need to play against and be able to defend against that so that you understand a little bit more about your defense. And so you can't just do that sitting guys on the sideline. You just can't do it. And given the fact that the Nuggets have proven that when guys sit, their defense suffers, then in the exchange of these two things, if you have guys who can play even a little bit, you want them to be out there to be able to start to figure out some cohesion on that defensive end.
Demps, this is going to be our weekly check-in of taking Nikola Jokic's feats for granted, but we're not going to do that. Nikola Jokic last night essentially cements the season statistic as averaging a triple-double for only the second time in NBA history in back-to-back seasons, joining Russell Westbrook in averaging a triple-double in 2 seasons in a row. Not to mention, what is it now, 6 of his last games he's had a triple-double, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Like, at what point are we just going to just say this guy should be in the perennial conversation of MVP, and frankly, even this year?
Yeah, it's been interesting with how that's ebbed and flowed. You know, I would say this about the MVP. First of all, you're exactly right, Coach. But, I think right now, I see him most likely slotted in at 4th in these MVP prognostications for this season. When you look at his raw numbers, not even having to dive into a lot of the deep analytics, when you just look at his raw numbers, just that he has the best overall raw numbers, right? Obviously Shea and Luka average more points. Nobody averages more rebounds or more assists. He averages an equal amount of steals to Shea, I think more than Luka. But also Luka's numbers are crazy. I mean, he's leading the NBA. He's got 7 rebounds and 8 assists per game, and those numbers are wild. And then you obviously have Victor Wembanyama, who is just his finishing kick in this season has been crazy. I mean, back-to-back 40-point triple-doubles for the first time in Spurs history, and that is a team that had Tim Duncan as its franchise players for almost 2 decades. And so this has been I think 2 things are really hurting Nikola here. One, the Nuggets have 49 wins, and the Oklahoma City Thunder have 60, and the Spurs are going to get to 60. 60 wins is a lot, guys.
Yeah.
That's, if your team is doing that and you're the best player and you're putting up numbers that are among the elite players in the NBA, then you're going to be by default in the top 1 or 2 or 3 in the MVP discussion. And so that month that Nikola missed, I think really damaged his case. I think when he went into that injury, before that injury, he was the leader in the clubhouse for MVP, and then he came back out, and Shea was playing great, and Luka was kind of coming on, and the Lakers started playing better, and then Wemby started playing better, and then he had, even if Nikola had really good, had a triple double, there's been some. Well, is he going to shoot? Well, is he not going to shoot? Where there's a lot of turnovers, where these things have kind of chipped away at his case, and it's okay. That's just the way it goes in any one season. It's not going to take away from just exactly who we know him to be, which is the best player in the world, and who we know what he's going to be, which is an instant Hall of Famer the minute that he is eligible to be in the Hall of Fame. And then I will add one more layer onto that, and I think that for me is a transcendent player in this league's history in terms of what we will see. What we see big men, or what big men are asked to do now, how they are deployed out there in these basketball courts now will 100% be due to exactly what Nikola Jokic has transformed this position to be. Because when Nikola Jokic started in the NBA, the center, maybe 15 years before Nikola even got into the NBA, the center was the center of attention, but it was just kind of a plotting position. You get to the block, you get the ball, and you footwork, and then you dunk, or you have maybe a short jump shot. And then that evolved when all those guys, Dream left and Shaq left and all these guys left. Then it just became a kind of a throwaway position. It was just like, how about you just go screen for the guard and then just roll to the rim, and then the rest of us will handle the heavy lifting on the offensive end. And then he got into the NBA. And what he was able to do was just show everybody that, the center position is back. And not only is it back, but it can be a hub of your actual offense. You don't have to always run it through your point guard. And that is where we'll see the center position evolve to. And quite frankly, big men in general, they're asked to be able to pass, shoot, dribble, score. I think Wembanyama is a disciple of that. He's like kind of the next level of that as well. But to me, it will have started with Nikola Jokic and what he showed could be possible with this position, and you can never throw that away.
It's a Ticket Thursday. Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV is our guest with his weekly NBA baseline report, the latest on the Nuggets, their injuries, their win over the Utah Jazz, Nikola Jokic in his MVP bid. Make sure you guys text the keyword triple right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you'll be entered. Again, triple, TRIPLE, to 303-504-0925. You spent obviously a lot of time defending what Nikola Jokic has done this year and what he means to the history of basketball. In a sentence or two, then, who's your MVP this year?
I would, let's see, if I was voting, I used to vote on these. When I look at the NBA, I think I would probably, in the thinnest of margins, I would vote Shea over Wemby, but I could see either one of those two dudes winning it. I mean, Wembanyama was right about one thing, and that is defensively, he is as good defensively as, that Shea and Luka are offensively. They are not as good defensively as he is good offensively. And, that, to me, really brings this really super close. If this is not just it's easy to say with Wemby to go, oh, yeah, well, he blocks and alters shots, and that's, and we can say that quickly in passing, and it just sounds like any other player. He is not any other player. He will be the greatest defensive player we've ever seen. And it's just his ability to be able to move with a guard on the perimeter, his ability to still get back and contest and block the shot. He alters every single offensive possession, guys. When you watch the Spurs play and you watch how many players don't even look at the rim, you watch how many teams try to pull him out to the perimeter and put him in the pick and roll action, and it doesn't matter. He gets a hand, a deflection, a steal. He's still able to guard basically the ball handler and the guy rolling to the rim. It's craziness. It's mind-blowing craziness what he is able to do on the defensive end, which nobody in the history of this league has been able to do. He should win the Defensive Player of the Year award 10 straight years, however many years he's going to be in the league, starting this year. And then they should name the Defensive Player of the Year award after him after he's done, because that's how transcendent defensively he will have been. And I will say this. We spent a lot of time in this season talking about Luka Doncic, and it's like, oh, he's a great offensive player, but he doesn't play defense. Okay, if we're going to have those conversations in depth about Luka Doncic not being able to play defense, then we have to be able to flip that and say, then defense really matters in this league. And if you have a player that can alter any possession in every single possession, and he's been able to also be that good of an offensive player as well, then yeah, he is in the MVP conversation, no doubt about that. And he is finishing in a way that I have to believe a lot of people who are voting for this award, I know I would be really paying attention here in these last few games, because I think it's getting close in a way that we just didn't think it was going to be this close about a month ago. So now, what are each one of these players doing? How well are they doing it? And what does that mean to the bottom line of their teams winning? But I think I would still give it to Shea just slightly, but but it would, I would put Wemby second, and he would be such a close second that it would be kind of negligible.
That is Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV. He's got the day off on Saturday. You can watch the Nuggets take on San Antonio on Prime Video, or you can listen to Kaz and the Call starting on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950 at 12:30. Berto's got your pregame there. Next Altitude broadcast of the Nuggets will be against Portland, and that is who we're giving away tickets for you guys to go see here on a Ticket Thursday. Demps, we appreciate your time as always, my friend, and your expertise.
Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you next week.
Christopher Dempsey of Altitude Television. It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday. If you missed your first keyword, your next one's coming up at 11:20 on the Morning Sprint. Altitude Sports Radio is going to be broadcasting live on opening day. That is tomorrow at the Denver Chop House, starting at 10 a.m. with myself and Coach Sanford. It's all powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, who reminds you, don't drink and drive. Learn more about the rideshare reimbursement program at wilhitewins.com. The Wilhite Law Firm, helping you celebrate safely. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the Denver Chop House, right in the shadow of Coors Field.
How close is an RTD? Is there any RTD that drops you off right at Coors Field?
No.
So you go, is it Ball Arena? It's like that kind of that Elitch Garden stop. Is that the one that kind of accesses? I'm planning my day tomorrow because I think me and the wifey are not only going to, be down there for Altitude Sports Radio.
I'm pretty certain Union's the closest one.
Union's that's a good walk.
You'd prefer it to be 80 degrees and not 50 and blowing 20 miles an hour wind.
Don't do that to me, Raj. Don't rain on my parade, man.
I'm not raining. I'm winding on it.
Dude, I can't wait for the Rocks to get two games closer to 30 after this 3-game set against Philly.
Now, the sun's supposed to come out a little bit tomorrow, but it is going to be blustery in Denver. But come out, hang out with us at Chop House. There's, obviously indoor areas there within spitting distance of Coors Field. So you're right there. Playing the Phillies. Phillies are a heck of a team. Those are exciting players there. You have Bryce Harper coming to town. He used to call your organization a clown show. Feels like they're getting back on they're not quite out of clown show territory, but they're making the right decisions to get there.
2-4 after 6 is pretty good.
It feels good. Winning a series against the American League champions, who again were a freak ground rule double away from beating the Dodgers. That should feel really good.
Why is it that 2-4 feels so good?
Because of who you who you beat.
I know, but I've never been so excited about 2-4 in my baseball life.
Maybe the pitching makes you feel good.
Yeah, dude.
Veteran pitching
Senzi
stack.
And Freeland, let's go, man. Yesterday, a little tag team effort. I loved it. It's good to see.
It's been exciting for them for the first 6 games. I didn't think they were going to be 2-4. I thought they were going to be 1-5 at this point, and then going into a series with the Phillies.
They could have swept that series too.
Yeah, they could have. They certainly could have. I mean, what's the most amount of runs that they've given up in a game this year? 5? In back-to-back games, they won one of those?
Yeah. Pretty impressive.
Pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Union Station is about 0.2 of a mile from Chop House, is what our fearless leader says. Right there.
So my point being is, if you're going to have 1 libations, 1 beers, then just go ahead and take the old RTD, man. Take it on in.
What's the walk from, it's only a 6-minute drive and a 20-minute walk from Ball Arena to Coors Field. That's really not that bad. We're having poor Rob Trujillo shuttle people back and forth between Ball Arena and Coors to get us to and fro our.
I'm gonna do the old Littleton downtown station. Nice save there. That was some Matrix stuff saving my protein shaker right there. It was a heavy one too.
Maybe we put the cap on that thing, Coach.
It would have been ugly. It would have been really bad. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun day of hope springs eternal at Coors Field tomorrow and for the weekend. And I saw they were running $8.88 tickets for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the second series. Who do they have on the backside? It's Philly, then
Houston.
Okay, for the Houston series.
And it doesn't get easier after that. It goes San Diego and then at Houston and then a 4-game set against the Dodgers, man. It's just a murderer's row until June comes around.
When you're the worst team in baseball coming back, Raj, everybody looks really good. The entire schedule looks like a murder.
No. This is
San Diego's
objectively good baseball team.
San Diego's not a great baseball team.
They are a very good baseball team. Your San Francisco Bay Area hatred of the Padres is shrouding your view of how good they are.
That's been a fake franchise for 20, 30 years.
A fake franchise for 20 or 30 years?
They spend exorbitant amount of money, and what do they have to show for it?
I don't know. They made the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years.
Cool. How'd they do? Not good, huh?
They did better than you have.
What do you mean you? I'm not you.
The proverbial Rocky you. They've made the playoffs the last 2 seasons. They made the playoffs 3 out of the last 6 years. We're calling that franchise irrelevant when they spend a bunch of money on really good players in terms of Fernando Tatis and Manny Machado, and they had Blake Snell there for a while. Nick Pivetta looked really good.
I'm gonna steal one of your terms.
You're gonna poo-poo a team that won 90 and 93 games in the last couple of years, and you're gonna stand on the Rockies are gonna win 30 games by June 20th. What are you doing?
You want to know what 90 and 93
Live in
games
logic.
is? 90 and 93 games for San Diego for the Padres. I'm gonna steal a term from you. It's like eating Taco Bell. Empty calories.
Ooh, empty calories.
Right, I said it.
You explaining away the Padres as a not good baseball team is insane.
Well, I'm looking at him from the eyes of being a Giants fan, okay, bud? I'm not looking at him from the eyes of being a Rockies guy. They haven't won a damn title. And Tony freaking Gwynn, man. You've had so many good players.
You're dating yourself right now. If we're talking about teams right now, the Giants are way crappier than the Padres are.
All right, we'll see.
The
how it
Giants
all
haven't
ends
made
out.
the postseason since 2021. I'm not talking about Buster Posey. I'm not talking
He's
about
running the
Madison
team now.
Bumgarner. Yeah, but
Buster
he's not
Posey's
playing.
running the
He's not
freaking
playing.
team.
And how well has that gone? He's not playing right now. You step out of your Bruce Bochy Giants fandom right now.
Dude, I've got a high school / college baseball coach now.
The fact that you are trying to explain away the Padres as not a good team when I'm talking to you about the murderer's row of teams that the Rockies have to face until June is just patently false.
Raj, stop. You want to know
It's making you sound like you don't watch baseball, and I know that's not true because you do.
Raj, you want to know who the Padres are? I'm going to tell you exactly who they are. They shared a stadium for decades with the NFL franchise that they are exactly the same as. The Chargers. Padres and Chargers, same organization.
Yeah, but like
they Padre it. They Charger it.
You also
if you
can't
lived
call
in
the Chargers
Qualcomm,
bad.
a.k.a. Jack Murphy Stadium, you don't really win anything.
You can't also call the Chargers bad. Are the Chargers a threat to win it all? No.
Empty calories.
Neither are the San Diego Padres, but they're not bad teams. The Chargers are a legitimately good NFL team. Are they going to win it? No, but they're good.
They don't even win a freaking playoff game. They don't win a playoff game.
It's not binary. It's not binary.
Don't binary me or nine, but I don't want a binary. I don't want to get binarial. I just want to talk about the fact that real baseball franchises compete to win titles. And yes, the Rockies are not that. Obviously, they're far from that right now. But to say that the San Diego Padres in the National League West are a legitimately
they won 93 games.
Bona fide juggernaut of a baseball team?
No, they're a contender. I never called them a juggernaut. I called them a contender.
I think they're aging. I think that this has been what the Padres have done historically, is they invest a ton, they get nothing, they get zero return on investment, very similar to the Chargers. The Phillip Rivers era. Oh, that was fun. He threw for a gazillion yards. Okay, what do you have to show
Still
for
a
it?
good team. It doesn't take away from the fact that they're
titles.
good. No, the point is just to win games so far. Yeah, you want to win titles. Obviously, that's the end goal.
But they're at the back end of their talent.
So let's use
their talent is
let's
old
use
now.
your logic. Let's use your logic. Broncos didn't make the Super Bowl. They're a bad team.
Yeah, but they won one. They won one 11 years ago.
They're a bad team.
They won one 11 years ago. It's very different.
No, they're a bad
team.
team.
And then they won one. They won it several before that too. They are a
It's not
legitimate
connecting right
organization.
now.
They're a real organization. The San Diego Padres are not a legitimate organization. They have a beautiful ballpark. It's a fun place to go hang out at. One of the best in Major League Baseball. And they have a bunch of empty calories, just like the San Diego Superchargers, and they can't help themselves. And I know, man, I'm an old resident of San Diego. My dad coached in that stadium, the old shared venue between the Padres and the Chargers. Murph, baby. They suck.
Your childhood hatred of that team is showing.
I don't hate them. They're fun. I like brown uniforms. Brown uniforms are cool. Nothing better than mixing urine and fecal matter in a jersey. I love it. Wyoming, it's cool. But that doesn't make you a really good, successful franchise. You know what does? Is winning, and winning when it matters. Don't tell me you're like pro San Diego Padre guy, and you're the biggest freaking Charger hater of all time. And every time I talk about Harbaugh's going to have them, and you're right, you remind me. Coach, they suck.
No, I've never said that. I've never said that the Chargers suck. I have always held that they're not a threat, but they're a good team. They're not a threat to win everything.
You know who you
but
probably
they're a
think
good team.
You know who you probably think is still a really good franchise?
Who?
The San Diego Clippers.
They don't exist.
Exactly. That's what happens to all San Diego sports franchises. They
What
cease to exist.
mental gymnastics are you pulling right now,
Bro,
Simone
San Diego
Biles?
should have 6. They should have 6 professional sports franchises, and they're down to what? 1, and then there's an MLS team.
I think there's like an American. I think the San Diego Gulls
The San Diego
still play there.
Wave.
The San Diego Wave play there too.
Is that Wave FC? Is that soccer?
I couldn't tell you, Mitch.
NWSL.
The
That's the
NWSL,
wave.
the San Diego Wave.
Nice. I like that. Great city. I love San Diego. I am pissed that San Diego doesn't have more sports teams. It should have more. But you know why? It's because everybody is freaking cursed when you go to San Diego. Your teams never win anything of consequence.
I'll say nothing about the Padres ever again this year. Ever again.
Hate the Padres.
You win. 303-504-0925. It is a Nuggets ticket Thursday. We're going to give away your next keyword coming up in 20 minutes from right now. Don't go anywhere. It's the Morning Sprint. Some news earlier on this morning in the AFC West. Kirk Cousins agrees to a deal with the Las Vegas Raiders. It's a 4-year deal worth over $170 million, but it essentially shakes out to a 1-year deal at $20 million to come in and be the mentor to assumed number 1 overall pick. This guy, Fernando Mendoza.
What have you really been focusing on, Fernando, right now, since the season's been over, as far as the things that you feel as though that you're going to need to get better at in order to execute a pro-style offense the way you want to execute it?
Yeah. And, no offense to any of the pro day, but my goal is to be the best quarterback in September,
right,
the start of the season, rather than being the best quarterback today, April 1st, for the pro day. The pro day is great when I showcase my guys, but all my focus is on September, working a lot of under center.
Yep.
Learning just general West Coast concepts. So no matter what team I go to, I can apply those and work on the field with them and watch film about those concepts so I can get a head start day one.
I thought Fernando Mendoza was going to start on day one with that head start.
It sure felt like it, especially when you watch that pro day, where the one thing that you can't ever take away from the quarterback position, and this is where I want to continue to fight back for all the chicanery that's been spit out there by Dan Orlovsky. At times, I think Chase Daniel threw out a little bit. He's kind of retracted some of it. There's one other national guy that was like on the Ty Simpson train a little bit. You cannot, and I have lived this life, both as a player that lacked this and also as a coach that's been searching for this, and frankly, I'm pretty excited I have it, at least for my high school team. Presence. There is something to be said about when you know that your quarterback is on the field and he is that guy. And he's that guy. It's the one position in sports where that very thing can really transcend a whole bunch. And so, Fernando Mendoza might have relied too much on back shoulder throws and RPOs in his career at Indiana because that's what he was asked to do. But guess what? There was absolutely zero questioning yesterday after his pro day. That 6'5", 232-pound individual that carries himself with a big chest, confidence, intelligence, obsession with the game of football like Bo Nix has. That guy is the undisputed QB1 in this draft. It's not even close. Now,
he put on weight too. He put on muscle.
And good weight.
Yeah, it's not flabby. He looks stacked. Which is something that, I'll admit, I didn't watch a lot of Indiana football. I watched the Penn State game, I watched the Oregon game, and then I watched the playoff games. I didn't watch anything else outside of those. So admittedly, I am not a Fernando Mendoza guy in and out.
In terms of knowledge.
I'm okay with accepting that and owning that. I never saw him in terms of body type as a guy who was like, oh, you're physically imposing. Seeing him yesterday, from the photo and video, that guy looks physically imposing now.
It reminds me all too much of the year that I spent 2 years, but the draft year of Andrew Luck at Stanford. He had the goofy neck beard. He's funny on the interviews. He's got a goofy, silly laugh. Fernando Mendoza has kind of I'm going to bite the head off of a dino nugget and say, I'm a predator. Like they both have that extreme nerdy thing, slightly on the specky, the two of them, and that's okay. And they're savants. They're both savants, but I'll never forget this about Andrew Luck. Everybody thought he was kind of he was a dumpy body type. Dude, I saw that guy every day, like in his pre-practice warm-up routine, wearing, the typical not even a cutoff, like a tight-fitting shirt underneath his pads. And he looked like freaking He-Man. That's what Fernando Mendoza is. And that's why I really can't unsee the comparison that I personally have of Fernando Mendoza and Andrew Luck. The big difference that I see is, where did Fernando Mendoza grow up? What is his background? And is he going to be a long game player at the position? Unlike Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck was very Stanford-y. Very Stanford-y. Like I used to walk in, do bed checks the night before football games, and he'd be sitting at the edge of his seat when I did bed check, and he'd be watching the Smithsonian Channel, like nerding out over ancient European architecture. And I'd be like, dude, what are you doing? We're getting ready to play Oregon tomorrow.
Hieroglyphs.
He goes, I'm a big nerd right now, aren't I? That's who he is. And so I knew there was going to be a point in time when Andrew Luck was going to be like, you know what?
Don't need it.
The repeated hits to the head. Yeah. Fernando Mendoza, on the other hand, like that dude's he's a football guy. He left an academic institution with a degree, but he left an academic institution. I want to go to Miami. I want to go see what this thing's all about. I want to play Miami, Indiana. I want to go to a place and be the face of it. Even if it's not like the Stanford, the Cal, Northwestern, Vanderbilt. Like that guy's a ball guy. He's going to be in it for the long game. And a lot of people probably here in the media in the Denver area are like, why does Sanford like Mendoza so much? Why does he talk about it so much? Guys, it's so good for the product of the AFC West. It's so good for the rivalry of Broncos Raiders. Like I desperately want the days of watching the John Gruden led Raiders versus the Mike Shanahan coached Denver Broncos. How
you want it to matter.
Fun was that, man?
You want it to matter.
Guys, think about it. How fun was meaningful Broncos Raiders? Now, I want the Broncos, of course, here living here and now, 4 or 5 years of being in this market. I want the Broncos to be on the upper hand of it. But I would much rather, call me an idiot, but I would much rather have the battle for AFC West supremacy between the Broncos and the Raiders than with the freaking Patrick Mahomes Kansas City Chiefs. We're all tired of that. We all know that the
bigger brand.
The Chargers are always going to be, kind of in. They're gonna be right there, wild card. The whole deal. Oh, their quarterback's going to put up a bunch of numbers.
Twitching right now.
And then you're going to
argument that we had 15.
And you're going to get to the postseason. Yeah, the Chargers. Yeah, it's what they are. It's just Padres, Chargers. But the Broncos and the Raiders, man, I think NFL football's better when both those teams are at the top. And I think the NFL product has gotten better nationally with Sean Payton leading the resurgence of the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
It's a great brand, man. The colors, the stadium, the view lines. I always say, like, how good, even if we're talking about reality TV shows that haven't succeeded very much, at least in Colorado in recent years, how cool is the backdrop of the Rocky Mountains? Same thing for the product of an outdoor sport like the National Football League and the flagship professional sports organization in the city of Denver and in the state of Colorado and in the Rocky Mountain region that began, in the 60s, 70s, and was really all you had to root for in about 6 states radius. Mm-hmm. When I was in college in Boise, Idaho, man, there was no professional sports team for me to root for in the mountain region except for Denver.
Why do you think Boise State is orange and blue in the Broncos?
It's 100% because of the Denver Broncos. 100%. Because you know what? People don't know this about Boise State. You want to know what Boise State was doing in the 1950s and 60s? It was a junior college. BJC. And then they became a legitimate, grew that. And it was all based off of the Denver Broncos, man. That's the flagship, the orange and the blue. And so I like when that rivalry is back, and I'm excited about Fernando Mendoza. The question I do have is, what is this Kirk Cousins thing going to look like? Is it purely mentorship? It could be.
So you're paying him $20 million, or at least he's making $20 million, because I do believe the Falcons are on the hook for like 8.5, 8.7 or something. Also, misguided you guys on the full terms of the deal. It's a 5-year, $172 million deal. That is essentially a 1-year contract.
Which they probably acquired that contract from Atlanta, right? Because there was a good. I don't even think the new contract had kicked in until, was it this season? Because I mean, you think about what?
No, he was playing on that free agent deal with Atlanta. That was
only there 2 seasons, though, right?
No, it was a 4-year, $180 million deal, and he was there for 2 seasons.
I thought it kicked in his second year. I thought they were. Oh no, he's a free agent.
Yeah.
He's a pure free agent.
So that deal ended in 2027. This new one extends to 2030, but there's void years after it. There's a 2-year option at $80 million. There's a $10 million roster bonus that can be guaranteed in 2027 if he happens to stay there.
You know what's happening here? I'll tell you exactly what's happening here. Who do you think's making the quarterback decisions in Vegas?
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
100%.
What do you think Tom Brady sees in Fernando Mendoza? And also, who is Fernando Mendoza's who is the quarterback that he has idolized since his youth? Tom Brady. Everything about him. Wants to recreate everything. What do you think? What do you think he's doing?
So Kirk
right now?
is Drew Bledsoe?
100%.
Okay. All right. Drew didn't really want to give up that job, though. It feels like they were in a little bit different.
I don't think that in any way, shape, or form, Kirk Cousins is going to want to give up that job. But we saw that with Kirk Cousins. He's at the end, man. He's at the end, but he's a terrific human being.
Like when Bledsoe got taken over in 2000, 2001, he was 28, 29 years old. Like Cousins is 38.
Yeah.
I think those guys are in different situations. Bledsoe went on to quarterback Buffalo for years.
Agreed, but I also think that Tom Brady has seen over his career, and when you're a quarterback, you monitor other quarterbacks, hot, sexy new quarterbacks that are coming into the league, and hey, what's this guy all about? What's this guy all about? I think that Tom wants to protect Fernando to a certain extent.
And he knows that Kirk isn't going to ruin him. He's not putting Aaron Rodgers in that room with him. He's not putting another guy that, like, if you sit down Cousins after 7 games, go, thank you for your service, it's Fernando's time.
God, you know what
Kirk's not going to blow up the room.
You know what he's done so well? Is he has publicly handled every situation, good, bad, and indifferent, with such integrity, grace, and class. And he is represented by a Colorado native as well, son of Bill McCartney. Did you know that Mike McCartney is Kirk Cousins' agent?
I did not know
who
that.
Arguably does the best job of anybody. I mean, to get Kirk Cousins the amount of earning power that he's been able to get him is incredible. But you know what Kirk Cousins has done? And this is a great lesson to all of us out there. And don't burn bridges. Because then it gives you another opportunity down the road.
You know what the crazy thing is? If this 5-year, $172 million deal actually goes the distance, and it won't, because Cousins will be 43 when the deal is over. If it goes the distance and he gets paid every dollar, you know how much money Cousins will have made in his career just from salary?
270?
$500 million.
Yeah, Mike McCartney, son of Bill McCartney. You are a legend.
Good on you, fella. It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday. Your next keyword comes up on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. Ticket Thursday rolls along. We got your chance to win tickets to see the game against Portland on Monday night. Text the keyword double.
Double, like as in double dribble.
Double, or as in triple double.
Because that was the last keyword, which would not work right now.
No, would not.
But what would work
Double.
is double, as in you got double digits in each statistical category. Like Nikola Jokic has.
OUBLE. Text double.
I know we got some NFL to talk here.
What's up?
Did you realize that Nikola Jokic is going to be the first player in NBA history to lead the league in both rebounds and assists? That's crazy. And that'll be the first time he's
I'm
done
actually shocked that he hasn't done it already.
First time?
That feels weird that he hasn't done it already.
Wild. That's that.
And in a year in which he's missed a month.
Stupid.
Again,
Stupid.
Text the keyword double right now to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message. You'll be entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is double. We will announce our winner at 11:55. But it's 11:20. Means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. KJ's not here, but Chris Mitchell is. Let's do it. Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson out on vacation, so Chris Mitchell is filling in. We do want to remind you that it is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and we're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Nuggets on Monday night against Portland. You can lock in the best prices and flexibility with 2026-2027 season memberships. Choose full, half, or quarter plans at Ball Arena and get perks like playoff pre-sale access. Last season sold out, so get yours now at nuggets.com. Mr. Mitchell, what you got?
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Are you concerned about Broncos linebacker Jonah Ellis changing positions? Oh, you better not say that around Nick Bonito, buddy. Sean Payton mentioned the position switcheroo for the 24-year-old during the annual NFL League meeting, and it's garnered a little bit of concern, particularly from a fellow named Tyler Polumbus. Anyone ever heard of this guy?
I think is it Palumbo?
Yeah.
It's Tito Palumbo.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. He posted on social media about how changing positions like this can spell bad news for the player, but Nick Bonito hopped on the Twitter machine and told this dude to shove it. He tweeted, quote, "Most versatile player in football. I have no doubt he will make plays no matter where he is lined up." 100 emoji. Peyton also mentioned linebackers like Zach Bond and Fred Warner, who ended up thriving after their position changes. So no pressure for Jonah Ellis, right? Just go out there and be the next Zach Bond or Fred Warner.
You got it. You are ready. You know what, man? Like, I like the fact that Nick Bonito stood up for his fellow edge, his outside linebacker that has been in the room with him, and I agree with him. And that's what I actually thought, that insofar as Jonah Ellis can remain available and can continue to develop, his attributes as a special teams player for the Broncos in his rookie season, even in his second season, I see the versatility and, frankly, his body type actually might be suited for inside linebacker, but he's got pass rushing chops. So you could do another one of these positional goofiness, just like Nick Emignori. Think about what Mike McDonald did with Nick Emignori with the Seahawks. Like, use a guy like that in various positions. You don't know how to potentially plan for a player of that nature.
TP's been getting on the itchy side of current Broncos.
Oh, he's also
over this offseason.
Our guy Tyler Polumbus has been social media
he's
active.
Been active.
He is active.
I wonder, when they're looking at Tyler and they're going, "Hey, you don't say that about my guy." Do they know exactly who tweeted, and then they do the research, and they go back and they go, "Oh, he's got a ring. Oh, he was a big part of that Super Bowl 50 victory," and then they kind of like back off of.
I think they all know.
I bet you there's probably like a little bit more venom when you see the first report come through, and then they see
know
who TP is. They go, "Oh, yeah, you're a football guy." You kind of understand.
There's nothing that I notice more about football than when players either graduate from a high school or college and move on. They have a little bit of hatred towards the current iteration. I'm dealing with that in real time, man. Like, we released our schedule, which has got like thousands of likes because we're playing Modern Day in California, a team from Houston, the Kincaid School, home of Dylan Bell. Mitch, why are you scared, man? If you're scared, go to church, brother. I'm not scared of Modern Day.
I'm impressed. I'm not scared. I'm like, oh, okay. You want it.
The current seniors that are done with their high school career, they're like, oh, you're going to get your ass kicked. Oh, really? Just because we don't have you, we're going to lose? Come on, get out of here with that. It's the same thing. And then the current roster is like, man, those guys, those old heads, they don't know what they're talking about, man.
Tyler's got a ring, fellas.
He absolutely does.
He's got a big old ring.
But that's all I'm telling you. It's such a football thing. I don't know if hockey's like that. It's so petty. It's so catty. It's like those that have gone on, even if they publicly root everybody on, they always kind of have they weren't as good as us.
So we said Monday that John Mitchell's U16 team won a national championship. It's not the same because it was different organizations, but I have very good friends who were on the only other Tier 1 national championship team back in 2010. And I know those guys are like the 72 Dolphins. They just sit there with like bottles of champagne when the last Colorado team gets eliminated from that tournament. So yeah, there's some pettiness in that sport too.
It's in all sport. It's human nature, right? Everybody wants to believe that their legacy is greater.
I was here first.
Yeah, you want to talk about bad? My alma mater, Boise State, who we've always already talked about. Like, all we did is win like 11 plus games for 20 plus years. So now it's a 9-win season's like the sky is absolutely falling. These guys fire everybody to the sun.
Yeah, but you're not rooting against Ashton Genty in the college football playoff, are you?
No.
Because if they win, they're a better team than what you guys were.
But then when they didn't win, they could have seen our 2004
they didn't have Jared
teams.
Zambransky.
Yeah, they didn't have Ryan Dinwiddie and Jeb Putsier.
Chris, keep it going, man.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, Los Angeles Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua has checked into rehab, according to his attorney. His attorney told the California Post on Wednesday that Nacua has been in rehab for a substantial period of time and is scheduled to be there for a while longer, but will complete the process in time for OTAs. This off the heels of a lawsuit filed against Nacua last month, with the plaintiff alleging that he made a, quote, unprovoked anti-Semitic statement on New Year's Eve and later bit her on the shoulder. I don't really have anything funny or snarky to say here. I just really hope this guy gets the help he needs.
Yeah, it's not a great situation. And it's surprising. My brother-in-law, wife's younger brother, coached at BYU when Puka was there. Like, said he's awesome.
No problems.
He's great.
Mo money, mo problems?
Maybe. Yeah, I just don't know what happens when you get to the National Football League, but some of these things that are popping up, like,
you get into that streaming world and you feel like you can say or do anything, or at least you have to say or do anything to look big and look important.
The streaming world's scary.
The Aiden Ross thing.
Think about this. Like, I even do the Altitude After Dark and Altitude Football with DMac. Like, it can be a scary world because you don't really have guardrails around exactly what you say.
Guardrails.
Like there's times where DMac will drop an F-bomb. He'll say the F word. I'm like, don't say that in front of me. I don't feel comfortable. Because I think I'm doing radio because there is, like
there's
you said,
a radio personality, yeah.
Well, the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, is monitoring everything we do and say. Therefore,
hey, what
we
did
have
Eminem
guardrails.
teach us? What did Eminem teach us?
FCC.
There we go.
Federal Communications Coalition.
I think that's it.
Communications Conservatory.
Commission.
There
Something. I have no idea what it is.
The FCC, man. They keep us on track. Those streamers, they don't have a lot of checks and balances outside of getting canceled.
Yeah, Puka's got to figure it out. The anti-Semitic stuff doesn't fly, and it's very clear that he's living on the edge. I hope he figures it out because he is a sensational talent to watch play the game of football. Mitch, keep it going.
Hadouken! The Las Vegas Raiders have a new quarterback. And no, today's date is not April 23rd.
I need a Shadayukin.
Just wait your turn, pal. ESPN's Ryan McFadden is reporting that the Raiders have inked a deal with Kirk Cousins, fresh off of getting released by the Atlanta Falcons 2 years into his 4-year, $180 million contract. Look, everyone and their mother suspects that the Raiders are going to be drafting Fernando Mendoza with the first overall pick, but Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak and GM John Spytek have been on the record saying that they prefer not to start a rookie right away this season. Quote, ideally, you don't want him to start year one. You'd love to have him be able to learn behind somebody. Is Mendoza the type of prospect that needs a year to figure out how quarterbacking works behind a guy like Kirk Cousins, or can you play this guy straight out of the box mid-condition?
Nature versus nurture. It's always the conversation that I think some franchises do incredibly well. Think about what the New England Patriots just did. Another reason why a guy like Tom Brady is watching his old organization usher in now an AFC championship quarterback in his second year, Drake May. Did Drake May start game one?
Drake May?
Drake May did not. You remember who started game one?
Who started
Drake
game
May?
one in
Jacoby
New England?
Brissett.
Brissett.
They brought in Jacoby Brissett essentially for the same
Gun
reason.
to my head, would not have gotten that right.
He was a 5-game starter that year. I mean, he was brought in to do the same thing, and that nurture helps bring about the positive qualities of the, quote, nature of the prospect, and that's what Tom Brady's going to make sure he does.
What we know about Kirk Cousins at this point, I mean, we are 14 years into his career, so the data set is quite large.
Oh, we're still trying to figure out exactly
who is this guy?
Who is this guy? You got to figure out a little bit more about Kirk Cousins.
The Raiders are going to be a 500 football team. That's who Cousins is. He has been a 500 quarterback his entire career, even going into his age 34, 35, 36, and 37 seasons.
Are you talking about career record or year on? Like
his
year by year?
17-game average is 9-8.
Yep.
And last year he was 5-3. The year before that he was 7-7. The year before that in Minnesota he was 4-4. He had the one crazy year where they go 13-4.
Yeah, 13. Yeah.
But prior to that, 8-8, 7-9, 8-7-1. Cousins equals 500. I don't love that for the Broncos.
But that'd be a huge step forward for the Raiders franchise.
Gigantic. They were a 3-win team last year?
And then you hand the keys off to Fernando Mendoza, a guy that's going to have more physical attributes than Kirk Cousins frankly ever has.
If they improve by 4 wins or more, how many of those come against the Broncos?
0.
So that means they're beating the Chargers, they're beating Kansas City.
Yep. They'll split with those two.
They'll split with those two.
Swept by the Donkeys.
And then they'll probably need to find
Kirk Cousins,
5 more wins.
Do you remember Kirk Cousins in Atlanta in 2024 against the Broncos pass rush? He got assaulted. He doesn't have the foot speed to get away from a pass rush like this.
So what you're telling me is that you want the Raiders and the Chiefs as early as possible this year.
Yes, correct.
You want the Chargers schedule that they had last year where you go AFC West, AFC West, AFC West.
It would behoove the Broncos.
Yes, it would. Give me the
Didn't
Chiefs.
the Chargers start out 3-0 against the AFC?
They went 3-0.
And then all of a sudden, wheels fell off. You know what happened to them? Same thing that happens to the San Diego Padres annually. You just charger it. You Padre it.
Chris Mitchell, what's next?
Spinning about a kick.
All right, speaking of Fernando Mendoza, he had his pro day yesterday. The Hoosier QB put on a genuine fireworks show, according to everybody in attendance. He was hitting passes all over the darn place. But take a listen to what ESPN's Louis Riddick had to say about Mendoza with Field Yates.
One of the things I saw him do in this workout, and I mentioned this to him in the interview, I said, I've never seen a quarterback in an individual pro day, every receiver that came up, announced that guy's name and what route he was going to run. Most times, there's usually a quarterback coach who is sitting there who's kind of like going through a script. He tells everybody what to do. No, Fernando was like, hey, look, this is going to be the receiver. This is the route he's going to run. He would give him a beat, and then he would get up under the center. He'd take the simulated snap, and he'd throw the ball, and then everyone would clap. There would be some feedback. Then he'd call the next guy. The next guy would run the route. And it was just so organized. I'm sitting there going, this is a dude who gets it. This is a guy who understands what the quarterback position requires. And I was standing right next to John Spytek, the GM, and Clint Kubiak's here as well, the head coach. And they're just sitting there, and we're just looking at each other, nodding our head like, yep, there it is. Yep,
a reminder.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
Up next, 5'7" slot receiver, Alex Ryanemi running the looky slant. Oh, nice route, Alex. Up next, 5'9¾" Z receiver, Mr. Chris Mitchell, running the dig route. How cool is that, man? He took charge of the whole thing. There wasn't any.
Chris, did he stiff you, by the way, on an inch of your height like he did me? This 6'4" son of a.
Who do you think he is?
Yeah,
Come on.
You're withholding inches from me and Mitchie?
Well, hey, we all need to have the hidden inch somewhere. Mitchie, give me your exact height if you go without shoes, toes are up, heels in a V-like position. What's your exact NFL combine height?
Probably like 5'9¾".
Oh! It's almost as if I've evaluated humans for my lifetime. I did like this from Fernando yesterday because it took a lot of the goofiness and silliness out of some of these pro days where it feels like it's like you have a DJ and you got like, come on, dude. We're here to work. And you know what else Fernando was doing? He was taking charge, showing that command presence, showing that he's a nerd and he's okay with it. He's very comfortable in his skin being a nerd. And B, he's elevating other players at that pro day who, oh, by the way, are pretty damn good. Like the Broncos wouldn't mind having a couple of those wide receivers that he was throwing the football to, even running backs. Like there's some good players on that Indiana roster. I thought it was really cool.
Fernando Mendoza expect to be the number 1 overall pick to the Raiders to sit behind Kirk Cousins and his new deal. His guarantees he'll make more than Tom Brady in his career with this deal, even if it only goes 1 season. He will make more money than Tom Brady. I'm blown away by Kirk Cousins.
Wait. Oh, you're saying career earning for
yes.
Kirk. Okay. I thought you said like the deal that he's signing with the Raiders that Tom Brady was essentially responsible for is going to pay him more than Tom Brady's career earnings.
It pulls him over the top of Brady's career earnings as a quarterback.
Although Cole's cash does hit hard on the endorsement side, it doesn't hit quite as hard as literally everything that Tom Brady's done endorsement-wise over the last 15, 20 years. So 25 years.
NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. They've got locations in Louisville, Denver, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We're broadcasting live from Denver Chop House, just outside Coors Field, tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Don't miss it. Come hang out with me, with Coach, with PhD on what should be. It'll be a little bit blustery, but hopefully a sunny day as the Rockies open up at home against the Phillies. The Final Four is on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 coming up on Saturday, and it's powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters.
Michigan.
Schedule a consultation with these attorneys. You just go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Again, Altitude Sports Radio, your home for Westwood One college basketball and the Final Four.
So we got Michigan, Arizona.
I thought it was Michigan, UConn.
I thought the one seeds are playing each other.
I haven't taken a peek at it quite yet. I thought it was Michigan, UConn.
I thought UConn is Illinois, UConn, Michigan, Arizona.
Illinois, UConn. We did talk about that because I don't know.
The two most hateable coaches.
Without a doubt, the two most
Brad
hateable
Underwood
coaches.
and Dan Hurley.
Yep.
Dan the Head Butter Hurley.
Yep.
It's a great WWE name. Dan the Head Butter Hurley. Headhunter.
No, Head Butter's better.
It's really good.
Because then you bring in the aspect of like he does things with other wrestlers' butts.
Yeah. And he's all, gosh. It's got bushwhacker vibes to it. You remember the bushwhackers?
Speaking of butts.
What happened with butts?
Oh, over the head. You know what I didn't mention as we went on our tirade over the Avs giving up 8 goals? We talked about the goaltending. We talked about the terrible defending in front of the bad goaltending. And it's not, you can't sit here and make a proclamation about the Avalanche based off of last night's game. It can taste weird and you can hate it, and that's fine. Bednar hated it. The team hated it. They were pissed off at each other. They will bounce back on Saturday. The one thing that you can take from that game, can we all agree that even though they're beautiful, they really are gorgeous? Those Quebec Nordiques sweaters should have been on board the Artemis II rocket. And then when they slingshot around the moon, should be ejected from said rocket into outer space.
You know what they need to do with those?
Never again.
You know what the Avs need to do?
Into the fire.
No. They need to deliver them here at the Altitude Sports Radio station studio. I want every one of those jerseys.
All of them?
Just don't allow any of your players to ever wear them
Can't
on
wear
the
them
ice.
ever again.
Ever
Can't
again.
do it.
Don't do it.
They're
you know
beautiful.
What? You know what? You want to know
you
why?
suck in them.
You want to know why that doesn't work? Fleur-de-lis plus Colorado does not compute.
There's no mesh.
There's zero mesh.
No.
There is no French culture of significance here in Colorado.
No, there's not.
Let it go. It's over. As you said, Raj, it's over. It is.
They're beautiful jerseys.
Did you
Every time they play in them, they're really bad.
They're terrible. It's almost like they're like, who are we today? What are we doing?
I have no idea.
This doesn't
I don't
add
know
up.
who to pass the puck to.
Yeah, like that's not what our colors usually look like.
That's not burgundy and blue. That's
No.
a very, very bright blue.
Yeah, and
It's blinding me.
There's weird stalks of corn looking things on the butts. So
Get
Raj,
rid of those things.
Yeah, Raj, we talked a little bit about the Bronx cheer from the Ball Arena faithful, the Avalanche faithful.
Oh yeah, I hated how that sounded.
Did you hate it as in you're mad at the Avs fan base?
Yeah.
I'm not. Don't tell a fan out a fan. They were fed up. They pay their hard-earned money to get there.
I can tell you how to fan.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Yeah, you can. Just I would also, because I have an open mic, I would tell all of the fans there that they have the full autonomy because they paid an ass ton of money to be in that building and spend $16 on a cold beer that they can boo with when they want to, or they can cheer when they get Scott Wedgewood back in between the pipes. But one thing I did notice, all Bronx cheers aside, Raj, did you see the body language from Scott Wedgewood as he walked past Mackenzie Blackwood?
Yeah, he hated it too.
He was not a fan.
Scott Wedgewood hated it. So therefore, I'll tell you how to fan. The guy who you want in net, Scott Wedgewood, all 18,000 of you last night, and I heard you, I was there. The guy you want in net hated that sound.
No, he like did the whole thing where he's skating by, like head kind of down, shoulders sloped, and that's the guy who they're cheering for.
Hated that sound.
And he gave him like, hey man, we're in this together. And they love each other.
No doubt.
They have a great kinship, but it's starting to feel a little bit more blatant.
Oh yeah, Wedgie's the one. He's the starter. If the playoffs started on Saturday against Dallas, Wedgie's the one. And I'm okay with that. But like, I don't know. It's a bad outing from Blackwood, and that's fine. He's been very good this year. Again, he's top 10 in goals against average. He's top 25 in save percentage. He's not been as good as Wedgewood. But, like, also, he was pretty good in the postseason last year. He's a good goaltender. You have the best tandem in the league. And I think they're treating him like he's Justus Anonen. They're treating him like he's Alexander Georgiev, and he ain't.
He's just kind of had a no good, very bad 3 weeks.
Yeah, and it's been up and down. He's been unhealthy. Like, I'm not saying that
he was still
should be the starter.
A month ago, both he and Wedgewood, the woodchucks, the wood shop, the wood whatever you want to call them, they were both like top 5, top 10 netminders.
We were talking about how Team Canada made a massive mistake omitting not only one, but both of them off the roster. So, like, where is that appreciation gone? Because he's had a couple of bad starts. I'm not gonna hide that. But you are going to need that player. You will need Mackenzie Blackwood at some point in the postseason. If you're gonna win a cup, he will contribute to multiple wins in this postseason run if you're going to win a cup. So no, I didn't like the Bronx cheer. And I'm not the only one. The guy that the Bronx cheer was then supporting, Scott Wedgewood, hated it. And it was abundantly clear.
But we both agree that fans are able to express their opinions the way that fans want to express their opinions.
Of course.
In this free country that we live in. You know what else is interesting about the free speech generation that the last 250, 300 years, however many in America, has given way to?
What's that?
Coaching beefs. One of my favorite coaching beefs to end this glorious morning sprint the day before opening day that will be down at the Chop House here. The morning sprint tomorrow. Visit us at McGregor Square at the Chop House. But Sonny Dykes, head coach of the TCU Horned Frogs, threw some shade at his outbound transferred quarterback, Josh Hoover. And Mitch, do you have that clip? This is what he said.
Stats are stats. And I think, you look for us, and I think Josh started 31 games here as a quarterback, and he turned the ball over 42 times in those 31 starts.
Okay, so you want to throw shade at an outbound quarterback that clearly you've harbored some resentment towards. The guy that's just winning right now at everything in football, especially at the collegiate game, well, his rebuttal to that, which he took his time, it was on Pro Day, it was with a national audience, with NFL Network and ESPN, every single outlet, media-wise, was there in attendance for Fernando Mendoza's Pro Day, and countless others that will be drafted, probably have 7 or 8 players drafted. This is what our guy Kurt Cignetti had to say directly back about his quarterback now, Josh Hoover.
I think the great thing is I'm excited about Josh, first of all. Let's be clear about that. And he's got a body of work in terms of winning football games, passing yards, touchdown passes. Got to clean up some of the turnovers, obviously, which Coach Dykes made light of. But, when Josh got here, he met his 2 new best friends. Great defense and a really good run game. And he was never the same after that.
That's the ultimate bar right there. And you know what? That's what Bo Nix is going to be too.
I love Cignetti.
A great run game and a great defense. Your 2 new best friends, and you'll never be the same. It's going to happen in 2026. Great run game. Commitment to the run game.
Yeah, as long as you don't bring Aaron Rodgers here.
Get out of here with that April Fool's. I think Florio forgot it was April 1st, man. That's the only explanation. He got April Fool's.
Florio said this is not an April Fool's joke. Now, the organization, the Broncos, came out and said there's absolutely no truth to this. Bo Nix is our guy at the start of OTAs.
Raj, remember what I've said about Aaron Rodgers on these airwaves? We don't mention that name anymore.
No, we don't.
So
I messed up.
I'm just going to say this. If that player had been added to the Broncos roster this offseason, I'm going I'm going to submit my letter of resignation from public media.
Again, it is a Nugget Ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Nuggets this Monday night against Portland. You can lock in the best prices and flexibility with the 2026-2027 season membership. Choose full, half, or quarter plans at Ball Arena and get perks like playoff pre-sale access. Last season, these deals sold out, so get yours now at nuggets.com. Your next keyword comes up at 12:20 with PhD. Congratulations to our winner, Michael Hatch. Congratulations, Michael. You're going to see the Nuggets take on the Trailblazers on Monday night, but that's going to do it for us. For Coach Mike Sanford, for Chris Mitchell filling in for KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Come out and join us at Denver Chop House tomorrow, live for opening day with our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm. We'll be out there at 10 a.m.
Drive safely, take public transportation, Raj, do all the things.
All the way until 3 p.m. And if you get down there and you need to find a way home, Wilhite offers a rideshare reimbursement program, and you can learn more on that at willhitewins.com. For everyone here at Altitude, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. PhD's next.
Did you attribute anything to the defensive pairings and just trying to get the counter there?
No. There's no listen. There's no excuse. I think if we're making excuses for that performance, it's gonna be a short run.
Man, going into yesterday, and we tried to look it up. We could not find a day ever where the Rockies, Avs, and Nuggets all won on the same day. So it was like, oh, well, here's the day, right? Like, arguably the hardest thing got done with the Rockies winning in Toronto. And you got a bad Utah team, but that's a challenge always in Utah. And then, like, the no-doubter, the easiest one, was taking on the bottom feeder Canucks team. And you lost 8-6 in a insane game where you did come back down 6-2. You pulled Blackwood because he was terrible. Defense was terrible. Everything was terrible, but they got a spark and they scored 4 straight goals. And then they got unlucky with the own goal deflection sort of deal, empty netter. And look at that. Of all the teams that you would have picked to lose yesterday, nobody would have picked the Avalanche.
Because I told you yesterday, you play on paper too much.
Stop playing with paper.
I guess so.
You pick up stat sheets and papers. Listen. Late in the season, you're the number one team. You're playing the worst team in the league, and for human beings, and Bednar said it in the post game, to have a mental letdown. Yeah, they're human.
Were they up 4? How much were they up at one point?
The Canucks were up 6-2. That was their largest lead because it was 1-0, 1-1, 3-1, 3-2, 6-2.
Yikes.
Then 6-6, 8-6.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean.
Oh, well, you're not going to play Mackenzie Blackwood to start the playoffs is what you're going to do.
Well,
you're not going to do that.
True.
I'll tell you something else.
Or the defenders in front of him.
I'll tell you what you're also going to do. You're going to take all those Nordiques jerseys. You're going to put them in a big pile in a parking lot and burn them.
Oh, I don't know. Give them away. They're kind of good looking. Just don't let them. I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Don't let them wear the sweater.
Fine. I was just.
But are they cool looking?
They are pretty cool looking.
They are.
Not now.
Yeah.
They ain't cool looking to me.
Oh, they're cool looking.
They look like a bunch of losers to me now. I was like, God, they're wearing those again? Like, it's like, all right, enough with these. 7 times, 2-5. Their record and how they perform in those stupid Nordiques jerseys is pathetic.
Once you're 2-5, if you're the head coach and general manager, but you know why they wear them.
I actually don't know why they wear them this much. If you want to wear them once, maybe twice a year, like when you go back up and play in Ottawa or something, fine. But 7 times? Why?
Because there's 1,000 games.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know.
And because they probably had a stock that they hadn't sold them out yet enough.
Okay.
And so, I mean, the only reason they wear them is it's another kit that people can buy in the stores.
They've allowed 27 goals in 5.67 games in the Nordiques jerseys. What does that mean? 27 goals in 5.67 games. I don't even know what that means.
27 goals. I'm sorry, how many goals?
27.
27.
In the Nordiques jerseys.
In 7 games.
Yeah. The goalie has been pulled in 3 of the 6 games they've worn the jerseys. They're 2-5 and enough. I don't know what it is. It's just bad juju. Like we don't need them. And it's the second time the Avs have been smoked looking past the team. It happened with the Penguins before they played Dallas, and now it's happened with the Canucks before they play Dallas. Again, 2 times with Dallas.
Yeah, if you're looking at that schedule, you're looking at the Avs schedule, you're like, hey, dude, make sure we play them before they play their rivals.
Did we not just say yesterday they could lose the rest of them? It doesn't matter?
Correct. Yeah, no, it does. They'll stumble into this no matter what, by hook or by crook. But you still have to figure some things out. Like, I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried about them with Wedgewood at all. I'm worried about them with Blackwood. Because there's been just too many times this year Blackwood's been inconsistent. And I don't think the playoffs are a place where you want to just have a bad game or have the chance that a bad game happens. So I'm done with Blackwood for this year. If he wants to play a couple more as they finish up, whatever. But to me, it's Wedgewood all the way in the playoffs. And we'll go from there. We'll have a little... Listen, when we heard Bedsy yesterday in the morning show say, well, we could just stick with what we're doing in the postseason. And we had Jesse on. Talking hockey, said that's really unusual. Nobody really does that. Well, maybe they don't do it for a reason. Don't you think there's something about having some stability as a goaltender, as a message for the rest of the team?
Yeah. I mean, arguably the most important position to have stability at. Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I've always said this, and I think it's true in any sport. The players, the guys in the locker room know who can play. They'll let you know.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. With Georgiev, there was no belief in Georgiev. They didn't believe in him. They all pretended to like him and all that. But you could tell. You really could tell. And I'm not saying bad things against Blackwood because I think he's well-liked. But there's something going on, man. The guy's just too much of a roller coaster.
Remember when we were bragging, Scott? I think Scott was the one that announced the 2 best goalies we've had in the history of the franchise.
Yep.
That was fun.
Well, yeah.
I still think they are, though.
Blackwood's working his way out of that conversation quickly.
That's fine. Bad games happen, and he may be in a struggle, and he may be fighting a confidence, and that's a tough thing. Listen, we've seen it on the basketball side, guys gone playing, and they're shooting these shots. You're like, dude, you didn't want to shoot that shot, a lack of confidence. I got to believe a pitcher in baseball and maybe a goaltender, if you got a guy on the mound or got a guy in the net that doesn't have any confidence, you're screwed.
Yeah, like Wedgewood gave up 3 quickies the other night. They put in Blackwood, and he gave up 4 goals. Like, all right. Last night, they pull out Blackwood. Wedgewood was actually pretty good, and the goal that was scored was, it goes off Drury's skate. It's deflected by your own dude. It's like, what are you going to do on that? And a lot of hockey is what are you going to do? But you got to, if you didn't see it, Blackwood had some soft goals. He had some bad moments. He just had a lack of confidence and kind of drips down.
Well, I would say this too, and I'd have to go back and watch it, but I would bet the defense in front of him wasn't
good.
Very good either.
Bezzy said he was 1 of 20 who had a bad game. This was funny. I'll tell you this: the hockey muggles are nice. The hockey muggles afterwards were like, "Well, yeah, but you came back. What do you think?"
That's the whole Avs coverage.
Nate got his 50th.
Let's be honest.
Yeah. It was like that. It's like, yeah, but what do you take away positive from this? Like, this is their line of questioning. You just got embarrassed. The first question out of the gate should have been, you were obviously embarrassed tonight. What's your response?
So,
Bezzy got there without their help.
Is the defense just that bad without Cale Makar?
No, I don't think so. I think they're a little disjointed, and Cale Makar's a great player. I think these guys just cruised, and they got caught.
They're playing the worst team in the league, and
they took it easy, and they got caught.
Yeah, they got caught.
Can't do it. You know what it reminded me a lot of? It reminded me a lot of the Nuggets against the Jazz last Friday. Except the Nuggets did figure out a way to win. And I thought that was about to happen because they tied it 6-6 with like 5 minutes to go. Like, there was plenty of time. I was like, oh, well, clearly they're – and like that, they gave up the 7th goal. Then I turn on the Nuggets, watching our pals, the Nuggets. And, you can't start hotter than you did. That was ridiculous. It looked like they're going to win by 50. They were just on. And there it is. 4th quarter, 4-point game. It's just like, you got to be kidding me, man. Okay, and then they pulled ahead. They did it. They
put Joker back in. All of a sudden, it went to like 11 or 13.
I know, because Joker decided he wanted to play basketball last night in the 4th quarter. But he
didn't play great basketball before that.
Hell no, he didn't. He didn't want to play. He had one of his weird Joker games where he doesn't want to shoot, he doesn't want this, and who knows what the psychology of that is. We've seen it over the years. It's weird when it happens.
I haven't seen it in a while. It was interesting. They and I said on the broadcast, I said 2 things on the broadcast. 1, they got to get Joker on the block, and then 2, when Val came in, Val played good.
He played good, and I like just go in the block, be a big guy against small guys, and use your physicality.
That's what I said.
He did do that.
And when he came in, I said, listen, Val's not as nice a guy as Joker.
Okay, don't be nice.
As soon as Val got in, Val went, you're going to put a little guy on me in the block?
Let's go.
Woo,
right.
woo. Layup.
You're going to play for 8 minutes. You got 6 fouls. Who cares? Yeah. Go for it. Make him pay.
Yeah. And I didn't think they did that. They kept Joker above the free throw line 90% of the night. So,
I got to just tip my cap to Jamal Murray. Joker's incredible. Okay, all right. And our guy Michael Malone is calling out SGA for the MVP.
Maybe talk about the most bitter guy in the world. Still,
he must just feel
what's going on there, man.
Well,
I
bitter.
mean,
He's
the first
upset.
time it was like, okay, maybe you're just trying to fit into the media culture, right?
He did it last year because he was pissed off.
Well, yeah, probably. You're probably right. But I guess I was giving him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Like, hey, I'm fitting in the media culture. I don't want to look like I'm kissing up to my guys.
Like a homer.
Yeah.
Well, why is he doing it this year?
Because he's pissed off.
He's still angry.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
Why is he mad at Nicola, though?
Well, and ESPN wants Shea.
Do you think,
He's fitting in with those guys.
Do you think he actually is mad at Nicola for not standing up for him or for not preventing it?
I think he's mad at the organization, and that's too bad because there ought to come a time in 5 or 10 years that they revere him. He's the winningest coach in Nuggets history. Doug Moe, if anybody, could have been pissed off at the organization, and yet he always carried Denver pretty fondly in his heart. I mean, they had a press conference that he had to call himself basically and say, "Hey, I just got fired," and yet he was a Nugget guy for the rest of his life.
Immediately, though, like in the next year or two? I mean, like that he was?
Yeah, I don't think he ever lost the love of Denver.
Okay.
I mean, he lived here forever, and even when he took the job and head coached in Philly and they fired him a year and a half in, where was his home? Came back here and lived in Denver.
Well, they
and San Antonio.
You won. The plane troubles were
minimal.
Because you never.
We had the roughest.
You get something. You always get something.
We had the roughest flight getting in here, though. It over the mountains. It was sketchy.
Catching your breath a little bit.
It was sketchy.
One of those.
Yeah.
Flop sweat?
No.
Not quite that. Audible
I
gas.
just closed my eyes and just kind of fell asleep.
Audible gasps and.
They were audible gasps.
Any screams?
No, but there's a few. Whoa.
Okay.
There's one guy next to me. The fat guy in the corner throwing his guts up.
Really?
No. I mean, he did say after. He did say after the thing, he said, "Dude, man, I was looking for a bag. If it had gone any longer, I was getting sick."
Well, there's a bunch of things to sort of go over with all that. How about your boy Kirk Cousins too?
Stays getting paid, don't he?
Oh my God, your pal.
That dude stays getting paid.
Right.
Another 20 mil just rolling in his way.
Easy 20.
A really remarkable number he's about to surpass too. Really, really, like, you can't hate on him. You just got to be like, way to go. But
clearly the league values the dude.
And you know what? We'll get to it. It's an interesting story for sure. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Nuggets. 7 in a row. 7 in a row is 7 in a row. And this Monday night against Portland, lock in the best prices and flexibility with the 2026-27 season memberships. Choose full, half, or quarter plans at Ball Arena and get perks like playoff presale access. Last season sold out, so get yours now at nuggets.com. Your next keyword is coming up in 5 minutes. So Kirk Cousins gets a new deal with the Raiders, and it's depending on how you look at it. But essentially, the Raiders are going to pay some. The Falcons are going to pay some. He's going to make $20 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a possibility of more to come with the Raiders if he hangs in there. We'll see how it goes. And it feels to me like he will start for the Raiders, and they'll bring in Mendoza whenever they feel the right time is. He will, with this contract, pass Tom Brady as contract-wise, just salary-wise, the second highest paid NFL player ever.
And he's hired by Tom Brady to pass him.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
You know, Kirk is he's just a dude that fans love to hate on and that the NFL loves. It's as simple as that. Fans love to hate on him. The NFL loves the dude. He continues to get paid for a reason. Teams like him. This time it's going to be a little bit different, right? So when he went to Atlanta, he signs that huge deal. I'm the guy. I'm the dude. You know, like I'm going to Atlanta. I'm leaving Minnesota. Atlanta believes in me. I'm going to be the franchise. 2 months later, they draft his replacement. It's like, WTF? Like, what the heck's going on here? You know, this time he's knowingly going into a situation with Fernando Mendoza that he knows however many starts Kirk's going to get. It's just a matter of time until they're putting in the future.
We'll dig into it deeper in a second. My bad. It's a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see the game against Portland on Monday night. Text the keyword STREAK right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is STREAK. We'll announce our winner at 2:55.
You had to read that. You just couldn't let me finish.
Sorry, bud.
Didn't read that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a Bledsoe-Brady relationship all over. I mean, I think Brady, and he's talked about it, how much he appreciated Drew Bledsoe, who was the veteran guy, and it was his team in New England till the injury.
Mm-hmm.
But he's talked about what Bledsoe's meant to him in his career. I think they're still good friends to this day. And I think he's looking at what's better than get a kid that's got a little upside, you know, but instead of throwing him into the deep end right away, let's get a veteran that's a pretty class guy. You played with the guy, right?
Yeah. I know Kirk well.
Pretty class guy that all of a sudden can help mentor this young guy for the deep waters.
If Kirk can figure this out, which will be tricky, but if he can figure this out for the next 5 years, that's $172 million.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not on the money. You're always caught up on the money.
Yeah, I mean, let that go, though. That's not going to happen. That'll never happen. It's a 1 year, $20 million deal. And
you don't think Kirk's going to sort of angle to say, all right, I can do this and I can have this role and I can have that role?
Well, no. Hold on. I'm not saying they wouldn't bring him back, but what they would do is they would have to get rid of the deal entirely. So the only reason why the deal's set up the way it is so they could absorb the deal coming from Atlanta. They had to factor all that into it. It's a 1 year, $20 million deal. Kirk will be done with that deal after 1 year. And then he'll either be playing somewhere else or he'll be playing on a new deal
he'll be
with the Raiders.
The young kid's backup for 2 or 3 years and make another, $10 million a year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he could still very well do that over the course of the next 5 years, make another $10 million per.
How much does this improve the Raiders?
I think it's a great setup for him, man. It's beautiful. And it's not that Kirk Cousins is a savior. He's clearly not. That's not the point. But you've got a beautiful quarterback room, and you're a big quarterback room guy.
I am.
That's a dream scenario Fernando Mendoza to walk into. By the way, two same human beings, except for Fernando's like Kirk Cousins on cocaine. Like they're like the exact same human being. They're both quirky. They're both a little bit weird. They're both straight edge. They're both like Mr. Nice Guy. Just Fernando's like extra quirky.
And don't you think they've both already been in communication now? Once
probably didn't take long.
Say, hey, what are you going to do this summer? Where are you going to be before OTAs? Let's sit down and go over this book together. It's a new system, right?
And that's what I was saying. Like it's different than Atlanta. Like Kirk had animosity about Michael Penix. There's going to be no animosity about Fernando. No. Now I'm walking into a situation knowing exactly what my job is.
Yeah, I think
I hate to say it, because I know we're not supposed to respect the Raiders, but man, this is Clint Kubiak's onto something. And by the way, Clint Kubiak coached Kirk Cousins for 5 years in Minnesota.
Good point.
I think the
and so if everybody
turnarounds-
knows what offense that Clint's going to put in, you got a guy, and then now a guy that can maybe help your young quarterback out to get a hold of the terminology a little faster and stuff too. I think this is, I hate to say it because it's the Raiders. I think it's brilliant.
I do too. Did you see what Kirk tweeted?
Mm-mm.
The autumn wind. ...
The autumn wind.
The autumn. Well, that's the big line from the autumn wind blows a Raider. No, it's not that. It's the NFL films about the Raiders.
You know, the Kirk Cousins in a Raiders jersey though. Saw some photos of that. That doesn't look right. That like the bad boy Raiders image, and then Kirk Cousins coming in there.
Yeah, let's see if he takes pictures with Max Crosby.
Bad boys are going to Sunday school now.
Yeah.
So you don't like that? You don't like that?
It looks weird.
Listen, I get it again because it's the Raiders, but there's something about the iconic just black jerseys, silver numbers that they've had for a million years. I mean, it's kind of like Alabama college. They don't really change anything. They walk on the floor. You know who those guys are.
You know, I was listening to the morning show and they were having a debate about whether Mendoza should play right away or not. It's funny because I have a lot of definitive opinions about the quarterbacks, but on this particular topic, I can see the argument either way. I don't think there's a perfect solution. I think you could play a guy right away and that makes sense. I think you could have a guy wait basically a year and that could make sense, like Patrick Mahomes. I think you could have a guy wait 5 or 6 games like Drake May, and that could work. I really do think there's not a definitive way to go. I think a lot of different ways could work. But I think having a supportive room in a firm direction, I think that does matter. And this is going to be, Kirk probably is going to start, man. Probably is going to get 4 or 5 stars. We'll see how it goes.
Well, yeah, they're not going to pay him $20 million to not at least play 4 or 5 games.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
And listen, I understand, and Brett's point was, well, you don't get better by just watching, and I agree with Brett on that. At some point, you got to dip your toe in the pool.
Yeah, he's wrong.
But I think there's certain things.
When you're young, the best thing you can do is sit and watch. For sure, man. Learning through osmosis, that's the best thing you can do as a young player. And you do have to learn through reps. That's a part of the evolution. But when you get tossed out onto the field before you've learned through osmosis, that's a bad recipe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting used to the rhythm of the NFL. Like, you don't have to jump into the pool on the first game. I mean, learn what it takes to study and prepare and be ready for a game. I'd say 5 or 6 weeks into it, okay. You kind of feel.
Unless you're like 5-1, and then guess what? It's going to be another 5 or 6 weeks.
It might be. I mean, with Alex Smith, the Chiefs were a playoff team by the time. So, I mean, there was no real. But the plan was always Mahomes. And, I mean, I'm sure that was a tough moment for Alex Smith because he definitely, rightfully so, thought I have more time. I'm taking this team to the playoffs. But the plan.
He played another year or 2 after that.
He got hurt. Yeah, he did, and then got hurt, and then he came back. And, I mean.
All I know is he wasn't on the Chiefs team that won the Super Bowl, their first Super Bowl, and the Chiefs gave Alex Smith, who I think was with Washington, gave him a Super Bowl ring.
Is that right?
Yeah. So, I mean, how
shows you what that dude meant.
Tell me how much you meant to an organization without telling me how much you meant to an organization.
How quickly can the Raiders get better?
I think they just did.
Well, they spent the most money in the NFL in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Spent over $200 million. You could argue whether that's good or bad, but they had the most cap space and they went for it. So the Sean Payton plan was 2 years, and I think that's kind of the expectation for any new coach because no coach gets more than 3 years. If you're not turning around by year 2, you're already on the hot seat.
I think it could be a very Patriots-like sort of thing. Like this year is this year, but I think after this year, 26 and 27 for the Raiders, it could.
They're hoping Mendoza's ready.
Well, hey, man, there have been a lot of successful quarterbacks in their second year. Drake May was, Russell Wilson was, Bo Nix was, so that's not too quick. Your second year as a quarterback in the NFL, you can figure a lot of things out.
Wasn't it Tom Brady's second year when they won the Super Bowl?
It was. And he spent the first year just watching. And then the second year was filled with drama with Bledsoe. That is
injuries and.
Well, injuries not only to Bledsoe, but in an injury to
Brady in the playoffs.
And he missed the AFC Championship game. To me, that is one of the ballsiest coaching decisions of all time. When Bledsoe wins the AFC Championship game and you go back to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl and you win. I mean, that is one of the all-timers right there. Like how Belichick saw that and felt that is I think is actually incredible. And I know Brady was really successful during the season, but so what? You just got your guy back and you just won in the AFC Championship game. And Belichick was just like, yeah, no, I'm going with Brady. Really, seriously, that is
probably
awesome.
thinking, hey, we got a chance to win 5 or 6 of the next 6 or 7 years. And they did.
Well, we'll get to more. There's a new mock out for the Broncos with Mel Kiper. We'll get to that in a little bit. But it's good news. It's more good news for the Broncos. Last night for the Nuggets, where are we with Tim Hardaway and Peyton Watson?
Someone asked Tim as he walked on the bus after the game, how is it? And he said, I've had worse. That's all.
What is Tim's?
He went almost a hyperextension, but I think his leg got off the ground. A guy fell into it, hit him in his knee, but the leg wasn't planted, that's where the big time injury comes. So it might just be a knee bruise.
Okay, but P. Watt's the hammy again.
P. Watt felt tightness, kind of like Gordon did 2 or 3 games before.
Yeah, you like the decision to play AG?
Yeah, because he's not ready to play.
So he needs just some reps.
He needs some reps.
Yeah, he looks rusty as hell.
Yeah.
He does not look explosive. He looks a little tired. He just doesn't look like AG.
No. And I don't know if that's just because of all the time off. He's missed over half the games.
Yeah.
Or
well, you tell me
if he's also trying to protect the injury, so he's playing a little 3/4 speed, 80% speed. Not really trying to push it in certain things. But, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I thought he looked really, really rusty last night.
I was sort of looking forward a little bit to the good old San Antonio Spurs. Did you guys know they've won 26 of their last 28 games?
And still can't catch OKC. Think about that.
They're 2 games back of them. But they have won 26 of their last 28 games.
And of those 2 losses, what was one of them?
Oh, I don't. Was it the Nuggets?
Nuggets in San Antonio.
Oh, okay. I didn't even pick up who the 2 losses were too. I was just going through like green, 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 red, green, 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 red, green. It was unbelievable. It's like because I know they've won 10 in a row, and I was like, and it is 10 in a row. That was their last loss. But I was like, well, how far back does this go? And it keeps going. Are we sure they're not the better team? Are we sure they're not the best team in the West?
Might be. What's the difference, though?
I don't know. I don't know.
They ain't seen the burning hot lights of postseason.
I still would rather play them than OKC.
Why?
Oklahoma City has got first off, they just won it, right? So they know they can do it, right? And they've got Moxie, they've got everything that goes with it. And San Antonio, for me, just feels like we've got a little bit better matchups that goes on with them than on Oklahoma. Where does Val fit in best on those 2 teams? Let me ask you that. Because I think he's actually a huge part of this thing that I know drives DMac nuts, but you're going to have to play him. So
probably OKC, actually.
Really?
Yeah, they got 3 big guys that play. I'm not sure who San Antonio's big guy is after Wemby.
I don't know.
Well, maybe OKC then.
I think it's going to be hard either way. Well, listen, we'll have an interesting test. I'll tell you this. That game on Saturday at Ball Arena, you can hear here. Can you hear here? Is that where is it?
Well, it'll be a national televised game.
It's on 950.
So
950 Avs Stars you can hear here. But 950.
I guess we got Avs fans here the program, don't we?
I don't know how that
2 games in a row,
made.
92.5 for the Avs.
I don't know how that decision's made.
I guess we got Avs fan bosses here.
Got me. I don't know.
See, I mean, you look right there, Wednesday, 92.5 Avs.
I see it.
And
I got to see you.
Avs, 92.5.
Hey, chip on your shoulder.
Wow.
A broadcasting chip on your shoulder. Cause versus McGahee.
Well,
they could have a.
I will say
Cause tried to pull the April Fool's prank last night.
Cause?
Yeah.
What'd he do?
He tried to get Berto.
How so?
Tried to. Dandy, you can probably find it. I heard it on the morning show, but he tried to convince Berto that he's retiring.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. What's going on, Cos? You calling it quits?
That's pretty good.
Hey, man,
good.
You hanging it up?
No,
Oh, man.
no.
Oh, no, Cos, you can't
You
hang-
almost got. No, that can't be right. Nah.
You can't hang it up, man. You're too good, Cos. What are you doing, man? I did do all right, Birdo.
When did April Fool's Day become like one of my least favorite days of the year?
I got a great.
I used to love April Fool's Day. Now it just sucks.
You and what's the name? Ferrantino? What's the cat?
Quentin Tarantino?
No, the NFL insider guy that had the
Florio.
Florio. Yeah.
Tarantino, close.
Yeah. You think Florio likes it better or you?
You know, Florio never took that article down.
It's unbelievable.
He's standing by it. Like he never took it down. He never posted an apology. He never posted anything saying I was wrong. He just left it up.
It's pretty remarkable because it was an April Fool's Day joke on him, and he just kind of rolled with it as if it wasn't, but it was. All right, let's hear Kaz and Birdo. Okay, let's hear it.
I talked to my daughter and my granddaughter, although the little one can't speak.
Daughter's 8 months.
Not yet.
So I want you to be the first to know we have 6 games left in the regular season.
Yeah.
And then hopefully 16 more games in the postseason.
Yeah.
But after that, I am outie, bro.
What?
I am done. Yeah, I'm done.
What? Wait, whoa. Are you, hold on. No. Hold on. It's April 1st, brother. If you're messing with me, dog. You're messing. If I didn't just see that it was April 1st, you and I, man, you step up with that. I believed you there for a second. You're killing me with this stuff, man.
That was pretty good.
I love Birdo, man.
Close.
I love his voice. I love his bro energy. I love Birdo.
Yeah, I did too. Oh man, you almost got me there, man.
No, come on, wait,
No.
Are you,
hold on, no, hold on. It's April 1st, brother.
It's April 1st, brother.
It could be like the Wither song. No.
There was an April Fool's Day joke that went so sideways, a professional team had to apologize for it. I'll give you those fun details coming up next.
Oh, we got to turn the mic on. Let me tell you about a solid group of lawyers that you probably need to have. And, well, I hope you don't have to. You know, it's one of those safe things. Put it in your phone. Have it ready. The Reputation Law Group. Get in there. Boom. I know where to go. If you're involved in anything with a DUI case, or if you're involved in a divorce, you're going through it, maybe you might be going through it and you see the writing on the wall. Whatever it might be, the Reputation Law Group specializes in divorce and DUI matters. Get online, schedule a consultation, get yourself ready. It's thereputationlawgroup.com, thereputationlawgroup.com. Get advocates on your side that knows the streets and the avenues of these two things in particular. Good people, they'll be your advocate, they'll be your friend, actually. And then, trust me, having gone through one of those two, you can always use a friend during that time. Make sure you get online, schedule a consultation, thereputationlawgroup.com.
Life with the Washington Wizards. Another great fun season. One of the teams in the NBA that is being accused of tanking and on the ire of silver. So what do we do on mascot night, in which our own Rocky was in attendance for? I guess he had the night off because the Nuggets were in Nuggets were in Utah. So what does Rocky do? Fly to Washington. It's April Fool's Day. So what do the Wizards do? Well, they bring a guy out onto the crowd, from the crowd out there, and they put a blindfold on him, and they say, you make this half-court shot, you win yourself $10,000.
Oh, this is, man, let's see where that one's going.
The guy puts the blindfold on. The mascots are all, doing mascot-y things. The guy misses the shot by,
The guy can't be this dumb. Come on.
He threw it over the top of the backboard.
He can't be this dumb.
Everybody celebrates like he's just won $10,000.
They put up like a sign on the Jumbotron, like everybody.
Well, first they gave him a big, huge, everybody, so here's the guy. We got some video of it if you want to see it. He throws it up there, misses it by a mile, misses the backboard.
Actually, it was kind of on mine, though.
Look at that. You got the gorilla there. You got Rocky. You got...
Somebody's wrist!
That's the announcer.
The mascots are going crazy!
Yeah.
The contestant's going crazy!
She's doing her job.
Going crazy!
Crowd's doing their job.
Jackson!
Crowd's not doing their job.
There's Jackson.
You didn't
There's the
see
big
it.
check.
We all saw it!
Yeah. It's holding it up.
You want to see it?
You want to see
All
it?
right, take a look at the screen for the replay.
They point up at the Jumbotron.
Crazy!
And he sees that he misses
You go
it by
all
like
the way
100
right
feet.
Here, and you see how it just doesn't actually go in.
Bruh. So he's all depressed now. There's Rocky hamming it up, and they take away the big check. He doesn't even get to keep the big fake check.
That's pretty good, though.
Well,
they never even said April Fool's or anything.
I'll tell you
so
what.
I assume they would have actually paid the guy had he made it, right?
They would have had to.
Yeah. Well, there's no chance the guy was going to make it. Why? The Washington Wizards put out this statement today. We apologize for last night's April Fool's joke that left many wondering if we had misled a fan. The skit involving our mascot and other members of our performance team was scripted and intended to celebrate the day. All participants were in on the joke. So the joke was on the fans.
Well, now, wow.
The
joke
joke
was
on
those
the
kiss
fans.
cam things, right? They've done before where they ask the mayor and the girl goes, no way. And then she walks off and the whole crowd gets into it. And it turns out that was all set.
Yeah. All participants were in on the joke, but we missed the mark. Our fans are our priority, and we continue to be committed to providing a positive experience to all who attend. The joke wasn't on one guy. The joke was on all the fans in the building.
Well, that was a really dumb joke anyways, because the fans knew it was an April Fool's joke. Like, what?
I think you made yourself a bigger joke apologizing.
You
didn't think it was funny? It wasn't funny. I guarantee
They should have just let
you
that
laughed
thing ride.
when you saw it just now.
I did.
Yeah.
I actually thought at the beginning,
Yeah. So why are you apologizing?
What are they?
Grow a pair.
Is that what we've come to in society, that we can't even pull a prank? We got to apologize for a prank?
Correct. And here's what the Wizards' decision was at the end of the day. The guy missed the shot on purpose because he's in on the joke. So either we're mean to one guy or we have to admit we were pulling the wool over all of your eyes, the thousands of people out there. But they were getting so much clap back for goofing on the one guy because the internet doesn't realize the guy's in on the joke.
Who cares?
Golly.
They should have just they should have lied about the whole thing. They should have just been like, yeah, we were going to pay the guy if you made it. He
For all
missed
of you
it.
angry, my thing would have been a little more terse. I would have said, for all you angry people out there,
grow a pair.
For all of you out there that are angry that we pulled one over a guy, he was in on the joke. Laugh at yourselves.
All right, well, that's essentially what they did, but not in that language.
No, because they're
making it clear today the guy was in a
soft-ass franchise, and one you can't win any games, why ownership stinks, move out of the city and sell to somebody who cares.
Sell the team. You guys can't pull an April Fool's
hire
joke.
the
Sell
PR
the team.
staff and hire some people with them.
It goes to show it's not even worth trying some sort of joke on April Fool's unless it's something really as light as what Cos did to Berto. I can tell you that would back.
if I were if you had some sensitive bosses, you go, really? You think that's funny? You think that's funny?
Maybe. Oh, you think somebody would be upset with Berto for pulling that off?
I mean, you run the risk, don't you?
You sure do.
Man.
It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it.
All I know is April Fools used to be fun. Now Twitter sucks. No, I don't believe anything on April Fools. So, like, good luck trying to get me on April Fools because we all got our radar up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it goes. So there you go.
Apologize.
I couldn't believe it when I saw the Wizards
By
apologize.
the way, a real prankster, it's a year-round thing anyways.
The good ones.
The good pranksters, that's an everyday thing.
The funny part about this one is the joke was on all the fans in attendance because they thought the joke was on the one guy. But the real joke was on them.
Yeah,
so you actually pulled it off. You actually did pull it off because nobody thought the guy was in on the joke until the Wizards told him.
And the real joke is seeing how many Karens and Carls come out of the woodwork.
You should have seen the time at the other station. Somebody tried to pull a little prank on DMac with a coffee mug.
Went sideways.
Nuts.
The meltdown on this thing was of epic proportion.
But I wasn't the one that melted down. It wasn't me.
Yes, you were.
No.
So what happened?
Dude, you're definitely remembering it wrong. If you thought I was the meltdown.
Oh, you both melted down. But
it went back and forth, hiding a coffee cup. And, at one point I go, oh, no, it was here. You're a liar. I call him a liar. And you go, oh, my God. You would have thought I, ran over his dog or something. And it was all this, oh, my God, my integrity is this. And it was like, okay, cool, dude. And, had to apologize and have, some, me time. And, because he, I call him a liar. I was joking. The whole thing was a joke.
You got suspended?
No, I definitely was, Tyler. I definitely was. I'm not lying about this. I definitely was
You're
joking.
Not a liar?
No. It was, Tyler sort of remembers parts of it.
Oh, I remember it all.
All right. Well, you don't remember me joking, I guess. But I used a trigger word and the dude got triggered. And it was ridiculous. It was absurd. Because the dude got triggered about something I was joking about. To your point, though, you can't joke around. Pranks aren't worth it.
Yeah, they are. I love pranks.
They always go sideways.
So what happened to the other cat?
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. I apologized to him. Sorry I called you a liar. I didn't mean it, but so it's like that. It was like I'm not going to do anything like this ever again. It's not fun anymore. Hey, if you love prank style, that's cool. But I'll tell you this: I'll never participate in any of them because people can't take it. People cannot take jokes. They cannot take jokes, dude.
I would agree with that.
They can't take it. Everybody has a breaking point with a joke.
I think we should do a little game, a little social experience. We should all prank each other on this show at one point in the next 3 months, and let's see who can handle a joke.
Well, I'm not participating.
Come on.
No way.
Come on.
Way.
Come on.
Guys, I've done this with her too soft. I'm telling you, you're too soft and you're too soft.
You might be.
You're both too soft. You couldn't take it.
What?
You could not take it if I pulled a prank on you.
You're the only one
on what the prank
right
is.
now.
I guarantee.
You're the only one that's uptight right now.
Oh, I'm not uptight. I'm realistic. I'm truthful.
Why am I too soft back the end?
I'm telling you.
I know exactly
I go too hard.
Oh, let's see.
I go too hard. I prank too hard. I get too personal. I know it. I've done it.
Let's do it. This is going to be a great social experiment.
Well, I'm not participating, so you can pull whatever joke
on.
you want on me.
Come on.
You're too soft. You wouldn't be able to handle it. I promise you couldn't handle it. I know you couldn't handle it.
Why are you so uptight over there?
I'm not uptight. I'm telling you what the truth is. That's the truth. I prank harder than anybody because I don't give up. I will keep going relentlessly.
So you pranks. People.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will not stop.
Are you sure you're talking about pranks, or are you just talking about hard digs?
It's the whole thing.
Yeah, but hard digs aren't pranks.
Right.
Pranks are, putting soap in your coffee and you take a drink and it's like, oh, that's a prank.
It all leads, one thing leads to another, trust me. Do you know I said a joke to Alfred on the air and he wouldn't talk to me for 4 straight months? Yeah. Classic. That's a classic one.
Maybe
do you know what the joke was? It's a good joke.
Maybe because some of your jokes are close to the
But
heart.
I am not
D-Mac,
good at it.
Scott, that one was very close to heart that he's talking about.
Yeah.
It was very
hysterical.
close to heart.
Yeah.
Really? What'd you say?
So I was doing a lot of fill-in shifts with Alfred. So we were friends, but not friends, but we were friends. But
He didn't really know you.
Yeah, but we had worked a bunch together. So he gets married and has a wedding ceremony, and it was a big deal getting remarried to Christina, who's wonderful, and I love her and the whole thing. And he comes back, and I'm filling in. He got married on like a Friday. He's back in on Monday. Like they got a honeymoon like later or something. He goes, I got married. And I go, oh man, you got remarried. Oh. It's like getting out of jail, driving to the police station, and throwing a brick through the window.
I mean, it is kind of funny.
That's a good joke.
It's a great joke.
It's not a prank. It's a good joke.
That was pretty funny.
It's never not got a laugh when I retold the story.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the
it's
timing,
pretty funny.
But we weren't there as a relationship, and he didn't talk to me for like 4 months. It got to be a huge issue. But I've apologized for it. I just apologize.
So you're probably filling in for me when you did that.
I was. Yes,
Yeah,
that's absolutely right. You were on. There you go.
Now I know why I stopped doing me and Alfred show. He got both of us, Tyler.
All right. If you want to run a prank, go for it, Tyler. Go for it.
See, I think we got to define pranks.
Go for it.
I think pranks are
agreed.
Like crazy stuff. Pinning a guy.
Pranks
into
are
his
funny,
room.
ha-has. Yeah,
that's a good joke.
If you wouldn't laugh,
that
if
wasn't
somebody
even hard
did it to you, if somebody did it to you and you wouldn't laugh, then it's not a prank.
I mean, that's just a good joke.
It was a good joke.
That's a good joke.
Yeah,
that's not even a dig.
No, it was just a good, solid joke.
Alfred, good joke.
Wasn't even my joke. It was some comedian's joke.
Alfred cracked me up the first time he joked on me. We were talking stuff, and so we got in a football argument. And I was like, well, I don't think so. And then he goes, listen. And he's probably said it to you 100 times. Said, you could put on 5 pair of athletic socks and you couldn't step in my cleats. Or something like that. That's a great line. That's a great line. I sat there that was the funniest thing. That's a great joke.
I'm just not, go for it. I'm not participating. I don't have the
it's not going to be fun now. We can't have fun.
Well, It's
no
not
pranks.
Fun. Pranks are not fun. They always go sideways. They always go sideways. Give me a good prank. I can throw that out there. All right, give me a good one. Give me one that did not get retribution and went over well.
Okay. I had good prank right before Super Bowl 50. I'm standing in the tunnel, and Peyton Manning walks up to me, hands me a little like folded up piece of paper. And he's like, hey man, I need you to keep this for me. I'm like, right now? What am I supposed to do with this? Right? It's like, I don't know. I need you to keep it for me. Give it to me after the game. Peyton Manning. So what am I going to do with this thing, right? Stuff it in my pants. Like where am I supposed to put this thing, right? After the game, open that sucker up. It's a Denny's coupon. Pretty good joke, right?
Okay.
No, that never happened. I don't know.
All right. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about their Advanced FUE, because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do, and they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
No. I'm not going to take it. We have another keyword coming up for you in 17 minutes for the good old Nuggets. And we'll get to the Nuggets game and everything coming up here in a little bit, too. Also, the Avs. That was, man, oh, man. Well, again, the same sort of thing. Like, can something like that near the end of the season actually be beneficial? But you'll hear Bednar. He was all pissed off. I do want to give you a...
and it was good he's pissed off.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of just saying, well, listen, we got 5 or 6 games. We're just trying to get some things done. Good. I think it's good that he's still demanding on those guys.
ESPN's got a mock draft. It's actually, they use 4 guys. Mel Kiper's one of them. They go kind of like around, like you pick, you pick. It's the second mock in 2 days, because Sporting News did it as well, where Eli Stowers is available, and they think that's the perfect selection for the Broncos at 62. I'm starting to get a little hyped up about Eli Stowers as a tight end. So ESPN's got him there. Sporting News has him there. He's probably going to be the second tight end off the board after Kenyon Sadiq. And if the Broncos don't have to move anywhere and he falls to him, I think the Broncos could clean up in this draft and get one of the better draft prospects in their history with this dude. And I've seen some people say, well, he doesn't block, he doesn't this, he doesn't that. I'm like, you got guys to do that. And Ingram's going to be with the team next year, but he ain't going to be, Evan Ingram ain't going to be with the team after 26, right?
Unless he has a year that bounces back and throws up 67 catches and 750 yards. And
I guess, but he's
8 touchdowns.
He's 32. You want to sink some more money into a 32-year-old tight end to do that again?
Is, what's our guy? The What's the guy? There's a tight end for Philadelphia. Got hurt this year. Blew his leg out real bad.
About Dallas Scott, Zach Ertz? Or is it,
Ertz.
No, okay.
I mean, how old is Ertz?
Well, yeah, he was with the Commanders, but
he was having a good year until he got hurt again.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
he's been good for a long time.
These guys, yeah, there's a lot of guys that start getting up there, and Evan Ingram, in theory, isn't done. But the Broncos do have to make a choice with their first pick. You got 2 problems left on the entire football team. You've really got 2 you can get by everywhere. You got 2 problems. You got a running back problem if J.K. Dobbins gets hurt, and he's going to get hurt. So you've got a running back problem, right? You also have a tight end problem. Other than that, you can get by at every other position on the football team. So with your first pick, you're going to have to make a choice. What's more important to the team, running back or tight end? Might not be that easy because that late in the draft, you can't pick the position. You got to pick a player. So my point is, if Eli Stowers is there or Price, or wait, I keep getting the Notre Dame 2 confused. Which one's going first?
Darian Price.
He's going first. Love's going second.
Jeremiah Love
Price is the backup.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so Price is the one. Like, if Price were there and Stowers were there, you got to make a choice. But if it's one or the other, you just take him, and you don't think twice about it, especially the tight end spot. If Stowers is there, if he's within earshot, I'd go fire and get him, because the fall off at the tight end position is significant after Kenyon Sadiq and Eli Stowers.
It is pretty crazy in this draft that there's some guy out there that we can identify that deep in the draft that could be that big of a difference maker for the Broncos. I'm surprised. I didn't think that would be the case at all. I didn't think there would be anybody that would pop up that could be that useful that late. But here we go. We got a guy.
Well, we said that about Butts and said that about the cat from Ohio State.
Butts wasn't like that. Butts
the guy from Ohio State was.
Oh, my God. What was that dude's name? He got Heffenmeyer. Oh, my God.
Huh?
Hireman. Who got hurt on the first drill. Did you
ACL.
know that story?
Yeah, he tore his ACL. He was living in my building when he was there.
It was a kickoff drill.
It was a kickoff drill.
It was a kickoff drill in OTAs.
Yeah, like rookie. I mean, just the rookies were there. Like the first thing they did, he got hurt.
Stowers has got pretty good numbers, man. I mean, 4.51 40. That's not Kenyon Sadiq 4.39, but 4.51. That's decent. Just out of curiosity, I looked up what Travis Kelce's 40 time was at the combine. He was a 4.61. So 4.51. That's fast.
Well, his stat that is, I mean, it's the leaping ability. His vertical is over 43 inches.
45.5.
45.5 vert.
Dude can jump.
How many dudes on the Nuggets do you think have a 45 vert?
And he's already 6'4". So 6'4" with the 45.5 vert. Yeah, that dude's a red zone target right there.
You don't think anybody on the Nuggets has a 45 vert?
I thought that Christian Brown coming out of college was measured at 43.
Okay. He's probably it.
Yeah. You realize you're talking about Stour, right? 6'4", is that the guy?
Yeah.
You realize tight end NFL. If you play in the NBA, he's a guard.
It was Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
So Jamal Murray's like 6'4"-ish.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Or Christian Brown.
Christian Brown's a little taller than Jamal, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
He's got him by a little bit.
6'5", maybe.
I think people would be surprised to see short. Jamal's definitely not short, but like compared to other NBA guys, how tall Jamal is.
How regular he looks.
Jamal might be the most regular looking superstar in the NBA.
Yeah, and yet you stand next to him. You've interviewed him. He's
no big deal.
But he's still, 6'3", 6'4", right?
Yeah, he's that. But I mean, Peyton Watson's like 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah.
He's like, whoa. Aaron Gordon is, pretty big.
6'6", 6'7".
And Jamal's pretty skinny these days, too.
Yeah, he's in shape.
He's very much so.
Jamal,
he's having a great
Jamal
year.
Murray, is Jamal Murray going to get on the first or second All-NBA team?
He's probably not going to get on the second All-NBA team. That's pretty rough.
I had somebody, I watched the podcast, they said they think he's the second best guard in the league right now.
Well, SGA is one of them.
Right. They'll probably put Luka as a guard. But
Luka's a guard? If Luka's a guard, then
yeah,
Jamal's out of luck.
I think Luka's more of a small forward, but, he brings the ball up a lot.
Who's your first team? So Joker, Luka, SGA, Wemby as a 4, I guess.
Positionless.
And then who's true.
So Wemby, Joker, Luka, Shea.
You want to throw Jamal in there?
Who's next? Could he go from never making an All-Star game to being
first
or second team All-Pro? Think of some of the games he's had on national television.
I'm thinking, how about another half-court shot? What are we doing? That's a riot. God, is Jamal? I feel like I'm missing somebody very obvious right now. You got nobody out east?
Mitchell, Brunson, Maxey.
Something like that. Well, we'll dig into the Nuggets here in a second. Just to finish this off, is tight end the most, is that too much of a luxury pick for the Broncos?
No. Why is that a luxury pick?
Because the room's filled and they have...
No, you got bodies.
More needs at depth.
Wide receiver room's filled.
Bigger,
and
filled,
don't forget 6'8".
Filled means complete. Wide receiver room's complete. Tight end room's just got bodies.
Bigger need, the inevitable J.K. Dobbins injury and depth there at the running back position. Or, a tight end that can do unique things.
So on the surface, I would say running back is the bigger need. It is the bigger need because
you're going to use them more.
Because you're going to use them more. The running back's going to get hurt. And you can get by without an elite tight end. You can. It's not great. You prefer to have it, but you can. You cannot get by without an elite running game. You got to have that. The problem with the answer to your question, that's the answer to the question, but the problem with where they're selecting is they don't get to make that choice because you can't pick based off position that late in the draft. You're going to have to pick based off players that are available.
Good problem to have. I think they're going to have good choices there. This is where I'll get really depressed if they just...
We're talking running, and I know, listen, and George and Sean love their draft picks, right?
No doubt about it. They're the smartest guys in the room.
And I know they say the right things, but you have to as an organization. Where do you guys sit with R.J. Harvey?
He's all right. Scores touchdowns. He's got a nose for the end zone, which is cool. But he's all right.
Did you see vast improvement of him being able to run between tackles last year, Tyler?
Yeah, vast is a strong word, but
improvement. So
I absolutely saw improvement as the season went on. He turned out to be a great red zone option. He scored touchdowns when he was down there, when you handed the ball off to him. He did get better not bouncing the ball outside all season long. Was it perfect? Is he a completed product? No, but I was actually relatively happy with the R.J. Harvey evolution throughout the course of the season.
Were you?
No. I thought he's not. I've told you all season long. I want him in the flats on the passing game because one guy ain't going to tackle him out in the flats very often anyway. And a Bo Nix 1 yard behind the line of scrimmage can turn into 11 or 12.
I'll tell you this. I'll take RJ Harvey over Bidet and probably McLaughlin too.
Of course. But I think you could still put a third dynamic guy in there that would be awful fun to watch.
I think I'll be surprised if they don't. But then this is where it's tricky, and these guys are having draft meetings right now. How far down in the draft? Can we pick up one of those guys in the 4th round? I mean, the answer might be maybe. I just doubt you're going to get a really game-changing tight end beyond our guy Stowers. It seems hard to believe. But who knows, man? I mean, and this is what these
sit on the practice squad. You've had a whole year.
You think so, Caleb Lohner?
You've been
the basketball player.
You've been developing all year.
You gave him a little extra money at the end of the year. You don't hate him. You like your guys.
You must like him.
They do like him. They've said really good things about him, but they haven't played him yet.
You got to see it, yeah.
They haven't played him yet, but he's another basketball guy.
Well, Gates didn't play much his rookie year.
Is that right?
I don't think so.
Did you just make that up because it fit the narrative?
Yeah, I have no idea if that's true. I'm impressed by your memory if you know that. How the hell would you know Antonio Gates didn't play much his rookie year?
I looked it up one time.
Your mic's like 12 feet from you.
Oh, well, it's broken. I can't hardly move it.
All right. Well, you can look that up. Maybe we just make crap up and just say it as if it is. Who knows?
Now, what
right?
are you going to do when I'm right?
He played 15 games.
I'll say yay, Scott.
Here's what I do. I memorize things pretty well.
Do you?
Well, not names.
It's Nuggets.
I am horrible.
Dan's
with
got
names.
the stats. Let's go.
Oh, what do you got, Dan?
He played in 2003. He played 15 games. That was his first season.
What are the stats?
He had 24 catches, 389 receiving yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, 24 catches. You know what he did the second year? 81. Or the second year, 81. Third year, 89.
How many Caleb have?
First year.
0. He didn't get in a game.
He didn't get in.
I was just seeing if those two were the
So if
same.
he came out this year and this would be his real first year and he caught 25, you'd be happy?
Sure.
It's a Nuggets ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Nuggets 7 in a row this Monday night against Portland. Lock in the best price and flexibility with the 2026-27 season memberships. Choose half full or quarter plans at Ball Arena and get perks like playoff presale access. Last season sold out. Get yours now at nuggets.com. Your next keyword is coming up in 5 minutes. Hey, what's happening, DMac, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Low T could cause all sorts of issues. Bad sleeping, bad love life, bad workouts, just bad. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you going in the right direction. And this year, they're helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, and stronger workouts. So simply contact the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll get checked out, and you go from there. Their phone number is 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All right, it's a Ticket Thursday, and we've got your chance to win tickets to go see the game against Portland on Monday night. Text the keyword ROLL right now to 303-504-0925. Your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is ROLL. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. All right, for your listening enjoyment, we present Angry Young Bednar. It's about as angry as I've seen Jared getting, and he didn't care that they made a comeback. So
Don't call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback. All right. So here's Bednar. It's got a bunch of Bednar cuts about him being pissed off. First one is, what went wrong? Okay, here we go.
What went wrong in the first 2 periods?
It's too long a list.
It's a good one. It's too long a list.
Can't answer that one.
That's
Don't got time.
That says I've got the list though.
I got a list.
And if you think I'm angry now, let me get in my list.
Here's another one about here we go.
Blackwood gets pulled, but there's a lot of high-end chances. How much do you put on him, and how much is on what was happening in front of him?
He's 1 of 20. That's all I can say. 1 of 20 guys. It wasn't good enough.
He was talking about Mackenzie Blackwood. He's 1 of 20. Yeah.
Not bad enough to sell him out.
No, but he did suck. I mean, he's not giving him a break.
He's just 1 of 20.
He's not giving him a pass. He's 1 of 20. All right, here we go. Here's the reporters trying to let him off the hook. Like the hockey, muggles, they're trying to be nice to him.
Can you attribute anything to the defensive pairings and just trying to get the counter there?
No. There's no listen, there's no excuse. I think if we're making excuses for that performance, it's gonna be a short run.
That's the most biting one right there. We play like that, we're gone. And I got one last one for you. This is any positives. Again, look at the hockey muggles trying to suck. Like, hey, man, I mean, like, it was 6-6. I mean,
contagious.
You were down 6-2. You did make a 4-goal comeback.
Yeah, I like the way we played in the third. But the reality of it is if you want to win in this league, you have to play that way for 60 minutes. And we weren't even close. Wasn't a great first, and it got worse in the second. And then, like if you want to hand out like badges for like good effort and stuff like that, like I think we're beyond that. Like this time of year, like effort for 20 minutes and doing the right things for 20 minutes isn't good enough.
The whole press conference was less than 3 minutes long. He wasn't accepting any praise for any reason. He's saying here, if you want to give out participation trophies, whatever, we're beyond that. And he was angry young Bednar.
Well, I like it.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. Last night was any indication that team was willing and ready to either shut down or for the second time they played Dallas, they've completely overlooked whoever they were playing. Let's just get through this game, get it over with so we can get to Dallas.
Well, it's coaching 101, right? It's you got to pick your battles. Times of the season when you're going to be tough guy, and when you're getting close to the playoffs, not time to get comfortable. So yeah, we're gonna take everything serious.
How does it sound to you? Because Jared is so mellow for the most part.
Take it all off.
Jared is in general a pretty mellow dude. When you hear him, he's kind of a quiet, angry guy, isn't he? He's not a loud, angry guy. He's a quiet, angry guy.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't mistake that he's upset.
Oh, I mean, were you fooled?
No.
Was it clear?
Yeah.
And he wasn't trying to hide behind we tied it up and lost, because this is a terrible team. Okay, big question. Is a loss like this and having the angry coach and everybody being slightly embarrassed at home, despite the comeback, a positive because it can help you focus near the end of the season? Or is it a signal that you're just not it and that there's cracks in this wall that are soon to collapse?
No, I think it's a reality check that everybody's human. And if you're going to come out and half step it, anybody can beat you. Worst team in hockey.
Yeah.
Any team can beat you. So to me, I have no problem with lessons like this late in the season.
It's a reality check. And it's like anything else in life, man. It's how you choose to respond and what you make of it. Can it be a positive? Sure, it could be positive. If Jared Bednar is going to take this thing serious, he did. If he's going to hold his players accountable, he will. If the players are going to listen to him, I think they will. Then, yeah, it's going to end up being a positive thing. It's a wake-up call at the right time when you got plenty of room for error at this point in the season. And if there's going to be have time for something weird, do it now and wake up.
On the Shot Mazda text line, if they're so obsessed with Dallas that they really overlook teams this much, because this is the second time it's happened.
Within the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, which is crazy. It happened with Pittsburgh before the Dallas game, and now it's happened with Vancouver again before the Dallas game. This text, if they're that obsessed with Dallas, that's a problem in my opinion.
No. Listen, they know. We've talked about it for the last 2 months. Who's the one team other than the Avalanche in the hockey world consistently we've talked about?
The season does not begin until you get past Dallas.
That's right.
Josh says on the text line, he's the, quote, "I'm not mad, I'm disappointed dad."
Yeah, that was highly disappointed dad.
I'm telling you, that's the scariest dad. Dad when he's bad, that I can deal with bad dad.
Would you rather have the dad that throws
dad?
Yeah.
Oh, that breaks my heart now.
You'd rather have the dad that just throws a chair across the room?
No.
Rather than disappointed dad?
But the healthy balance is the dad that will throw the chair.
Yeah.
But then when he gets disappointed,
doesn't have to. Yeah.
You know.
First thing is you want a dad that's available.
Okay. All right. I'm going a little deeper than I thought, but sure.
First thing is you want a dad that's there.
Okay, I'll go there with you.
And you're right. I mean, there's times that you get so angry as a dad. I know I've been angry and you holler and scream, whatever. But then there's times it's almost you go past the anger, and it's like, well, you don't deserve my anger. You weren't angry how you played, so then you come out as disappointed dad, and that can be powerful though.
Who does that work on? Who does disappointed dad work on?
Anyone that cares. If you care, then when dad's disappointed, it hurts. It hurts you.
Did Blackwood need to be screamed at last night?
No.
Because
he's
here's what I'll say to you. And listen, I was a loud coach too, but and now sitting back in hindsight and thinking, especially at the pro level, I'll say, Tyler I guarantee you agree with me. You come out the field, you know when you play bad.
Oh yeah.
Unless you just live in a fantasy world of, that one kid last night, Carlson or whatever his name was, getting in there, getting late. He's 3 for 11 in the meat of the game. And then all of a sudden he's going in there, never pass the ball, shooting layup. And at the end of the game, he's going, I had 15. Dude, you sucked. You sucked last night. You were not good. You know what I'm saying? But as a player, if you're real true to yourself, you know.
Blackwood,
you don't need yelled at.
It's been interesting being around Blackwood this year. He's kind of gives off a tough guy facade because he's a big sort of burly dude. But I'm telling you, I guarantee you he's the guy that responds better to like a hug and some confidence. And Bedsy has tried to get him going a couple times this year. Remember Bedsy actually said about Blackwood, hey, he's got to get himself out of this. Like nobody's going to do this for him. He's got to get himself out of this. And I don't think that's really a kick in the pants. I think that's a reality check. Wedgewood is way more like stable.
Right.
What can I tell you? I think Blackwood's a good dude, really good dude, but he emotionally is a roller coaster.
Well,
and Wedgewood is kind of steady Eddie.
The coaching line, tribute to Wooden, I don't coach everybody equally. I coach everybody fairly. And fairly to him, he might need Tyler, I'm pointing at, might be the kick in the pants kind of guy. He needs that kind of discipline. Mm-hmm. I might be the guy that you yell at me, I go deeper in my shell. And as a coach, well, listen, I'm still getting on you. You played bad. So it's not equal. Not equally doing what you do to me or me to you because it may not work. But you do it fairly.
You do it fair, and you know your players. And I'll always say this, the middle of the game's not the time. It's just not the time to dog cuss a guy for missing a layup, for giving up a sack on third down. It's not the time. I mean, I know I told the story before, but when Tom Cable came to Seattle as my offensive line coach, I was terrified of that dude. Like it was fresh out of all the outside the line stuff. Like he'd just broke his assistant coach's jaw. I'm like, good Lord, who's my coach about to be, you know? And he gets there, and he's terrified. He is, man. I mean, he is dog cussing you. I'm working harder in practice than I've ever worked in my life. We've got tests on Fridays where he blasts heavy metal, and he gives you like 4.5 minutes to answer the questions. Everything's stressful. And the first game that I gave up a sack, I'll never forget this. Like, I walked to the sideline like a dog with his head held down, like I don't make eye contact, terrified of this guy. And he walks up to me. I'm expecting a dog cussing like you'd never believe, because that's who he's been throughout training camp and practices. I give up the sack. He walks over to me. He takes a knee, and he calmly says, "Hey, what happened?" I said, "He shot my outside hand." He's like, "All right, here's what I want you to do. I want you to bait and switch. Bait that outside hand." Just calmly coaches me. Totally different personality on game day.
It probably helped the heck out of you, didn't it?
Absolutely. Totally different person. But that was his philosophy. On game day, I'm calm. Throughout the week, I'm a madman.
Madman.
Well,
wasn't he at CU for a while too?
Yeah. Yeah. And he really wanted the head job when Dion got it.
The truth is, the biggest decision Bedsy has to make is in the combination of the lines. It's not how he talks to the players. I mean, he's getting Nathan McKinnon had his 50th goal. Parker Kelly got his 19th goal, which is unbelievable. Natchez, who I hope is not hurt that bad, he's kind of beat up a little bit. He's having an unbelievable season. That ain't it. Logan O'Connor will figure it out. Cale Makar will be healthy. He'll be back. This is all about the goalies. This whole season is coming down to a decision to make with the goalies and the message you're sending to the rest of the team. And I understand the platoon nature has worked, but going in the playoffs, guys, I think the players know who they feel better about. Well, now, they're not going to say it out loud. You'll never know, because they'll only say good things. But the team will know.
I love people that now we're here because you're in the present. So they've had a goalie problem all year. No, they haven't. Because at one time, they were the 2 highest rated goalies in the league.
Correct.
You got to go back as a goalie coach, in my opinion. Okay, let's go back and see let's watch film here. When we were leading the league in save percentage and everything else, and let's go look now. Is it a tweak here and there of the people in front of you? Might be.
Could be.
That might help. Is it? Am I sliding late? Am I losing pucks? What am I doing? But listen, to sit there and say they've had a goalie problem all year, you're not being truthful. We were upset neither guy got picked for Team Canada, in the Olympics.
I wouldn't say it's a goalie problem, but you have to make a goalie decision, and this platoon back and forth thing ain't going to be it. And guess what? It's not going to be Blackwood either. The decision needs to be Wedgewood, in my opinion. I think you need to make it clear to the team so they got a clear mind about it. Whenever there was a quarterback competition in training camp, you knew that's a team that didn't have their stuff together.
Right.
It's not good. Never works. Not really.
Well, and you're down to 7 games left for the Avs, is that right?
7, 8? Is it 7? Something like that. Might be 8. Might be 7.
I'm
not
7
sure.
8.
It's 7, 8, something
8.
like that.
I think my daughter took that to Norway.
Is that dead yet?
No. Well,
are you sure?
Not to 11-year-olds.
I think that might be dead, actually.
Yeah, not to 11-year-olds.
They got 8 games left. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but sometimes the team, for whatever reason, just doesn't believe in somebody, and that can cripple a team. I couldn't believe I saw it in youth baseball, where I had a kid who was a pitcher who was really good, but the team just didn't believe in him. And sure enough, for whatever reason, they would play like they normally don't whenever this kid was on the mound. And I felt bad for the kid on the mound because it wasn't really his fault. And I see that with Blackwood. And I see that less with Wedgewood than I see with Blackwood. For whatever reason. I'm not even saying it's Blackwood's fault, but for whatever reason, when he's out there are times where the team just doesn't play in front of him. And I think it's unfair, and it sucks maybe, but I just think they don't believe in him like they believe in Wedgewood, or at least it's on their mind a little bit.
Might be. And then that to me is the people in front of him problem as much as the goalie problem.
It's a weird thing when there's collective thought that's unspoken, but it just happens. It's so weird on a team.
Let's try it.
All right. No dumb questions. I got a fun one for you. 303-504-0925. It's got to do with Peyton Manning. And It's something weird with Peyton. Something I don't know if you guys know that he did.
He gave you a folded up Denny's coupon also?
I'll give you the story. It's really weird. I didn't know he was into this. It's something, to me, in way left field for Peyton Manning.
Really?
Way left field.
Grunge?
What's that?
Grunge?
I'll tell you about it coming up in a second. The key word again is roll. 303-504-0925. Brought to you by the Will Hyde Law Firm. No dumb questions coming up next.
Hey guys, would you like peace of mind in your investment portfolio? How about starting with a second opinion? Just call my friends over at Trades Wealth today at 303-900-1189 and schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn more. Trades Wealth offers tailored wealth management plans. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and timeline. Working with you, they're going to develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trades Wealth today at 303-900-1189 to schedule your free consultation. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments that you can make for your financial future. So let Trades Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals. Visit them online at tradedwealth.com or call 303-900-1189. Advisory services through Traded Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at tradedwealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, there are no dumb questions when it comes to your retirement. So call Trajan Well today at 303-900-1189. Guys, there is a Bradley Cooper movie. It's based on a true story of a guy who was going through a rough time in his marriage. He was going past a comedy club, and they had a $15 cover, or you could go in for free if you were doing stand-up comedy, like open mic night. So the guy, instead of paying the $15 cover, says, sign me up on the list. I'll be a stand-up comedian so I don't have to pay the $15 so we can have a couple drinks.
Okay.
They call his name and he goes up on stage. He's got nothing prepared whatsoever, but he didn't want to pay the $15 to get in. It turns out he really liked that, and he kept going back.
And his name is Shane Gillis.
to do. Shane Gillis consulted on this movie.
Is that right?
He did. He consulted on this movie because Bradley Cooper was fascinated by this particular story, and the story has a happy ending. The wife on a date goes into a comedy club that he's appearing in. This is a true story. And he's on stage talking about her. And it was just a coincidence that she ended up on a date and sees her husband there.
Was it an ex-wife yet or just?
They were separated and they were on their way, but he had already had sex with another woman. And his rap on stage was having sex with another woman instead of his wife in front of his wife. This is how she found out he was doing stand-up comedy. She was on a date. They made this into a movie with Laura.
That guy on the date that night was pretty excited.
Well, that guy's name is Laird in the movie. The star of the movie is Laura Dern, who plays a volleyball, like an Olympian. Right. She was an Olympian volleyball player. And you know what, Laura Dern? Looking at her is believable. She's kind of tall and skinny, kind of looks like that. The man in the movie is Will Arnett, who's really funny and a great actor, that sort of thing.
Who's very funny, by the way.
In the movie, the date that Laura Dern brings in is Peyton Manning.
Oh, wow.
Playing Laird. He's not playing Peyton Manning. He's just playing a guy named Laird who was an ex-volleyball player, and he's recruiting her to help coach for Team USA in the Olympics. They meet up. Neither one of them realizes the other separated. They're both separated. And I'm watching this movie, and all of a sudden it's like, that's Peyton Manning.
Wow.
How did you guys
What's
feel?
the name of the movie?
Is this thing on? It's a comedy.
Where'd you watch it?
I want to say just HBO, maybe. I think it was HBO. It might have been Hulu. You know what? I think it was Hulu. But it just came out in January. You know how these movies go, right? They go in the theater for like a week, and then they're just on. The name of the movie is This Thing On? And Bradley Cooper, who directed it and produced it, he's also in it, as like a side character. So he's in it too. So Laura Dern, Will Arnett, Bradley Cooper, and Peyton Manning as an flat-out actor. Like not playing Peyton Manning.
Does he have any lines?
A lot of lines.
I bet he's been acting for a long, long time in these commercials,
Yes.
And I know people are going to say it's different. Is it really? That dude is a well-accomplished actor.
His two scenes of significance were meeting her in the bar as a meetup on the date to kind of find things out and, whatever, and then going to the comedy club where he goes with her to the comedy club. So it's only two scenes, but he's in it for a significant, it's not a quick thing. It's pretty significant in the story. My no dumb question is, guys, are we buying Peyton Manning in the future as a straight up actor?
Well, he's never going to want to take the time to be like a featured star, but I could see him having fun with doing little cameo. I know it's more than a cameo, but I could definitely see him having fun with small roles.
I auditioned for a movie.
Did you really?
I did.
What's your story?
As
an actor.
Tried to be the Mountain.
It was a role like that. And I can't remember the guy's name. He was in Outlander. He was kind of the bad guy in Outlander. Great actor. He's also the voice of Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob. Been in tons and tons of stuff. He ends up getting the part that I guess I auditioned for.
Okay.
And I was playing for the Atlanta Hawks. But it's basically almost, I don't know if it was Frankenstein movie or something like that, but he's like this big, strong oaf dude that carries a midget on his shoulder throughout the whole movie, and that's his like best friend or whatever.
Who did they find better for that role than you?
Well, that guy right there was like a real actor, and he was pretty big for actors go, but yeah, I came in, had to do a screen test. They did, and then show me your mean face.
Yeah, they don't really care if you're actually tall. They've got the camera angles to fix that.
They don't get, yeah. But I was like 20.
How'd you hear about the role?
The PR staff, somebody approached the PR staff, and the PR staff came to me and said, hey, so-and-so. So I went to some place, some like convention room at some hotel in Atlanta, and they had it all set up with cameras and two or three people, and they
How
do a whole
did you
sheet.
feel the audition went?
I had no idea what I was doing. I always thought I was pretty, and I was supposed to play this ugly dude.
Yeah. Oh, that's I'm
gonna find out what the name of the movie
how
is.
about that card that my buddy found yesterday? I texted it in the group text. So my college roommate, Tyson DeVray, great tight end at the University of Colorado, he's got a daughter who was just opening up like a random box of cards in their attic or whatever, and she comes across a pristine Scott Hastings card that he said would be in like PSA 10 condition. He said you could have it, by the way. I don't know if you have any interest in it, but he said he'd ship it out for you and let you keep it.
No, why not?
Oh, he doesn't want to get it autographed and get it back?
He wants to get it out of the house.
This is the actor that didn't get in the part.
Oh, I've seen that guy.
Yeah,
I've seen that. That guy's been in a lot of stuff.
Tons of stuff.
He's one of them guys where you're like, oh, that's one of them guys. Like, you don't know his name, though, but, yeah.
What is his name?
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown. He's been in a million things. He was in Dexter. He was the guy in Dexter, in the northern area in Dexter, that was the serial killer hiding all the women's bodies underground. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. That's cool. That's a good story there. On the text line, for some reason the team plays better with Wedgie than Blackie. I don't know why. They're better offensively and defensively. Guys, is there a reason why that might be true, or is it just happenstance?
Why would the team... God, am I going to sound like a really dumb hockey guy here?
There you go. Go for it.
Why would the team be affected in how they play by the goaltender?
I don't know. I actually don't have an answer.
I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah.
Well, somebody go ahead and tell me how dumb of a hockey guy I am right now, because I don't see how a goaltender affects how you play.
Unless it's just a sieve.
Collective confidence. Is there such a thing, no dumb question, as collective confidence? Or lack of?
But see, yes. When someone had to come in a starting role, and you're sitting there, usually the teams I was on, especially if they're any good, they go, all right, boys, we got to play even better tonight. And it seems, and what you're talking about is a collective, like the kid that pitched the baseball game.
Do you believe in collective confidence, pro and con?
I do. I mean, 2015 is as good of example as if you'd ever get for it. I mean, Peyton Manning was broken. His arm wasn't working. He wasn't himself. But when he walked in that huddle, we believed. Absolutely.
More so than when Brock was in there?
Yeah. I mean, it's different. Like there was no question who we wanted at the helm come playoffs.
Okay. Same in basketball or not?
Yeah, but like I said, most times, even if you didn't like a dude, the guys around him said, we got to pick it up. But yeah, there's guys, yeah. There's been guys even doing the Nuggets that all of a sudden,
You want to name names on that one, or are we staying away from that?
I listen, as talented as he was, and he was a hell of a talent, and the town loved him. I think Bones Highland rubbed a lot of guys sideways in the locker room. I think Westbrook, as much as he helped them, I think rubbed guys in the locker room sideways.
All right, we have the big story of the day coming up next here on PhD. Rate the performances of our teams that played yesterday, the Rockies, the Avs, and the Nuggets.
Rockies A, because, I mean, you did go into the
it's
a great team.
It's the first time in Rockies history they have beat the American League champs the next year on the road. I know that's a very narrow sort of stat, but that's
and it's early in the year. But hey,
can I tell you something
else? You got
else?
swept in Miami. You take 2 or 3 in Toronto.
Can I tell you something else? When you look at the standings right now, it's the Dodgers. Then let me get it exactly right. But the Rockies are +3 in run differential right now.
Well, they had
15
runs that one game.
They outscored the Blue Jays 17-11. Yes, they had 14 the other day. So they are +3 in run differential. The Diamondbacks are 3-3. The Giants and Padres are both 2-4, same record as the Rockies. The Diamondbacks at 3-3 are -2. The Giants are -11. The Padres are -7.
Well,
so the Rockies are actually in the positive plus-minus.
But it helps you score 14 a run.
Of course.
Runs, and it also helps in the sense that although you lost 3 in Miami, they were all one-run games.
But out of those teams, the Rockies have the least amount of runs allowed out of the Diamondbacks, Giants, and the Padres. So, yeah, it helps that you scored runs, but they've given up the least amount of runs in the same amount of games as I'm not talking about the Dodgers. But, yeah. Like,
how many games have the Rockies played?
6.
Okay.
2-4.
I'm checking out something.
Okay.
Didn't they lose 3-2, 2-1, 5-4?
They lost 3 one-run games to Miami.
Yeah.
Yep. And the game they lost to Toronto was 5-1, so it was one bad inning.
And I think the game they lost 5-4, they were up 4-3 at one time.
They lost on a walk-off. They gave up a 2-run home. Oh, you're talking about the
Miami game.
Miami game.
I thought one of those games they had like a 4-3 lead in the 7th.
Listen, I'm not trying to blow too much smoke here, but I'm just pointing out some facts about the Rockies.
What are you blowing?
That's all.
It's 6 games in, dog. Come on.
It's 6 games in.
Yeah.
6 games in. That's what I was looking up. I want to know like the last 5 years.
Well,
the first 6 games, because I feel like, and maybe I'm just dead wrong, I feel like every single year the Rockies are like, hey, we're looking okay.
They were 1-5 last year. They were 1-5 last year.
Okay, so definitely not true last year.
They're 2-4 this year. I gotcha. I'm with you. I am with you.
All I know is...
And ultimately, it is wins and losses that matter.
If the NBA and NHL, we say give them 20 games, so if you do the math, you got to give the Rockies 40 games.
And we'll see.
At 40 games, you should know what they are.
I think that's probably fair. We'll see. We'll see you tomorrow at the Chop House for opening day.
Say it again?
We'll see most people at the Chop House for opening day
Scotty's
tomorrow.
all talk. He's all talk. Scotty's going to be. You'll see Scott Hastings at the Chop House tomorrow. He's all talk. He's not going to big time us.
Opening day, 55 and windy. Be ready.
Inside or outside?
They play the games outside.
No, us.
Oh, it depends on the weather. We've done it both ways. You've conveniently been on the road for the past couple of opening days, but not this year, as it turns out. The Nuggets, boy, they just keep winning everybody else in the division. You can't catch a break. Everybody just wins. Everybody in front of you wins. Actually, Minnesota's kind of who's gonna finish 6th, man? Because it's not. I know now it's not going to be the Nuggets. I know how they're going to manage things. I think there's reasonable questions about resting guys, but it's damn clear they are going to try their damnedest to win every single game the rest of the way.
I think both Houston and Minnesota would like to play LA in the first round. However, I don't know if Minnesota, I think they're going to try to win games. Hoping Denver slips. Let's be honest, you got 6 games left and 3 of them are against Oklahoma City and San Antonio. So on paper, you're like, they could slip. So I'm sure they're thinking they can get 4th and have home court against Denver in that first round.
I don't know. I don't think you could draw up a better finish to the season for the Nuggets. Seriously. Like, I think all of the back-to-backs and terrible travel and whatever, man, oh man, this is pretty awesome what you get to do.
If you win Saturday, I don't think there's any way you drop lower than 4.
That's interesting. If you win Saturday, you don't drop lower than 4.
Because you got 3 more home games.
Portland, Memphis, Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
But that Oklahoma City game is going to be really interesting. Whether
Nick's
it's going
the
to
last game of the year.
You're saying you win that one and you're going to win 2 more.
I just think that game, because I think this game is going to be played like a playoff game.
This one, I would expect it to be.
Yeah, and you win that game, I think it's going to give you a little juice. Take care of business against Portland and Memphis. You know,
Take nothing for granted, though.
Now you're at 52 games. I just don't think you.
You know, your Nuggets did set a record last night. Tied a record. Most road wins in the club history.
Club history, 25.
How about that? What do you think? What do you think about that?
Listen, there's a whole lot of things. Listen, and it's fair because you've earned this. The Nuggets and the Avalanche have earned the right for fans and pundits to be critical because they are good enough. The organizations have run it well enough, and they put themselves in. If things go right, you can win a championship. They are championship contenders. Even ESPN had Denver up there, I think, 4th in contention to win it behind Boston, San Antonio, and OKC. So you're that good. And you're where you're at right now. And I mean, we break down the season. I mean, you're playing games with 4 of your starters gone which also goes to show if you're looking at all pro teams. We mentioned Murray a while ago. Murray's played all but like 1 game, I think, this year.
It's been remarkable.
When you really look at the season, the totality, it's actually a miracle.
Yes.
It's a flat out miracle that the Nuggets are where they're at right now.
I don't disagree with that. And the miracle has happened because Jamal Murray had a career year. I mean, at one time, he was like the only guy they had.
Has he been your MVP? Team MVP?
I probably would say so.
Like Joker's in the running for the league MVP because with what he did yesterday, he did secure himself back-to-back, averaging triple-double, which is, phenomenal. Russell Westbrook has done it, but it's just Westbrook and Jokic. And Jokic next year will pass him for triple-doubles career-wise. That'll happen next year. But is Jamal Murray the actual MVP of the team?
Well, I give it to him.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Because Joker missed those 15 games.
Because Joker missed those 15 games.
And Jamal Murray kept this team afloat.
So how can somebody be closer to the MVP of the league but not the MVP of his own team?
Because he missed 15 games.
Because of that.
Yeah. And you know, if he didn't miss 15 games, I think they probably win 3 more of those games they lost. And now, you know, his numbers are even higher. I mean, if he didn't get hurt, I mean, his point average is dipped. He was averaging 29 before he got hurt.
Yeah, I feel silly even conjecturing about rest this guy, rest that guy. They're clearly not. AG started yesterday, which to me felt silly. But okay, I guess. And Peyton Watson is hurt, and THJ got bumped up a little bit. Hopefully he's all right. You talked to him afterwards, said he's going to be fine, I guess. Spencer Jones, my guess is he's done for the year. That's a wrap on Spencer Jones.
Maybe.
Unfortunately. And you have just a few more games left here where I think they're going to try to win them all. I think they're going to go after him hard.
Does Aaron Gordon have enough time left to get back in shape?
That's a good question.
Don't know. Depends if that hamstring and calf are 100%.
I know, but it's almost it's almost 2 different questions though. Like whether they're healthy or whether he's got enough time to knock off the rust to get back into game shape. I mean, I know that the only way to truly be in shape is to play games. So sitting him out is not solving that problem. I don't know what the answer with him is, and I'm just terrified that whether he's on the court or not, we're not going to get the AG we need.
Well, here's the truth with the Nuggets, my friends. See how you feel about it. They're the highest scoring team in the NBA. How about that? They've locked that up. There's no way they're going to get caught. They're a lot like the 2013 Broncos. Can you win it? Now, the 2013 Broncos went to the Super Bowl, and then it was a harsh reality because you need more than just the best offense. But they have a Broncos-like offense. They have an offense, and I know the new standard ain't 120 anymore, is it? Saw Dan Hyatt quoting you, by the way, saying the new number is 130, not 120. Used to be 120. It ain't that anymore. For you to be free and clear and not worry about defense at all, You got to score 130 points. And the final last night was 130 to 117.
Yeah, if you're not going to play any defense.
If you're not going to play any defense.
The defensive numbers have changed too, and this is where certain people lose sight of. Like last night, you gave up 117 points. You gave them 21 off your turnovers. So my contention is the defense isn't as bad. If you're looking at the final score, you're like, how does Utah score 117? Well, you give them 21 because you're turning the ball over. Cut that down to 11, and now all of a sudden they score 106. And guess what? That's below the norm. There's only 8 teams that allow less than 112 points a game. You would be in the top 8 defensive team if you don't turn the ball over. In that third quarter, they played good defense for first, second, and fourth quarter. Third quarter was horrible, but what'd they do? They had 5 turnovers for 12 points. How you can't play defense?
Huge game coming up on Saturday against the Spurs. Going to be an amazing atmosphere at Ball Arena. That's on AM 950, pregame at 12:30. The Stars and Avs play at the exact same time. That pregame is on 92.5 starting at 12:30. Jared Bednar said after the loss last night, more or less, if you're going to play like that, this is going to be a short run for us.
I love it.
Probably being a little bit dramatic. I mean, because it is a one-off. Like, this team has been fine.
You know, he wasn't really thrilled with how they played against Calgary either. The difference was they had a 5-0 lead on Calgary, and then they played sloppy. He said that. He goes, well, the guys earned it, but I wasn't really thrilled with how they played. Well, they took that, and they rolled it right into a terrible, performance against Vancouver.
Yeah. I don't mind him being dramatic. I don't mind him having a wake up session. I think that's what smart coaches do. They find the right timing to motivate their team when it's needed. Now's a great time to be very dramatic, be very serious about it. But I'm not personally panicked about it.
I think the Avalanche and Nuggets share something in common. I think when they play bad, because neither one of them plays for a full 48 or a full 60. Neither team does. But they have such intense offensive firepower. The emotion and feelings of the team, both teams are like, okay, we'll get it. We'll shoot it out. Both teams are inconsistent defensively.
Well,
both teams are.
Give me your three top players for both teams.
Jokic, Murray, Aaron Gordon, McKinnon, Makar, Natchez.
Okay, that's interesting.
Well, look at the numbers. They're unbelievable.
So the Nuggets, you're talking 10 or 11, 9 or 10 years in the league, and 12 or 13. Veteran guys.
Yeah.
And
same for the Avs.
Thing with veteran guys, you're good, but then you're like, especially when you're playing 82 games, you're going, let's get to the post.
Okay.
I mean,
feels like shaky ground.
And it is. McKinnon. 10 years? He's got 10 years in the league.
At least.
10, 11 years
something like that. Yeah.
I was going Landeskog, 12, 13 years in the league, something like that.
Sure.
Makar,
he ain't one of their more.
Makar, you still think is a young kid, and he is. But guess what he's got? He's got 6 years, 7 years in the league.
Yeah.
Right? And Natchez is probably the youngest guy of the group you mentioned.
Not by a lot.
But after a while, I just seen too many veteran teams. We did it in Detroit when we won it. We had a little lull. We're like, can we just get this regular season over with? And then we pounded everybody in the postseason.
So your concern level is low.
Yeah. My only concern with the Nuggets is health. If they're 100% healthy, they're going to win an NBA championship.
They're pretty good, man. I mean, Kale's going to be fine. Nick Watt's coming back.
I think the Avs are going to be fine. I have no worry at all about the Avs.
Your concern is the Nuggets.
If they're not healthy. Yeah.
Concern level.
I'll just put it this way. With the Nuggets, I'll be very surprised if they can win a championship this year. So I don't know how to apply that to concern level. My expectation is just low for the Nuggets, and my expectation with the Avalanche is extremely high, and I'm not concerned.
If the Nuggets were to go in this postseason 100% healthy, I mean healthy and in shape, like you mentioned a while ago, would you have a higher expectation?
Yeah, but it's just not reality. I mean, it's not the reality that we're living in. And it's not going to change between now and then.
Don't think.
We'll see. It's all going to come down to the health, basically, of Aaron Gordon. As great as Jamal and Jokic are, if AG can't play, we're probably toast.
And then your backup's got a bad hammy, too.
And the concept that we're just going to outgun everybody, It's wild, man. It's. I mean, it does tend to get tighter in the playoffs. It always does. And the same run and gun offense by the Broncos got them to the promised land, but they got killed by the Seahawks.
But would you take that this year with the Nuggets? Would you take the promise?
I don't think you have a choice. I think as much as you want to say you want to play defense in the whole thing, at the end of the day, I think it's about putting $130 up, and we'll see. I hate to say it because it sounds weird, but like, what choice do you have? And you can score 130 without AG. You actually can do that. Now it's going to be a nerve-wracking game, and no lead is safe. But you can put up 130 without AG. You got the Gunners to do that. It just feels weird to say, don't play any defense, don't worry about it, just gun.
If you averaged 130 in the playoffs and less than 11 points off of turnovers in the playoffs, you're going to win by double figures every game.
Probably will. You probably will, but you're going to turn the ball over because you've done it all year. As by the way, sick pass from Murray to Christian on the alley-oop off the glass. Are you freaking kidding me?
I had to watch it about 5 times to believe that it was intentional.
Oh,
I had to believe it. I wasn't sure if I believed it.
The lob was intentional. The lob off the glass was not intentional.
Thank you.
Okay.
DMac was getting ready to call me crazy. I could see it in his eyes. His mouth was open, and he was ready to call me crazy.
I'm dying to ask Christian or Jamal that
Jamal
question.
said it in the postgame last night. He said, the lob, I saw him. It was a lob. He said, but I tripped right when I was releasing it. And so then it got a little hard. And that thing bounced perfect to Christian's hands.
Though, he might have just invented a new alley-oop right there.
It was pretty awesome.
It was pretty cool.
It was very cool. All right, hey, heads up. It's a Nuggets ticket Thursday, and we're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Nuggets this Monday against Portland. Lock in the best price and flexibility with the 2026-27 season memberships. Choose full, half, or quarter plans at Ball Arena and get perks like playoff presale access. Last season sold out, so get yours now at nuggets.com. Your next keyword is coming up in 5 minutes.
Hey, if you're looking for a new vehicle, whether that is a pre-owned vehicle or brand new, go check out the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. Tyler here, and I've been a customer over at Phil Long Ford for a very long time because I think that relationships matter. And I go back there time after time when I need a new vehicle because I know them, love them, trust them. I know they're going to take care of me, get me in, get me out, respect my time, and I'm going to find the vehicle of my dreams. Because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Don't waste your time driving all over the state. The vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Chill. It's a Ticket Thursday. We've got your chance to win tickets to see the game against Portland on Monday night. Text the keyword HOT right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. This hour's keyword is HOT. We'll announce our winners in about 30 minutes. Let's football go, Dan. You're a funny guy, Dan Bud Squint Tanner. I tell you what.
I appreciate that.
Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Say hi to Brad for us. Let's football go, Dan.
All right, guys, from Clissy Poo, per source, the Broncos are visiting with Oregon guard Emmanuel Pregnon this week. He's considered one of the top 3 or 4 guards in this draft. A local visit as he played at Thomas Jefferson High School. So that's cool.
Good for him.
He spent 3 years at Wyoming, 2 at USC, and 1 season at Oregon. So he's been in college for forever.
Wow.
He started 15 games last year at Oregon, 14 of them at left guard. He's 6'4", 314 pounds. So let me just ask you guys this. Where are you guys at with the Broncos offensive line? It's been pretty steady over the last couple years, and the 5 starters are slated to come back in Garrett Bowles, Ben Powers, Luke Wattenberg, Quinn Miners, and Mike McGlinchey. How much of an emphasis do you guys think the Broncos should put on the O-line in this year's draft class?
You need to think about life after Ben Powers. So I think it's good to sort of look in that direction.
You should always be drafting and develop an offensive line anywhere between the 4th and 6th round. That should be something that you should do just about every single year, and this year's really no different. The problem is you just don't have the firepower early in the draft to waste a selection on an offensive lineman right now. I agree. We do need to start accumulating some offensive linemen. I just don't know. You're so limited this year with your draft picks. I don't know if you'll have the luxury of being able to do it.
Well, I mean, they got 7.
7 what?
Draft picks?
Yeah. Well, they got a second. Hold on. Second, 2 fourths, a 5th, and 2 7s. They got 6.
Oh, I thought they had 4 7s.
Let me go to that again. 2, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, something like that. I've got
2 7s and
they got 2 7s and 2 4s.
2 7s, and then don't they have 2 auxiliary picks in the 7?
No, well that's them. They have the 2
it's
last
the last
picks.
2 picks in the draft.
Yeah, they got the last 2.
So then they may have 3 in the 7th.
No. Oh God. You know what? Hold on a second. All right, Scott. What's your point?
Well, if you're developing guys, can you not find guys in 5, 6, 7?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
There's guys that aren't drafted at all that have long NFL careers in it.
Sure. An offensive lineman, that's a great position to draft and develop.
Yeah.
Great position.
I mean,
Scott's right. They do have 3 7th-round picks.
Okay.
246, 256, 257.
You go, smarty pants.
If I've got to be the expert on the draft this year,
We're in big trouble.
Yeah.
Big trouble.
Next story, Dan.
Because I could care less.
We know. Yes.
All right, guys. We've talked a little bit about this.
Dan's growing a mustache. You notice that, by the way?
Yeah.
Not intentionally.
It's
just
not
laziness.
a good look.
Oh, yeah, well, okay.
I know, you do whatever.
Guys,
but Dan, it's getting.
First off, never listen to DMac with facial hair. Second off, keep going.
Well, hold on a second. What's wrong with my facial hair?
You just don't understand facial hair.
Dude, I do facial hair great. Huh? I do a lot of things poorly in life, but I can grow facial hair no problem.
Oh, I've seen that facial hair.
Yeah, that is not an issue.
Yeah. And it looks good.
I'm not saying it looks good, but I can just do it.
But you never tried to trim it up to make it look good.
I've kept a beard here and there.
Good-looking facial hair.
I think I've got an excellent facial
I
hair.
think you could kill a Fu Manchu like this.
I could do it. I know that. I could do it. As a man, I could do it. Dan's got other issues. Nothing connects. It's just all spotty. It's splotchy. It's like
just grows in naturally. Like
this.
He can grow a neck beard.
Dan's just all over the place with his look, man. Christian Brown used to be like Dan. Christian is trying harder. Have you noticed that Christian's trying to be a badass this year with his facial stuff? Christian used to be a good-looking guy.
Looks like he's straight out of Jersey.
He's he's trying to make himself worse looking for whatever reason. I don't know why.
He's trying to look like Nicola.
Well,
Nicola also another bad facial hair guy.
Yeah. No, but that is just pure laziness with him.
Yeah.
There's no look because you can tell there's no concept with him. Same with me, by the way. I know what I'm talking about on this one because when he goes in to get a haircut, he just gets it all. It's just all goes.
Right.
But he does want to keep that beard. He's kept it now for 2 years. He doesn't take it off. Yeah. So he thinks he looks cool like that.
Well, he did look mean when he got in that fight with the OKC guy.
He did. He looked like he'd kick your ass. He's still 7 feet tall and as strong as an ox. I mean, he would beat the crap out of most people. Who would beat the crap out of Jokic?
His
Seriously.
brothers?
Probably.
What did he say?
His brothers.
Well, yeah.
Did you see, I know, I forget their names, Strahania and...
Nemanja.
Lamanya. So
Nemanja.
And it's Strahania.
You got it.
Strahania.
Yeah.
He went in and saw Bo Nix. Bo Nix was at the game the other day, and he went to visit Bo in the box.
He keeps
the big one?
The big one.
He gets bigger and bigger every time.
So how did Frank Crum look like him compared to him?
That was my first thought. We need to sign that dude to play right tackle.
He was bigger than Frank Crum.
I think he's into powerlifting now. I'm telling you, I've hugged him.
He's looking big.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you what.
Yeah, there it is right there.
I mean, I don't disagree at all. He looks strong as a house.
Look at that hand.
Yeah, that dude's strong as a house.
Look at Bo Nix is not a small guy, and he just dwarfs him there.
Man, they're really happy to see each other.
Right?
I mean, that's some genuine affection.
We got to
right
get
there.
Bo Nix on and say, when you hug Joker's big
How'd
brother,
that go?
how'd that feel?
How'd that feel?
I wish there was a picture with him and Crum.
I do too.
Because what's Crum? 6'8", probably 290?
Oh, he's got to be over 300. Crum? Jeez, I don't know, Tyler. I would think he's over 300 at 6'9", 6'8", or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, most guys are over 3.
I guess Crum would be a little bit bigger than him. Well, no way, because he's got to be close to 400 pounds.
Oh, he's over 4.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, talked a little bit about this week. So the NFL owners have approved a sweeping shift to centralized officiating that would be implemented only in the event of an officiating work stoppage. So, in essence, the NFL would reallocate existing staff to its command center in New York City, where they would monitor each game, alert the replacement referee to a wide variety of potential mistakes, and advise on administrative measures. Now, the NFLPA is saying they need the regular refs for player safety. I've heard people talking about this is the NFL's move to ultimately get rid of the officiating crews and move to a more centralized robo-ump league, if you will. Do you think this is where the NFL is trying to go ultimately with their refereeing crews, is to just have it all digital and automated?
I don't know how the heck you do that in football. I know we oversimplify the robo-ump thing and like, oh, you got AI, you got video, you got this, you got that. No, there's too many moving parts in football.
If you can make it better, I don't do it. Let's go. Make it better.
And the problem with football,
take a human mistake out of the way.
The problem with football, unlike baseball decisions are black and white. They are. In football, there are nuances to the rules. There's nuances to when you throw a flag. Are they actually near the play? Are they affecting the outcome? Are you going to throw a flag on a right tackle that's 25 yards away from the play?
Take the nuance out of the game. Make it a black and white league. If you hold, doesn't matter if you're on the ball or 10 yards behind. It's a hold.
Are you mocking me or DMac?
No, I'm just saying we could do that. Why not?
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, and then eventually, guess what we'll do?
Is this your robot take?
I think we were saying the same thing.
I love it when Scott just degenerates his take to robots.
AI robots.
I know when Scott sort of had it with the conversation when he just says, man, and then there's robots. With
lasers.
Let me ask you a serious question.
sharks with lasers on their
what
heads.
year do you think we're going to be in all robot leagues for our sports? What year, if it inevitably AI is going to happen, what year do you think we're talking about? Where it's just all robots and there's no more humans?
I'm thinking probably by 2040, 2050.
Come on. Are you nuts? You think in the next 25 years we're going to be done with humans playing sports?
Yeah, we're going to be watching Optimus from Tesla playing basketball and dunking from the baseline.
So not in your lifetime, but in my and Tyler's lifetime.
Wow.
next
Wow. Wow. So was that you start with the pranks? Was that?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
It
would go in that direction.
Now it's on, Scott.
Wow.
Let's go.
It would go
Hey,
there.
That's not really a prank, though.
No,
That's
but
a bust.
it leads to things, and but that's exactly how it goes.
Yeah, let's go. Game on.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yes, Dan, what's next?
All right, guys. Kirk Cousins, he just keeps rolling along, making money hand over fist. He signed today with the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, it's expected the Raiders are going to select Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the first overall pick in the draft. His career earnings, guys, $321 million, ranks third in league history per over the cap. He remains the only quarterback in the all-time top 5 earnings without a Super Bowl appearance. So just how incredible of a businessman is Kirk Cousins, and is this a smart move for the Raiders with the expected pick of Fernando Mendoza coming into the building?
Well, it's a brilliant move by the Raiders, and it's a hell of a negotiation by Kirk and his agent. It's a win-win for literally everybody, and it gives them so much flexibility with Mendoza. It's ridiculous. Look out. The Raiders are doing a lot of smart things.
I like it, man. It's a literal win-win for the Raiders, or maybe it's a no-lose. I don't know if it's win-win, but it's a no-lose. I mean, if you bring Kirk in, you let him play 3 or 4 games. That's the plan. If it doesn't work out, you go to the first rounder. If Kirk can hold on for half a season, then you let the first rounder learn through osmosis for half the season. So it's a no-lose situation financially for the Raiders. They're committing nothing. The Falcons are paying the far majority of it, and it's a 1-year deal.
Great move by the Raiders. And to me, timing's everything. You know, what was the guy signed the big giant contract as a rookie quarterback for St. Louis, and then all of a sudden they put in
Sam Bradford,
and then they bring in the rule that you got a salary window for rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah, he changed the CBA.
He changed
his contract.
So guess what? Lucky timing, because he wasn't a great quarterback, but guess what? He signed a deal that paid him, $40 or $50 million over the life of that thing, with like a $30 million bonus. It was something stupid. It's just time. He came in the right thing, was a good enough quarterback, started for enough years, when all of a sudden the salary caps went up 20%, up 20%, up 30%, up 50%. You know what I'm saying? And so guess what? Quarterbacks get paid. And he was a hell of a starting quarterback for a lot of years. That's all timing.
What does Kirk
Dude,
want to
Zeke
do?
Nazi right now, this year will make more than I made my entire 11 years.
That's right.
So does that mean Zeke's better or
than you?
Yes.
Great timing. Great timing to be in the league. Is that how it starts? Right?
It keeps going. It doesn't end.
It doesn't end?
It just keeps going. I mean, I'll know what buttons to press.
I just say, well, you can push that button, but I'll just tell you this.
Oh, you'll push back eventually, and then,
I'll just say this.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
No? Okay.
I'll be here for whatever this is about to become.
All right. What's next, Dan?
Dan, would you give me some ice water?
Wow. Wow. Really? Oh, Dan. Ding, ding, where's the bell?
I want to say something so bad.
Oh, Dan.
And after that, Dan,
Wow.
I got some dry cleaning.
Yeah, you got some dry cleaning you picked up? I'll call Grismer.
Boy. You remember the Mel Brooks movie, The History of the World?
Mm-hmm.
And they're playing the outdoor chess as people. Oh, boy.
All right. Dan, before you fetch that water, what's the last story?
All right, guys, let's hear from the Browns head coach, Todd Monken, who got his haircut
and missed the photo.
For the photo, during the photo.
And missed the photo,
Talks about if Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders will split reps in OTAs.
Well, I wouldn't say they're going to be evenly dispersed, but we'll definitely disperse them to give ourselves a chance to at least evaluate who we have on the roster, whoever that might be, as we go through the offseason.
Do you guys think Shedeur will be the starter for the Browns this
What
upcoming
happened to Deshaun
season?
Watson?
Deshaun's going to be the starter.
Yeah.
The owner's still there. The owner's made it clear that he's giving him a second chance. Deshaun Watson's going to be the starter.
Why wouldn't he be the starter? What would
because he's not been good at football the last few times he's played football.
Okay, but like
not the last few times, like the last few seasons.
So for performance reasons?
That's a pretty good reason.
No. That's a good reason. But that's why like he's lowered himself where he's
I'm
lower
just taking
than Shedeur.
I'm taking everything else out of it. I mean, I'm just taking down to the most elementary reason why you make a decision on who plays. Are you good at your job or not?
So Shedeur could reasonably beat him out, performance-wise.
I don't know. I mean,
well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll
see.
Will is this going to be a real competition? And where does Dylan Gabriel land in this whole thing?
To answer your question, I do think it's going to be a competition. I don't think that it's like decided Deshaun's the guy.
Do you think they'll draft a quarterback at some point in this year's draft? I bet they do. I bet they do. I don't know who. I don't know when, but I bet they do. Shedeur. Yeah, Shedeur will start. He'll get plenty of opportunity this year, and we'll see.
Well,
what
they're
going
to see if Deshaun Watson. I mean, there was a reason people paid him. Now you can say it was a stupid contract.
It was a terrible
he was drafted
contract.
high and all that stuff. But I mean, can he play?
Not of the last few years.
He
no,
used to.
Oh, but he got
when
hurt.
When he was in Houston, he could play. Since he got to Cleveland, no,
he hasn't played really since he's been in Cleveland.
He's played enough. He's played a lot. Actually.
How many games? Put a number, you three. Put a number on how many games Deshaun Watson has played
with the
his
Browns?
time in Cleveland.
12.
I'd say 17, 18.
I was going 16.
Well, let's see. Deshaun Watson.
Are you looking this up?
No, I just played my phone to make
what time
me feel
are we
happy.
supposed to break?
I'm faster than anybody else here looking stuff
just
up.
focus on your phone.
Okay.
Cleveland. He's played. You ready? 6, 6, and 7.
Okay.
All right,
so what
19.
did I say? What did I say?
17.
No.
What'd you say?
17 or 18.
Oh.
So was 19.
But I mean, basically, but the most he's played in a season is 7.
But he's played 19 games.
But 7. You know what his record is in those games?
And by the way, that's a lot of years that have gone by since he's been good at football. What traditionally happens when years go by since the last time you were good at something?
Well, that's right. What his last year he played was 24.
Like that saying goes, to escape what the lion, you just got to be faster than the slowest guy. In order for him to get that job, he just has to be better than Shedeur.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have to win over everybody.
And I'll say this, and I'm not going to, and I still like Shedeur. And whether we like what Prime's doing up there or not, they turned around CU's program for those 2 years. It was fun
It was a fun 2 years.
to watch.
It was a fun 2 years.
It was beautiful. So I cheer for him. This is the biggest year in his career because guess what? I think he could beat Deshaun Watson out, but you know what you do? Get your real quarterbacks coach. Get your guy that's working on footwork. Get your guy in the film room studying stuff.
Well,
put the time in and let's see if he can do
And you
something.
know what? By all accounts, Shedeur's doing the right things right now. He's stayed in Cleveland. He's making his face seen every single day in that building. He's wearing out the coach, so maybe take it easy a little bit there. But I mean, he is doing the right things. Dylan Gabriel has been nowhere to be seen.
He'll have no better opportunity in his career to obtain a starting job than this year.
Yeah.
He has everything on his side. And I know they've got a big contract with Watson, but they're going to go with whoever's the better quarterback. They're not going to care about that
Because you got to pay him
contract.
money no matter what.
Exactly.
You're going with the guy
They don't care.
You're going to go with the guy that's going to allow you to win games.
Exactly. It won't be a big deal.
It's the Kirk Cousins.
I don't. You guys are forgetting who owns that team.
Well, that's true.
You guys are forgetting who owns that team.
I believe they'll
that dude loves Deshaun.
Well, still? I mean,
Yeah.
he did. All right, well, if he still loves Deshaun, he's a nut, Jimmy Haslam, then Deshaun will start. If that's the case, then there's nothing Shedeur can do.
Fact, Jimmy is a nut.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy's he's not a great owner. Hey, the Final Four on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is this Saturday. It's powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Speaking of that, a Tiger Woods update next. All right, what do we got here? We're giving away our tickets here in a little bit, right?
Come as you are, as you are.
Tomorrow, we'll be down at the Chop House, McGregor Square, starting at 10 a.m., powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, who reminds you, don't drink and drive. Learn more about the rideshare reimbursement program at wilhitewins.com. The Wilhite Law Firm, helping you celebrate safely. We'll see you tomorrow for opening day. What could the Rockies do, if anything, to have you guys a little bit more enthusiastic? I'll take my own little bias out of it. What could they do to sort of be like, all right, I'm kind of interested in these guys?
Well, I don't know. There's just so much history, right? Like, so every time I heard your discussion with Nate and Andy the other day when it got heated and you stayed for the extra 15 minutes, and you said a lot of logical things that made sense of, well, they're doing the right things, they're making changes, they've got analytics, they're stealing more bases, all those sorts of things. And that's cool. And then what I related to was Andy, and he's like, yeah, but they're the Rockies. It's been bad. What's going to change now? They still don't have players. So I guess, like, did we get excited when they got Chris Bryant? Like, and I know that's not the answer. I know going after big names is the answer.
See, Tyler, see if you agree with this.
Yeah.
I think you both sides were wrong in the argument.
Okay.
And here's why.
All right.
One, out of glass half full, you're assuming because the changes have been made, for the first time in a long time, they actually made real changes.
Significant.
That it's automatically going to be better. And those guys, although they say, yeah, they did make some changes, glass half empty, they automatically assume it's still just going to be bad. So the key to this, and I go back to what I said earlier, you got to wait 40 games. Give me 40 games.
40 games.
And let me see how this thing turns out. And if they're a competitive team after 40 games, then guess what? They're probably going to be a competitive team the rest of the season.
How do you define competitive? Wins and losses? Or, for example, they do have a +3, even though they're 2-4. Meaning, yeah, they lost, but the games they lost were by one run, or at least 3 of their 4 losses were by
No.
one
See,
run.
none of that stuff. Like that's where you're going to lose me. Like none of that means anything to me.
You just care about win-loss.
Don't tell me about all but they're getting better here, and and they got a better closer. They got to do that. No, just are you winning games or not? That's it.
So it doesn't mean
because here's how I'm going to look at it as a casual fan. I'm not going to look at all that. I'm not going to be paying that close of attention to it. But I will, after 40 games, see, they're 20-20. Okay, let's go.
Well, okay, what do they got to be at 40 games? 20-20?
I mean, I toss that out there. That would interest me.
I'll tell you, if they're at 500 after 40 games, they're a playoff contending team.
That's exactly the point where I would start to get interested.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, that might not be for a couple years then.
I don't know. I'm different. I think it may take a couple of years for the wins catch up with the progress. But you can watch teams. Like I'll give you an example. Utah Jazz, they're bad. And I was told by people yesterday, and they got a long way to go with Washington and somebody else who've got like 17 wins and they're 21. They do not want to win any more games because they think they got screwed last year when they had the worst record in the league and somehow they dropped to the 4th or 5th pick. And then they've been fined this year because they sent all these guys, and they're saying to the league, because you already screwed us once, and they have a top 8 protected. So if they win any more games, they lose percentages for the lottery.
Fascinating.
And they could maybe jump out, and all of a sudden, and guess what? Say they get the 9th pick in the draft this year. Guess who gets it?
Who?
OKC.
Wow, that's crazy. So they want to be competitive, but they want to lose.
Yeah. So, but if you watch some
as they proved last night,
if you watch some of these young guys, they got 2 or 3 young guys. You're like, geez. I mean, they're going to got a chance to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's without Jaren Jackson, who's been an all-star. Markkanen has been an all-star. Nurk is a serviceable backup. Keontae George, has blown everybody away this year the way he's played. So they got some nice young pieces that'll make them competitive next year at a top 5 draft pick again. But the wins aren't going to match up to what you can watch if you just watch the body of work. Is your shortstop a defensive whiz? Has he got a glove? Is your third baseman holding down the hot corner? Is your catcher, well, he's not calling a good game, but, are the pitchers following the game plan and you're doing, is your defense solid? Are you guys getting timely hits? You can do all that stuff and not have a winning record.
All right. Nate's argument was they don't have good players. And my argument back was, no, they do have good players. They got to put it all together, and it's going to take time. How do you beat the Blue Jays in extra innings if you don't have good players?
Well, I mean, it's 162 game season, I would say. I mean, I would.
But the game is 2-1. It wasn't some sort of sloppy game.
I agree. But it's also game 6.
Okay, but how did you do it then, though? I mean, they're the
I'll tell you,
American League champs. How did you just do it?
Well, how they did it there was they got themselves out of dangerous situations the entire game. I mean, they had runners on almost the entire game, and Colorado was able to just get out of it.
And last year you actually beat the Dodgers in a game.
Sure.
Yeah. So,
but you never beat the Dodgers in a series, and you haven't won a series on the road. The last one was against the Cardinals in August. That was the only one you won last year, and you just won a road series in your second series of the year. Yeah. And you couldn't do that until August last year.
Listen, I think they're going to be better, and I think the start of the season you feel like that. But you know what, for me, when I know they're real, get through the June swoon, which every bad Rockies team, it seems like, always has that June swoon, always has that, where they get a 10-game losing streak or they lose, 16 out of 18 games. And it always seems like it's in June, early July.
Is it more fun for one of our teams here in Colorado to hope for them to be good and root for success, or is it more rewarding to think they're bad and see them fail?
What?
Is it more fun?
I heard the question.
Okay.
I just don't.
Because I feel there's a lot of people who are entrenched in their Rockies suck mentality that they are rooting for failure to justify that opinion.
Right.
Andy.
Well, I don't know about Andy on that. I'm not sure.
Well, we're taking laps because of one series? Is that it?
Yes.
Would you rather see the
I'd rather see the whole season. Let's do that.
Well, that will happen over time. But would you rather, during that process, would you rather see the Rockies win, or would you rather see them lose to justify your feeling that they suck?
No, what I need to see is change, period.
What kind of change do you need?
Well, scoring more than 2 runs. Let's start there.
So scored.
Your pitching has gotten better. You've scored 2 runs in a balance of most of your games.
Would you rather have more runs scored or runs allowed?
Right now, I want to see. Let me tell you where this comes from. How about this? Because you don't really know my history. Okay.
Okay.
You got to remember.
You don't have to be angry.
No, one of my
Are you
first,
angry?
I get fired up about things. I'm not angry at you. I'm radio angry. I'm not real angry. You know that. You know the difference.
All right.
Deep down, I love you.
Okay.
Do you?
Really?
Deep down.
Yeah, it's buried. No.
Deep down.
Listen, I did the Rockies broadcasts. I was on the sports desk. I had to do the updates. I had to go cover the games. Like, I saw this, man. So the reason why I get so deeply cynical is they typically, and this is back when they were a 500 team, and whether it was Hurdle or it was Tracy, who followed Tracy before Black got there? Was there a guy before Black? Maybe it was Black. But I saw plenty of, no, you know what?
Walt.
I had to do the Walt Weiss
Walt.
thing.
I love Walt. Walt's my guy.
I did like Walt. I was rooting for Walt. Because what I felt bad about is Walt would go out to the bullpen and I was like, yeah, who you want him to bring in? Who you want him to bring in? But, look, I got a kick. I did the Chad Bettis. Remember when Chad Bettis had the great start in Philly? I think he was on his way to a perfect game until I tweeted something, so I felt like I screwed him. And then I told him that when I talked to him in the post-game interview. But anyway, look, man, I've seen the first 2 months. They typically come out of spring training with some good habits. And then they get to Coors Field, which they hadn't even played at Coors Field, and everyone decides, I'm a home run hitter. You know this has been a problem forever. DMac, you've seen it. Everybody wants to all of a sudden, well, I'm going to just send it over the wall. And then it becomes this, let's always, and I realize this, and look, I'm talking about an era gone by, to be fair. I know everybody's talking about launch angle and let's try to send it over the wall. That's just kind of what you try to do now anyway, right? No one's really small balling it or going station to station like back
Where's
in the
Whitey
day.
Herzog?
But I'm just saying that I've seen this before. So, and I guess what I get worn out on, DMac, I just get, and maybe I'm taking some of it out on you unfairly. I'll admit that. I've just been around too many of the people that seem to be pitching me the company line from the company. I just get I just am tired of it. I just am so tired of it.
I'm not the company line.
I know you're not.
I got
but,
no.
But when
people,
you ask,
I think people feel like I do. I don't.
But when you ask what you're tapping into in me, I had to interview Jack and Jerry and Jack and Jeff, and look, we used to talk to Wayne Hagan.
Now Jack and Jacob.
Sure.
So you're saying because you worked for the company, you just got what?
Yeah. There's just something of
cynical.
Quit trying to make me don't serve me
to quote.
Don't serve me white bread and tell me it's a cinnamon roll.
To quote Josie Wells.
All right.
Is that all right?
Sure.
To quote Josie Wells, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining.
Thank you. But I just felt like I got too much of that at times.
Like
there was a time where we were trying to. Remember the whole Tulo thing?
How about the Whitey Herzog gun?
I don't know, man. I don't need to get all this. Bottom line is, I've just am deeply sarcastic on this team. I've watched them be good for even the first 6 weeks of the season, but somewhere it always falls apart. Pitching goes to hell and gets worn out, and everybody thinks they're a home run hitter after they've been to Coors Field a couple times, and they just don't have good habits.
Let me congratulate Chris Cordova.
Please
our
do
winner
it. He
for
wins
the Nuggets tickets, and we will be down at opening day tomorrow. So this is time where these conversations begin. And a new year unfolds.
Scotty, really quick, is Nikola Jokic, is he kind of bored right now?
Yeah.
I
think so, probably.
He looked bored last night.
I tried to tell them, he's got 10 years in the league.
Yeah.
You know what this time of year is?
He doesn't care.
No, he cares.
Well, he cares in enough that, like, he wasn't going to put in so bad an effort that they would lose last night. No. But, like, his season starts in 3 weeks.
It's funny you asked that because I was going to talk to him if I ever talked to him sometime. My first take in the first quarter, and I didn't say it on air, and maybe I should have.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and watch the first quarter. He's trying to get Cam Johnson going.
Yeah.
He's throwing to Cam Johnson when he's got other options.
Yeah.
And I think he's going, no, boom, shoot. And he is like, and I'm like, oh, and I think, so I wouldn't say bored necessarily.
Okay.
I think he is strategically trying to get you ready.
Yeah.
You ready.
Cam
doesn't have to worry about Jamal.
Cam was good last night.
And Cam got better as the game went on.
Yeah, he played well last night.
I think he's going to go, I need you.
Right.
Get right. Let's go.
Okay.
Because I thought go back and watch that for just the first quarter. Watch how many times he's got these
He was peppering.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. I'm like, dude, he's trying to get Cam ready.
Would they make 9 threes in the first quarter last night?
Yeah,
that was comedic.
It was pretty crazy.
The third quarter was where I thought the boredom set in for him last night. The third quarter, he against Golden State, was that Sunday? Sunday. He had one of the best third quarters I've ever seen him play. I think he was plus 19 in the quarter. Last night he was a -7 in the third. He was terrible in the third.
Yeah.
Now he had 12 points and 8 rebounds. But I will also make this argument, okay? I think that Nikola Jokic transcends the box score, all right? He last night had a massive triple-double, okay? Massive, 15 points, but still. What
17 boards.
Yeah, 17 boards and 12 assists. Okay, so 15, 17, and 12 last night, and I will argue forever he didn't play well, okay? That was crappy Jokic. We know what good Jokic looks like, and last night was not good Jokic. And to the point where, and I want to sing the praises of David Adelman for a second. He played Valanciunas for 8 minutes of the fourth quarter last night, and I was like, good, because that unit with Valanciunas kind of key in it, that was what put the game away last night.
Yep.
Because they were just sort of.
I don't know if you watch our broadcast, you hear me say.
I did.
I say Valanciunas isn't as nice as Joker.
No, that was well said.
I heard you
I
said
like
that because he was shoving the little guys out of the way, just throwing a couple bows. Like, if you want to come in here.
I mean, Conchar's his boy, but he
hit
beat
him
up
with a
on him
last night.
He just was just frying those.
Conchar smiled after that $1 foul. Your boy Val was not smiling.
No.
His physicality I thought was really special last night. I'm very excited for Saturday. Saturday, 1:00. It's and I got the Nuggets game, and then I got the Illini game right after it. I'm going to be doing a lot of coaching. I'm going to be very busy on Saturday, but I'm very eager to see this because after you guys last night, I hung out with Wemby and Golden State last night and just kind of watched them for a while. That's an interesting set of problems that team presents.
I watched a bunch of highlights.
Yeah.
I got Wemby figured out, but I don't know if you can do anything to stop it. Well,
what would you do?
Well, first of all, like whenever he does a pick and roll, high pick and roll and rolls.
Yeah.
And you got guards usually are behind him, especially when Golden State was playing so small last night.
Well, yeah, they're tiny right now.
He's 7'5".
Right.
And you know what Wemby does well? He does 7'5" well.
He does. You know what he does? Okay, so he did something, and I saw him do it in highlights against the Bulls, and I saw him do it last night against Golden State because he's gone for 40-point double-doubles his last 2 games, okay? Traditionally, Scott, when a player is attacking the basket, you want to ward them off away from – you want to force them to step away from the basket, okay? That's winning against – every basketball player on the planet except for Wemby, because he can still either get a layup or a dunk stepping away from the basket because he's 7'5".
Well,
and exactly what you just said, he does 7'5" really well.
ESPN had a great line. He goes, he's 75% on dunks and layups at the rim. I'm like,
that's not good enough.
And the sound was off, but I could see himself, playing with themselves while they're saying this. I mean, he's 7'5".
Yeah.
And he's 75% on dunks and layups.
Scotty, what scares me is by his prime, he's going to be 85% on those shots,
But
know?
I watched a bunch of those highlights, and it takes courage because, like I said, Golden State played little. As soon as he goes to pick and roll, and sometimes you're switching, whatever.
Yeah.
And you're at the free throw line, you got to hit him there.
Yeah.
And he's still not so super strong that even a good, tough guard.
That's the advantage you can get.
You got to stop him there. Because once these guys let him go right in front of him, and now once he gets in front of the rim, you're screwed. Now you can put guys in his legs and his waist, and it doesn't matter because he does 7'5" well.
Here's my concern, though. Do the Nuggets have a guard that can do that? That's what I don't know. They don't defend the pick and roll particularly well.
Well,
even Utah got loose on him a few times last night.
It's always great to do analysis or to sit at home and watch it. Or I've spent years when I coached watching tons of film.
Yeah.
You break film down different when you're a coach. You better have guys that are courageous enough.
Yeah.
They do a poor job, and everybody goes, how do you fix the defense? How do you fix it? Defense in is bad. Isn't it funny? They always play pretty good defensively when the points off turnovers is way down.
Right.
Again, in that third quarter, they gave them 36 points.
And that's how Utah kind of made it again.
5 turnovers, 12 points off turnovers.
Yeah.
So you gave them 12 of their 36. So in actuality, their offense scored 24.
Yeah.
If they would have just scored 24 that quarter, guess what we're saying? Boy, what a defensive performance.
I think the
coming
Nuggets
out of that third quarter.
I don't think the Nuggets are a bad defensive team. I think they have weaknesses that opponents are very good at attacking, especially defending the pick and roll.
I would love to sit down with some of these blogger guys and stuff and watch film with them.
Mm-hmm.
I think their offense kills their defense more than their defensive lack of ability. Now, Murray not great staying in front of a one-on-one guy.
Never, yeah.
I don't think Christian and Aaron are as good as they were a year or two ago.
I don't think either of them are moving
before the injuries.
Yeah.
So that's the part. Peyton Watson's a great chase from behind, but he's not a great stay in front of guy either.
Right.
Best guy is Bruce Brown and Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
But you got to on that roll. You got to stop him at the free throw line. And Denver's done that in the past, and then guess what he does? He steps out and shoots 8 threes. And he's just like Joker. If he's on, he's going to beat you. But if he goes 1 of 8, guess what? You just won the game.
I'm glad you brought up Spencer Jones. I think he's critical. If they have to play the Spurs in the series, you have to have him for 7 games. I don't know if you can beat him without it.
I think them or OKC.
Yeah. Scotty, well done, man. You got in late from lovely Salt Lake City. So well done there. The PhD show, everybody.
Hey, we may need you to coach our guy on coaching his TV.
Oh yeah,
because I want to know, like, when do you go down to the knees? Like, when is this the right position?
First
dig
key.
in, hand on the knees.
Yeah, give me the keys.
You know?
First key.
Yeah.
Take your shoes off. Slippers.
I
had a father-in-law that seriously, he had to eventually go to slippers because what he was doing halfway, and he's a big KU fan.
Yeah.
Wore the
halfway
carpet
through
out?
any game. Oh no, he's taking the shoe off if someone goes,
Oh.
and it's a dart to the screen.
Well, I don't think he's got any Bobby Knight in him. I don't see Nate with the Bobby Knight so much.
Hey, let UConn. You guys play UConn?
Yeah, we play UConn.
He said he's a big clapper, though. Nate's a big clapper.
Let UConn,
I'm encouraging.
Let UConn go on a 11-2 run in a tie game and see how them.
And let's just see how
feel.
cool I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
might need you to video yourself in your best coaching moments. Put it together.
Do like DMac and just do yourself doing the game.
I'll just again, like it's all about no expression, just stay even, no matter what. Okay.
How do you do that as a fan?
I'm Jay Wright over there. Okay.
But you know what? You got to be broken. I've done that when I'm broken. But if you really believe they can win, good luck.
I believe the Illini can win.
I don't think Andy watches any sport, being a Colorado kid, and I give you a lot of credit for that. I don't think you watch any Colorado pro sport in particular and just sit there calm and watch a game.
You want me to live cast a Rockies game? you want me to live cast the Drew Lock years?
Doing the dishes and not paying attention?
No, I just sat there angrily going, yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah.
But and Avs Nuggets?
Not the last 5 years.
Last couple of years Bronco games?
I made people come out of their backyard during the Cup run last year. Come out of the back door. In the basement, no less.
You ought to have Andy come over and watch the line.
No, that wouldn't help. Abby wouldn't.
No, because
Sammy thinks we're best friends. Remember when everybody thought you and Logan were just best friends and lived together?
Yeah.
That's what we. Yeah, I'm proud to say we've been together long enough. Everybody thinks we just. Hang out all the time.
Andy would have too much fun at my expense, and I can't have that.
I did one time get a guy. This is back in high school. This is maybe when I should have known I was bound for this career. I was mouthing from the stand so bad at what a bad game this kid was having. He threatened to kill me. I had to go down to the dean of students.
I screwed up like that.
So
one
that
time.
was my fault. I got threatened to die.
You guys weren't playing like East or something,
I was
were
like,
you?
oh,
Because
everybody talks to this kid. Nobody cares. I get a little back, and all of a sudden I'm the problem. All right.
I'm watching a high school game. No affiliation.
Yeah.
No kids at the school. I had friends coaching both teams. And so I just at the game, watching the game, and I just started laying into this one ref. He was absolutely horrible. He was a horrible ref. But I'm just laying into this ref.
And you're neutral party.
Yeah, I really am. I'm not cheering
also,
for either team.
the guy is getting $25 for officiating
I
children's
understand.
sports.
He doesn't care. Scotty does not care. Something about wearing those stripes
If you're not
changes
good at
feelings.
it, in other words, you're stealing money. So here's the long story short and why you got to look big picture. A couple years later, I'm a high school coach, and guess who's coaching my game and who remembers me getting on him from
You
the
got him?
stands?
Okay,
You get a
good.
call all game, did you?
Oh,
You're kind of a recognizable
dude,
fella.
we started the game up 17-0. Next thing I know, we're in foul trouble across the board for no reason.
That'll
I'm
get
like,
you.
good job, buddy. Saw him at halftime.
Scott Hastings, everybody. Yes, the Nuggets were victorious last night. So, Andy, we joked yesterday of, okay, so the Rockies had already won yesterday.
Yep.
They had done it.
I was done.
So the Nuggets are playing the tanking Jazz.
Yep.
And the Avalanche are playing the worst team in the NHL.
Terrible.
Good to go.
Yeah.
And, the Nuggets, they handled their business. They
tried not to in the third quarter, but then eventually decided they would. And I think the Jazz decided they better let them.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. That was a wild game.
It was
because the Nuggets, you could tell the Nuggets know. And dude, I don't think I've ever seen a Utah Jazz game look that empty in the second half. Holy cow, it looked like nobody was there.
You know what last night was? It was the Nuggets playing down to their competition and still winning by 13 points.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was, and they play the Spurs on Saturday. Jokic again. Scotty kind of pushed back on me a little bit. I think Jokic is bored out of his mind. He needs the playoffs. He needs to get there. Jamal was great last night.
He was.
Holy crap, was he awesome last night. Not many dudes played well, though. I thought Jamal was very good. I thought Cam Johnson was very good. And after that, ugh.
But as Scotty said, Joker kind of lit Cam's
got him going.
Pilot light.
Yeah, got him going, and he played well, and it was good to see. And yeah, I think Jokic is trying to make sure Cam is ready. AG looked stiff.
He did. And maybe even a little. I thought, Chris and Scotty pointed out one time late he got a rebound, could have went up and dunked and didn't.
Yeah.
And they wondered aloud, is that concern for the calf or
right.
what was that?
I don't know if he's playing Saturday or not. P-Watt, I hope it's precautionary. Tim Hardaway, we hope it's precautionary. At least the indications that they gave, they what did they call it? Hamstring tightness for Peyton Watson. They didn't say strain, so that's good news.
I know, but
that's good news. Hopefully, we'll see how that's going to be on a day-to-day basis. They're also going to be hyper precautionary with those guys right now. So hopefully that's all it was. And they were playing the Jazz, and it was no big deal. It could be a big deal, though. I have no idea. They don't show me the MRI results. I've been asking the training staff
them to send it
to
over.
email those to me. Just I'm right there. I'm in the company email system. They never send them to me. But yeah, the Nuggets handled their business. The Avalanche,
unacceptable.
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Unacceptable what you did last night, period.
They were down 6-2.
Well, here's the problem. If that had been the only one in this last month or whatever, 3 weeks, and I know it's April, so technically I'm talking in the last, 4 weeks of time.
Yeah.
Then maybe I'd let it go. But you pulled this crap against Pittsburgh, who came in and whooped you when they shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know you got even last night, but then you turn right around and you give right back up the go-ahead goal.
It was like 20 seconds later.
Yeah. So, and your power play against the worst PK in the league, which I must have heard Connor McGahee say about 3 times on my drive home, couldn't produce a goal. Am I right, Spring? No power play goals last night against the worst PK in the league?
No, you gave up a shorthanded goal.
Yeah, that was cool, too.
To the great Teddy Bluger.
That was pretty sweet.
You got Blugered last night.
So that was, that was a good time.
You got Brock Bessard and Teddy Blugered last night.
Yeah. So, yeah. So
Some good names right there.
Look, man. And listen, when this happened against the Pens, everybody was like, well, they didn't have Landeskog, they didn't have this, and what you had all those dudes.
Yeah.
You had all those dudes. So
yeah,
and I'm an overreactionary Avs fan, I will say that. But
sure.
It sure as hell feels like sometimes your voices are not getting listened to anymore.
Well,
which is interesting to me. Because I thought everybody you brought in was to make sure you had enough leadership so you wouldn't pull this kind of crap. And Cale McCarr or not should not have mattered last night. And then to your point about the injuries, did we get anything on Kadri? Was Kadri okay? After taking that one in the back of the arm?
It was Natchez who got banged
I don't know. Kadri took a shot off the back of the arm near the crease.
He's okay.
So he went off shaking his hand late in the game. I mean...
Upper body, Andy. Don't specify appendages, please.
And I know Natchez came back and, it was funny because who was it? Somebody with Drury scored and Natchez came back to the bench right at the same time.
Well, Drury scored the last goal for the Canucks. That's the thing. That's how bad they were. I didn't even get mad about the stupid goal. I was like, you deserve that. Because Vancouver's winning goal was a stupid goal. It's the flaw with the sport. It's too much stupid.
Yeah,
but
and that's why you can't just turn it on like the Nuggets did and just show you we're the better team.
But
even though you tried to.
I can't defend it because you gave up 7 other goals last night.
And again, look,
My
man,
God.
do me a favor. Just let Wedgewood get right for the playoffs, please. And I know a lot of it wasn't Blackwood's fault, but Blackwood, it's just been a weird year for him. Please just go all in on Wedgewood and let's just. And look, if you win the cup, none of this matters. This is all forgotten. This is all forgotten. But this is one of those. This is one of those games where it's
Andy
like, dude,
Lindahl doesn't forget.
You should. Well, because again, you had all your leadership out there, and this crap still happens. You just come on, man. You end up if for some reason if somehow the worst comes and you're not the number 1 seed and Dallas overtakes you, it's going to be because of the Penguins in that game last night. So.
I mean, they'd have to really
okay, but you should not have lost. You should not have lost to Vancouver last night. And you did. So
they're still 8 up with a game in hand on Dallas. Like it would take a world class bed crapping.
The best team in the league just lost to the worst team in the league on home ice and could not get a power play against the worst penalty kill in the league.
Yes,
stupid things happen in that sport. So
that I cannot push back
again.
on.
That's not. This isn't like basketball, Nate. This isn't like the NBA, like you pointed out. The Nuggets decided in the 4th quarter we're not letting you win this thing.
Well, there you go, everybody. The Avalanche upset Dad. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are with you today until 6 o'clock. We got a lot to do on this radio show, and we're doing it with you after this. It is a Ticket Thursday, and we have your chance to win tickets to see the game against Portland on Monday night. Text the keyword ALL right now. ALL, A-L-L, ALL. Right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is ALL. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. What do you think it is, Andy? We going all fabric softener today on the show?
I was going to say, that's funny. That's a laundry detergent. That's what I was thinking of. Now, I think it's a bargain brand.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I do Purex. I don't know about you.
I don't even think I know this brand. I haven't ventured over to the Pure. How is the Purex? Is it pretty
fine.
good?
Gets it done.
Okay.
Gets it done.
All right. I don't even know. I got to be honest with you. I don't even know what we have in the laundry room. I just know the clothes get clean.
I just know Tide's like $5 or $6 more than everything else.
Hey, take that. Uh-huh.
You better show me you're doing better.
All. Text the keyword all right now to 303-504-0925. All. Bill Stevenson? All? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that was a
Punk rock band.
Was that an offshoot band or was
Of
that
the
original?
Descendants.
Yeah, was that the original before the Descendants?
I know. I think it wasn't all the Descendants without Milo. Wasn't that
Is that
the
what
thing?
it was? Okay.
I'm sure somebody can
I remember
actually
they had like one song that I liked, and I knew it was an offshoot.
I had a few of their albums. Yeah, they were good. Yeah, they were good. So
in that New Order was the offshoot of something else.
It was. Why am I spacing
another
the name of the
80s
band
alt rock
now?
band?
No, it was the guy died, and that's why they became New Order.
Gotcha.
Yes,
So it's kind of like Sublime with all their different.
My
funk
brain
singers.
isn't firing right now, and therefore, it was Peter Hook was in the band Joy Division.
Joy Division. That was it.
And then wasn't it Peter Hook died?
Sure. I like New Order. Whatever.
Okay.
It's called Nerf. Nerf will know.
Yes.
Could we cross that one over?
Oh,
we're not technically competing with each other. Right?
It was Ian Curtis that died. Excuse me.
Darn it, Ian.
Yes, Ian Curtis died. So Joy Division, and then Ian Curtis died, and then they became New Order. 80s rock history sort of remembered today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
By the way, when I said pilot light,
Mm-hmm.
how many in the audience are too young for pilot light? Nobody lights a pilot light anymore, right? Thank God.
I think my furnace still has one.
Really?
Yeah, old school, bro.
Well, but my mom had one of those for a while where there was a special, I'm old school enough where my dad showed me how to actually get the flame out and hope you didn't have too much gas up too high and blow the house up to get that thing relit.
You'll never put out your flame.
Oh, I don't know.
The Avalanche tried
the
last
Avs
night.
and those damn new Nordique jerseys did it to me. How about that? You got to get rid of those things, don't you? Mark had, by the way, chef's kiss tweet from Mark Springer
let's
last
have
night
it.
that I saw today. Do you want to read your tweet or shall I read your tweet?
Well,
are you proud
look,
enough you want to give it to everybody?
I would prefer Mark Springer read his tweet in Mark Springer
Should
voice.
I imitate Mark? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, it's Mark Springer. Here we go. This is Mark Springer's tweets by Mark Springer right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, produced by Mark Springer.
Well, what I tweeted was, and this is factually correct, that the Colorado Avalanche, they are the favorites to win the Stanley Cup.
True.
Yep, that's a true thing.
That is true.
The Quebec Nordiques are favored to win the draft lottery.
I like, what are they, 2-5 in those damn things?
I'll do it to myself.
Mark just weaponized it against himself. He Kelsey'd himself.
I thought that was a good tweet.
I think it's a great tweet.
Yes.
It made me laugh. It's the only thing last night that did make me laugh.
8-6.
Well,
give up 8. I don't know.
Empty netter.
The name Teddy Bluger made me laugh every time that I heard it. That's a good name, Bluger.
Good old Bluger.
Yeah. Zev Buyam, the old DU pioneer.
Yep, he showed up, did some things.
He was on that team too last night. Yeah, I've heard of some hockey guys. I honestly, before last night, I had never heard of Teddy Bluger.
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
I didn't know about Bluger. I got you that. That sounds more like
I hadn't heard from Fangio in a
It
while.
sounds like he hangs out with the big brother from weird science.
Chet.
Does
Teddy have a brother named Chet?
Chet
Bluger.
and Teddy Bluger are down there at the mall picking on kids.
The Bluger brothers.
Hey, don't go down that street. The Bluger brothers live there.
You don't want to ride the bus with the Bluger brothers. Those guys are the worst. Brock Besser had himself a hat trick last night.
That sounds like a hockey. That sounds like a punchable hockey face, though.
Boeser Besser.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? McKinnon did score his 50th last night, so that was fun. Second 50-goal season of the career, I believe, in franchise history. Sakic did it, wasn't it 3 times, I believe? And then Michel Goulet, I think, did 4 consecutive, if I'm remembering this correctly. Goulet.
See, you do the same thing I do. I can't be mature about that name. One of the greatest players, maybe I don't know, one of the greatest players in Avs history, and there's going to be debatables. Maybe he is the greatest player in Nordique's history. How about that? And I always go to the Saturday Night Live skit with Will Ferrell being, what's the guy's first name? Goulet.
Robert Goulet is who you would have been going for right there. Michel Goulet was the member of the Nordiques. Peter Stastny he was pretty elite as well. Yeah, when you start talking about the great Nordiques of all time, which doesn't include any of the members of the Avalanche currently, apparently, according to Mark Springer's tweets, Peter Stastny and Michel Goulet, those guys were probably the best, right? Weren't there multiple Stasnys, too? Wasn't there an Anton in there as well?
Anton has been on the post-game shows, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Wasn't he? Wasn't Anton the one that joined the crew for a while?
I'll be with you.
No, that was somebody else, some other Czech guy.
That was a Stastny, though.
It was? Was that Paul Stastny's brother? I can't remember. But now a lot of people are saying that they don't want the Avs to wear the Nordique sweaters again. Ever again.
Well, I get it. We've all been
Fair
hurt.
enough. They haven't played well.
Yeah.
I bet the people of Quebec really don't like it.
Yeah. I don't know what to say.
Are they cursed?
Did
the people of Quebec
don't know.
curse?
Seriously.
Honestly, I don't know. It's the elephant in the room, I guess. I don't know what to say, Nate.
Yeah, it's
you're
weird.
Right.
It's real weird.
The Baltimore Ravens never decided to pull out the old Cleveland Brown uniforms.
Because the last time they wore them was the Penguins game. Where they got crushed.
Yeah, they suck in those uniforms as glorious and beautiful as they are.
Nordiques games have been not good.
Like, I would like it if the Washington Nationals busted out a nice Montreal Expos uniform for a night, just because I like those uniforms. But if I was a baseball fan that was going to Olympic Stadium back in the day to watch Expos games, I was a big Tim Wallach and Rock Reigns guy, I'd be like, hey, screw you, you darn Americans.
Look, we've had our fun. Fun time's over, man. It's April.
Yeah.
Now it's time to grind in.
So
Now you bite through your lip with the stress of what these hockey games provide.
So wear Avalanche sweaters.
Now you can't have a proper bowel movement because you're so stressed out. Everything's locked up from the lower half down as you try to get through a playoff series. Wait, just me?
I was taking a yeah.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Can't. I'm so stressed out. The muscles are too tight for anything to move.
He wasn't able to.
Are they supposed to wear them anymore, Mark? Is that it?
Yeah, I think they got one more on the 11th.
The hell they do.
Yeah,
That's out.
Yeah.
No.
I think they're on a 4-game losing streak.
Who are they playing that day?
I need to look at the schedule.
Yeah, please do. Because no, it's out. It's done. Boy, what if they did that for Jersey?
The Knights?
It
might be the Knights.
No. Oh, it was Jan Stasny. Thank you, Texter. Yeah, Jan was on there, not Anton.
Gotcha.
Saturday, April 11th. Yeah, they play Vegas. Mm-hmm.
Now that's done. We're out.
Okay, fair enough.
It's like, please quit talking about uniform. By the way, did the Falcons actually roll out like a new uniform today? Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, I don't know what the Falcons are doing. Like the Falcons, I swear, they're one of those teams that changes the uniform and you're just like, did ya?
But here's my question. Do the Falcons have a classic Falcons
what
uniform?
about that, like, red jersey or the red? Like, again, I went and looked at the comments. I always go and look at uniform comments to see how the fans are taking it.
Okay.
And all the Falcon fans are like, please go back to the red helmets. Please wear the old school throwback red helmets. Now, I don't know why. I don't know what they ever did in those things that would be special. But the fan base there, all 12 of them, seem to really want those helmets back.
I mean, because everybody likes a throwback, right? And so because that was the Falcons uniform of your childhood, but even like think of the great football uniforms, NFL uniforms of the 80s. You don't think of the damn Falcons uniform.
Well, the Deion Sanders, Michael Vick, black with the silver pants, which I think the Raiders had a problem with. Those are pretty cool.
The players were cool. Were the uniforms cool?
Yeah, go look at them again.
Or are we
giving them another peek?
I think we're giving them too much credit because Deion and Michael Vick were cool.
Maybe, but they were still cool.
Because
Brian
Andre
Jordan.
Bad Moon Rising was cool. Because Mike Pritchard was cool.
His house got burned down. What about Jamal Williams? Where are you following Jamal Williams, their running back?
Yeah, good
Or
player.
no, wait, was he Jamal Williams or Anderson? Was it Jamal Anderson?
Jamal Anderson, the Dirty Bird. Yeah.
Sure.
Mhm. No, he was cool.
Chris Chandler was, what a stud.
They had cool players.
Chris Chandler, the Kirk Cousins of the 90s.
Let's be honest. Like it's after
like that.
After Deion, isn't Matt Ryan their second best player ever?
Probably.
And I know that Matt Ryan won an MVP, but like,
get your boy Pritchard on the phone. Let's have him rank some.
Do you have any great
Falcons.
Matt Ryan memories? Like, that sick Matt Ryan play that he
28
made.
to 3 when they got to 28.
What about Julio Jones?
Julio Jones is a pretty good player. Pretty good.
Julio Jones, again,
but again, you didn't win anything with him.
They
won
guys.
nothing with it. Michael Vick was fun as hell. Okay?
Now, he was awesome.
That guy was a video game in real life.
And then he went to federal prison.
Yeah, and then he had problems with the pups. But, you know.
He was cool.
But up
though.
until then,
In
watching
his prime,
that guy play.
he was
Remember
very
when the
cool.
Broncos and the
Halloween,
05
right?
Broncos and the Falcons had a barn burner out at what was then, I think, Invesco.
Yeah. He was, again, cool player. But I would argue the Atlanta Falcons are in the conversation for most irrelevant NFL franchise.
Okay. Is Jacksonville out of that conversation?
No, they're still there. They had a good year last year. Recency bias be damned, but they're still the Jaguars. Basically, and maybe this is just making my point for me. Anybody in the NFC or AFC South are the most eminently forgettable teams in pro football.
Yeah, you're not remembering. What's funny is you'd remember the Titans, not the movie. You'd remember the Titans.
I was gonna say
if they were still the Oilers, frankly.
Right.
That was a sweet uniform.
There was good
Whose
history.
uniform? Take sports hate out of it.
Okay.
Whose uniform would you never buy? Would you never wear? Like that Detroit Piston weird horse thing. I ain't wearing that. The Vancouver Grizzly jersey. Don't want it.
You know what's funny about those,
the
though?
dumb Raptor jersey. Hate that thing. None of the Jags jerseys do it for me.
I actually kind of like those stupid 90s NBA uniforms.
Why?
Because they're so stupid.
Because you like things that cause the masses anger.
I do,
you?
because they're so stupid. That's why I like them.
It's the Dumb and Dumber of jerseys.
The
for you.
Houston
it's
Rockets.
So stupid, it's good.
Yeah, the Houston Rockets had a really stupid uniform in the mid-90s.
Didn't they play in the championship in those craptacular
they won
unis?
a championship. Their second championship. They won.
God, they all look like Taco Bell.
Remember Charles
we need to just
Barkley
label
was
it the
there?
Taco Bell uniforms because it has the same colors at the inside of a 90s Taco Bell.
Well, that's the Rockies in their
I
City
know.
Edition uniforms these days. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is there another NFL team like the Browns? Why would you ever brown? It's the worst. It's the color of excrement. What are we doing? I asked you yesterday, can the Browns not ever just change their color because they have to be named after Paul Brown? Seriously, guy doesn't even own your franchise anymore. Dump the name, dump the colors, start anew. Matter of fact, maybe get a new owner while you're at it.
What's the deal with the Keebler elf that they've got as a logo?
I was there asking.
What's the deal with
that?
that?
I understood. I met their big dog there when I went there in 2015.
They got a dog?
They got it's a gigantic dog.
Okay.
But he's a nice dog. At least that one was nice.
Okay.
I got to pet the dog.
Was the dog brown?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
what do you think? No, it was white.
I don't
It
know.
was a Dalmatian.
I don't know the dog.
It was a poodle. Yeah, but the big dumb elf was painted on the middle of the field. And I'm like, what? I don't get it. And nobody can answer to me why it was there.
Okay.
I asked, I don't know. Well, okay. So you're not questioning enough to get it out of here? I don't get it.
I don't know. People like their dumb history. You know?
And Elf.
I mean, think about
hey,
that,
look,
Andy.
I'm a longtime Bronco fan. I hate the dumb bucking Bronco one.
The team left
and came back.
Bailed.
Yeah.
They brought it back, and they loved the history so much. Not only did they bring back the uniform and the logo. What the hell's the logo? Anyway, they brought all of it back. And they even fought to get the team history reinstated
Given
for
back
them.
to them.
That's how important all that crap was to them.
I get some of that, but I mean, that uniform.
No,
what do you do with that
I don't get
color?
that at all. That's not your team.
All right,
that's not your
enough.
team. I mean, we just got done talking about Peter and Anton Stasny and Michelle Goulet. Had nothing to do with Colorado, and yet we got to bring them up every single time we start talking about all the greatness in the franchise. It's like those guys didn't play here.
Wow, you're angry.
Oh, Anyway, when I do Avalanche history, I go back to 95, 96. I almost always do.
But it is kind of a cool logo. And I do love the look of the jersey. I don't want to see it on the ice anymore. Bad things happen.
It was a cool shirt.
I told you, but you know what? I got a Bronco uniform that's like that too. Those stupid Bucking Bronco ones, they wore them against the Raiders.
Oh, the brown and yellows?
They're dumb orange with the blue sleeves. And I mean, the Raiders, they smoked them. Wade Phillips was coaching. It was 1993. Charles Dimry had to cover Tim Brown. Charles Dimry still doesn't know where Tim Brown is, somewhere in the secondary. Somewhere Tim Brown in some other alternate dimension is still catching touchdowns on Charles Dimry, and I never wanted to see the uniform again.
The point is here, Andy, is the red Falcons helmet
sucks.
Has nothing on the blue D Broncos helmet. It's got nothing on it.
No, it doesn't. It's just...
So again, it brings up my point that the Falcons are irrelevant. Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Right after this.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about testosterone levels. We start talking about testosterone levels. Do you know yours? You need to get them tested. If not, the older you get, the more important this is. It can help and hurt a lot of things. It can help or hurt testosterone levels we're talking about. Your workouts, your sex drive, your sleep patterns, brain fog, just overall wellness is affected by your testosterone levels. So if you want to get these checked out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you can. And you can maybe start on some testosterone treatment there. But they're more than that now. Now the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help men lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. I did the GLP-1 through the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, again, down over 40 pounds. Matter of fact, was going through some clothes today. We're losing a lot of X's in the old triple XL shirts. They're just not what they used to be. Mark Moser is going to be bummed. So get on in there, talk to him about these 4 body composition programs that they have and your low T. Don't let low T be something you continue to put off, especially if you feel it affecting like your energy. Maybe you get up. The first sign for me with the low T thing was you get up, you're ready to go for the day, and 2 hours later, you're ready for a nap. That would be the first thing I thought of. Of course, you know about the sexual side effects. Get in there, get tested. First visit goes like this. Draw your blood. You'll have results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results. Cost of that appointment's $99. Covers the consult, the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, it is free. So get back to feeling like yourself, and in my case, looking like the way you wanted to look. 720-440-7900 is the main number for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can get to all 5 of their locations through that. That includes the locations in Fort Collins, The Springs, Castle Rock, North, and Central Denver. Or you'll go and visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A bucket here if you're Utah. You probably call a timeout and get everybody else into the game, don't you think? Inside the arc is Jokic. Hands it off over to Murray for three. That one's good. 126 to 108 is the score. And that'll be Jazz basketball coming back the other way.
130 to 117, the final last night. The win streak is 7. They are 1 win away from 50. Spurs coming up on Saturday. That one's going to be an awful lot of fun. Joining us right now to break it all down for us, because apparently he's going to be day drinking like an NFL head coach tomorrow at opening day. Our buddy Dan Hyatt, NBA statistician, is with us here on a Thursday afternoon. Rare Thursday appearance for Dan Hyatt. It is time for 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Dan, how you doing, man?
I'm good, and I get my one day where I get to go down the ballpark and not work, and so I'm going to take advantage, okay? No judgment.
And you're going to get mocked for it on this show. All right, Dan, let's dive into it here, okay? Victorious last night over the Jazz. Classic trap game, and the Nuggets gave it a trap game effort and beat the Jazz by 13 points. Let's start talking lineups. I don't even really know. You sent over, you wanted to do lineup talk. How the hell do we do lineup talk when we don't know who is available to be in any friggin' lineups?
No, the predictability of this makes it difficult, but you've got the primary 5 have now kind of quietly played 20 games together. And you look back at the championship year and the year after when you had KCP, 22 and 23, when they won it all, those 5 played together 41 games. Hit the playoffs and played another 20 together. The year after, they actually played more. That primary 5 played 48 in a row, or played 48 together before they got to the playoffs. They just fell short. But you're having enough games right now where these guys can all get back in there. If you look at the course of the season, you've got, they start off great. They're 8-2. Everyone's healthy. They go a couple months without most of their guys. Find ways to get wins together. Took advantage of a January schedule that was easy. Jokic comes back, and in February, they're just rusty, and they had a really hard schedule. They had the hardest schedule for about a 6-week period while they're trying to figure everything out. Now, they get through the gauntlet. They've got some games right now against teams like Utah, which you'd rather just beat the snot out of, but they're not going to do that because they're still trying to figure some things out. Who you have available, I don't know, but with those guys together, for these last couple of games, you've at least got a semblance of order. And you've got the ability for Adelman to pick his spots and figure out what it looks like for at least a couple, because those last 2 games against the Spurs and the Thunder are probably not going to matter. Hopefully not. I mean, if those guys stay close, San Antonio might go for it.
No, but kind of to your point though, is Dan, is like what I think the best case scenario for the Nuggets right now is just like get the 4 seed locked up. Do it by, maybe you beat the Spurs, beat Portland, beat Memphis, get the 4 seed locked up, and then just mail it in, okay? And just, all right, shut everybody down, get ready for the playoffs, because you're not going to catch the Lakers. You're just not.
No, you don't need to. You really don't. But right now you're on the verge of almost 50 wins with, when we talk about guys being out, you talk about man games lost injury, they've had less injuries this year compared to last year in terms of total number of games. But right now you only have one of those 5 qualifying guys with enough games to qualify for all NBA. Jokic should get there, but without those other 3, it's just kind of crazy that your primary guys are just have not been there, and yet you were on the verge of 50 and getting that 4 seed. I'm with you. I don't really care. The 3 and the 4 doesn't matter to me. Get 4, get home. They had a couple of weeks where they were struggling at home earlier in the season, and the road record was phenomenal. They got one chance to set a new franchise record for most road wins on that last game. But they're playing really good right now at home. And I think that's the kind of confidence that they're going to need to be able to go in the playoffs and actually make some noise.
Yeah, I think home court advantage still matters massively in the postseason. By the way, Dan, I made the argument yesterday for Jamal Murray, second team All-NBA. Do you think he can get there, or is third team probably what we should bet on?
I don't know. I would not be upset if he gets third and doesn't get second, but I will be so disappointed and so angry if he doesn't get anything because of what he's doing.
I can't imagine
the history of this game has shown.
Yeah.
The history of this game has shown. And Katie and I were breaking this down last night. She was asking me questions, and we were trying to formulate an idea, and she had a really good the ability to take all the numbers and present this in historical context. 25 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists for a point guard is almost a lock, except that then you throw in the fact that they're a winning team and he's played 70 games. And if you put all those together, you've had 19 out of 20 guys in history who've had that, and they've made the All-NBA. The only guy who hasn't is James Harden, who's got a bunch of them, and that was a one-off. So guys who put up what Murray is doing right now are All-NBA. Between second and third team, that's where it kind of gets a little bit political for me, and it'd be disappointing to see him drop. But as long as he gets something, he deserves it.
Andy, Dan Hyatt just cited the same Dan Hyatt stat that I cited yesterday here on the show, right here back to us. That was very exciting.
Finding out that you all have the same people you talk to.
I know. Everyone's
talking
to
things.
Yeah, everyone's talking to Dan Hyatt, okay?
These last couple of games, like probably a week and a half, the stat off on Twitter right now to try to find all the best, Murray and Jokic stuff is crazy. It's never been like this.
Yeah, so
just the historical context.
Let's dive into the combo stuff because I believe those are the 2 top assist to score combos in the NBA is Jokic to Murray and Murray to Jokic.
If you look at the combinations of how many field goals are made a year from one teammate to another, Jokic and anybody is typically in that top 20. There's probably 3 or 4 combinations. It's always Jokic and Murray. Murray and Jokic are in there, but right now they're the top 2. That's never happened. It's never even come close, except for the last couple of years with Jokic and Murray. But they've won 7 games in a row right now, and Murray's putting up 30 points per game with 50% from 3, and Jokic has averaging a triple double in this time. Then there's 6 other guys all averaging double digits. Like, this is a formula that will win you games in the playoffs. I know the defense has just been struggling at these points in the game in which a big lead falls apart and you can't, step on their neck and do what you should do against the Jazz. But right now, the 2 of them are playing a game that has not been seen together, even by them, by their standards. And it's just kind of unprecedented, but the ability for both of them to create as much offense as they are with just them. I want AG healthy. I think they need him. I think they need Watson. Hardaway's a big key. You can make arguments for all these guys. If you give me those 2 right now, I'll take them over any other combo. I will.
I'll also tell you this, hot take, if Jamal Murray makes 10 threes every game, they win the championship.
Boom.
There you go. That's all it takes.
That was pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, he was unreal last night. All right, so there you go. Jokic and Murray, best combo in the entire NBA, and maybe the greatest combo season we have ever seen in the history of the sport. That is 2 Nugget stats you needed to know. It is now time for a Nugget stat you do not need to know, courtesy of our friend Dan Hyatt. Let's go.
Well, I didn't get crazy. I don't think this is something you don't need to know, but I think it's something we should appreciate because what we do on these broadcasts is we talk a lot about Oscar Robertson, right? So now Jokic is going to average a triple-double for a season for a second time. Oscar was the first to do it in 1962. But Oscar, the story of Oscar Robertson is pretty remarkable. And the fact that, he grew up in absolute poverty in Indianapolis. And you talk about, people being able to play basketball because it's a little bit easier to navigate with the money. You need a ball and a hoop. Hoops are easy. Peach baskets since the Naismith days when they just pinned them on the wall have been a thing, right? But basketballs were a little harder to come by. Digging into Oscar, man, I think it is just so cool to be able to look at how he learned how to play ball with not enough money to even afford a basketball. And he would take tennis balls and he would wrap rags around them and then he would rubber band them. And he would use those to learn how to shoot. And the weight distribution was off. You couldn't really dribble him. His driveway had some grassy patches area. If you see pictures of his old childhood home and the basket he had, there's no possible way he should have been able to figure the sport out the way he did by learning how to create a basketball with all these rags that would be used and rubber band. But he did. And I just think it's a really cool concept that kids nowadays should appreciate. Because now one of my son's little buddies just 3D printed a basketball. And Wilson's been experimenting with this for years. Those are coming. Those are going to be accessible for everyone where you could just, for a couple of dollars, 3D print a basketball. And that's going to be the weight and the bounce is all going to match, which is kind of crazy.
All right, I got a request for you.
How did he handle the rock with a giant taped together bunch of tennis balls?
He had the rock.
How would that work?
The rock in the middle of his rock.
I guess.
Well, he was a big point guard for his day and age.
Time.
He was 6'5", 200, which is funny because Murray's 6'4", 215.
Right.
But he would manhandle guys. It's like Jokic. They can see over the top of action. It's the anticipatory, sixth sense kind of thing. But that's players back then were 6'2" on average. Now they're 6'7", 6'8" on average. So it's very different. But he was able to kind of read the court, as a point guard and had the passing. But the ability for him to be able to shoot and rebound as a guard too was still pretty remarkable. Jokic leading the league in assists this year is
it's unbelievable. It's a center leading the NBA in assists.
Yeah, he's missed all these games. He's still leading in total assists.
Yeah,
he's going to lead in average assists, which no center's ever done. And it's just too hard to even comprehend that anybody can look at that and say, how is he not the most valuable player in the history of this game this year?
And again,
the ability for him to do all that stuff at once is unbelievable.
15, 17, and 12 last night, and I would argue, again, he played like crap because he did. All right. Well, Dan, beautiful work as always. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. Enjoy opening day tomorrow.
Hey, real quick. Okay,
Yes.
Real quick. I need you to, find the jersey that's got the greatest losing percentage ever because you're that kind of guy. And more importantly, do not vote in any Spotify or because you've already lost your account once, Dan. Do not vote in any Spotify. Don't vote in any kind of poll that comes to you via DM, please. Because every day I wake up to more of my media friends that have lost their X account. So please, for the love of God, we just got you back. Don't get shadow banned talking about crypto again, Dan.
I know, and it's just that the mystery of why it even happened in the first place.
We'll never know.
It's not really a mystery. I'm sure I did something stupid, but until I figure out what that is, I'll just keep trying to be less stupid every
Don't
time.
answer any DM. Period. None.
Deal.
Dan, good job, dude. We appreciate it. Dan Hyatt, NBA statistician, joining us here on a Thursday afternoon. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and we're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Nuggets this Monday night against Portland. Lock in the best prices and flexibility with 26-27 season memberships. Choose full, half, or quarter plans at Ball Arena and get perks like playoff presale access. Last season sold out. Get yours now at nuggets.com. Your next keyword is coming up in 20 minutes. All right, it is the second hour of the show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're going to broadcast live on opening day at the Denver Chop House tomorrow starting at 10, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, who reminds you, do not drink and drive. Learn more about the rideshare reimbursement program at wilhitewins.com. The Wilhite Law Firm helping you celebrate safely. See you tomorrow. And everybody celebrates safely tomorrow on opening day in Denver. Rockies and Phillies out there at Coors Field tomorrow.
Do the Rockies and Phillies still have a thing? Remember when they didn't like each other very much there for a while?
When Bryce Harper called him what was it, a clown?
Wow, that was just a couple
clown
years
bleep
ago, so
organization.
So. Yeah, but remember the Phillies accused them of sign stealing at one point, and who was their old guy manager that got big and old guy grumpy?
Charlie Manuel?
That, yeah.
That's old. They're going way back. Yeah.
So they've had a thing for a while. It's like the Phillies and the Giants hate the Rockies the most.
Do the Phillies really hate the Rockies?
I don't know. I can't tell. That's what I'm asking. Is that still a thing?
Or is it just one of those things where, like, the Rockies
just no respect for them?
Hate they definitely don't have any respect for them. Bryce Harper has made that.
The Giants are
clear.
I know.
The Giants still have the beef. I think the Giants and the Diamondbacks. There's actual disdain between the organizations there. Yeah, I think the Phillies are too wrapped up in their own division of
their
hate.
Own issue of problems now.
Right.
That could be it.
They're you know what they're too wrapped up in? Their own fans hating them too much. That's just the reality of living in Philadelphia. So yes, Rockies and Phillies get going tomorrow. So Andy, last night I hung out with Wemby for a while last night. I watched most of that game against Golden State. And the Nuggets play them coming up on Saturday at 1:00. And by the way, did you look at it? The Spurs still have a shot at catching the Thunder and getting the 1 seed. They could do it, and they have the tiebreak.
But we kind of don't want that, right?
I think they beat them 4 out of 5 times.
If they keep pushing, then the Nuggets will have actual real games against. Although the Nuggets could wave the white flag and just let those two teams not worry about it, right? They could be the ones that are saying have it.
Well, if OKC falls to the 2 seed, you could avoid the Thunder until the Western Conference Finals.
If you stayed at the 4?
Yeah, if you're at the 4, now you'd have to play the Spurs in the second round, and the Spurs are going to be tough. And they worked the Nuggets.
It's just no avoiding those two teams.
A part of this, Andy, is we're carving out a path, and I will still argue you're better off not having to play the Thunder until the Western Conference Finals because maybe they're going to be beat up, but you're going to be beat up.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is.
Guys are going to miss games in the playoffs.
And the Thunder have 1,000 players, it feels like. Kudos to them. They've drafted well. They're a deep, deep team.
Yeah.
But if you do, see what is good, if you've got the second round matchup set up with the Spurs, there's always the chance, as many have said, and a lot of the NBA vets, you've talked about it, they just don't buy that the first time in the big dance that you pull off the all the way to the finals kind of deal. So
I don't know, man. That guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm buying it. I feel like the Spurs are set to be a problem deep into the playoffs.
So as I watched him last night, he has back-to-back 40-point double-doubles. He even said in an interview, I think after the game the other night against the Bulls, he was just like, "Yeah, I'm trying some stuff." He took 27 shots in that game, which he almost never does. He's like, "Yeah, I'm trying some stuff." Well, it seems to be working. Now, again, Chicago and Golden State, neither of them have bigs right now, so take that for what it's worth. But, the stuff that Wemby is doing right now, the things he keeps adding to his game, they're running him off screens and trying to get him to catch, at the free throw line or, in the mid-range. Quite frankly, it's very similar to a lot of the stuff that Philly used to do with Embiid, just get him to those mid-range spots. They're running that stuff with him. He's got a pull-up game, which nobody can block his shot.
No.
If he's at the rim, it's going to go down, and they throw lobs to him that you can't do anything about because he can go and get the ball in places where no one else can go. The other thing, and I mentioned this with Hastings earlier, is you can defend him well, and you can actually force his momentum away from the rim, and he can still dunk it because he's got go-go gadget arms. And, Stephon Castle is really good, and De'Aaron Fox is really fast. Those guys are good, man.
Yeah, it's a problem. This sucks.
They're going to be a problem. You got to defend the three-point line when you play those guys, and just know that if he catches a lob, he's going to score. And I worry about the Nuggets again. Like their ability to be able to defend the pick and roll is not great. So I worry about them in that way. Now, here's the thing the Nuggets have going for them is Nikola Jokic is a crafty scorer in the paint, and the Nuggets are arguably the best three-point shooting team of all time.
Yeah, but you got to have it on, which some nights it isn't.
You
because
do.
It's a three ball, and the more you get tired in the playoffs, the more the legs could hurt the three ball. But I meant to ask this of Hastings earlier. Is there a world where you could use Valanciunas to try to beat up Wemby a bit? I mean, again, what you see last night is there's times where Valanciunas, again, it's just there's a slow play there that you can't get around.
Like Wemby will cook him,
right?
But
could he just get physical with him?
Val's,
couple shots.
Val's got
things to think about.
Val's got 6 fouls.
Angry man game.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Val's got 6 fouls, and you're going to have to use them. He would have to play in that series. I wouldn't play him too much, but he would have to play in that series.
But I want him to get physical with him.
Yes.
And like you said, if you use 3 and 5 minutes in the first and 3 and 5 minutes, then so be it. But I want him to feel you, period.
God, they're good too.
I know they're good. I'm frankly more worried about them.
Champagne out there raining threes. They bring Harrison Barnes off the bench. Kelton Johnson, who might win 6th man of the year over Tim Hardaway this year. They bring Dylan Harper into the game. He's fast as hell. My God.
Yeah, I don't.
It's going to be a tough series. But the reality of it too is we start talking about easiest paths to
there isn't one
to the NBA Finals. There isn't one in the West.
You're not the best team in this conference anymore.
Yeah.
You were the year that you won it.
You're not, and by the way, there's 5 teams that can give you a hell of a series right now in the Western Conference.
Yeah, it's going to be a meat grinder.
Yeah,
this whole thing's going to be a meat. Look, the Lakers really are more of a problem than I think we give them credit for.
Yeah.
I mean, they got guys that can score. That won't even be as easy. None of this is going to, nothing in the West is going to be fun. And Minnesota's still Minnesota. There's still a team that was largely constructed to be a problem for you specifically.
I don't think Austin Reeves can get away with bouncing the ball off the rim directly to himself again. I'd like to believe that
I would hope not, Nate. But again, but look, they've got guys that are going to probably get foul calls more than you will when it comes to Doncic and LeBron and even Austin to a case. So they'll go to the line more than you will.
Sure will. They always do.
And like you said, here's the thing right now. I don't need the Nuggets to all of a sudden become the mid-'80s Pistons, the bad boys.
No, they can't. They don't play that way.
But I need you to be a little bit better at the three-point line because you can't let all these teams start feeling great and matching your three-point shooting. If they do that, what do you got?
So an NFL transaction today, Andy.
Yes.
Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
Is now a Las Vegas Raider.
Yes.
Okay.
Which, again, it's amazing. It's amazing that the Max Crosby deal did not go through, and they had so much cap space that it didn't matter.
Still got 20. So Kirk Cousins will earn $20 million guaranteed this year, right?
Oh, it's also amazing that guy still finds a way to get north of $10 million.
Oh, Andy, listen to this, okay? Kirk Cousins, after he pulls down his $20 million guaranteed this year, he will surpass Tom Brady and move into sole possession of second place of the highest earners in NFL history. Kirk Cousins.
Who's the highest?
Matthew Stafford. Right now, I'm looking at Spot Track. Stafford is $408 million career earnings. Brady $333. Cousins $321 plus, but he'll pass him this year.
To go to $341.
Number 4 on the list.
Russell Wilson.
That's right.
Oh, my gosh.
Mr. Unlimited, only limited to $317 million in career earnings this season. That's pretty spicy.
Holy cow. $300 million?
Aaron Rodgers, $316 million. Matt Ryan, Dak Prescott, Drew Brees, Ben Roethlisberger, and Jared Goff round out the top 10. The highest earning non-quarterback in NFL history. Actually, you know what? Take a stab at this. I would have never guessed this guy. Just take a shot in the dark.
Jalen Ramsey.
No. Wrong side of the ball.
Oh. So a receiver?
Actually not.
Give it to me.
Trent Williams.
I knew I should have.
A left tackle that played forever.
I was like, it's probably a left tackle, but I wouldn't have guessed Trent Williams.
Trent Williams.
I don't know why.
$218 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how good he's been. $218 million. Good for you, big fella.
Seriously.
Holy cow.
Second highest earning non-quarterback, Von Miller, $199 million. Good for Von. So he'll surpass, I'm assuming he'll be on a roster, and he'll surpass $200 million
But it won't be here.
Career earnings this year.
People keep writing in, what about here? What about now? The Broncos, I don't believe, want him, folks. They just have kind of not really been into that.
Yeah, and it's, again, a Google search away from not blaming them. Khalil Mack, next up on the Ndamukong Suh. Oh, he made big dough.
He did, but he was dominant.
Yeah, he did well for
himself.
himself.
What? Where are the guys that were like the kings of the pass rush? Gosh, the two Indianapolis guys who just bounced around and were signing 1-year deals.
Oh, Robert Mathis was one of them.
Who was the guy before him? Mathis is like the second one.
Why am I spacing his name? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Dwight Freeney.
Dwight Freeney, thank you. Julius Peppers is very high on the list, $165 million.
Well, he's another one that kind of did that, right?
In career earnings, yes, did quite well for himself. I mean, Myles Garrett will be very high.
What about DeMarcus Ware? Just money got away from him? There'd be a guy you'd think.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, his career, like his prime, ended before the big bucks started flowing. Really.
Well, and he played in a lower salary cap time, but he also
his
had those
prime
neck
was
injuries.
his prime was pre-2011, so it was old CBA.
Yeah, and
so
he only played Denver and Dallas.
Yeah, exactly.
Like these guys we're talking about jumped to 3 or 4 teams at the end of their career. How about Jadeveon Clowney? Where is he at? There's another guy that feels like he gets a Kirk Cousins type deal for a pass rusher every year. Somehow he's 15, 20 million. Teams just keep giving it to him for some reason.
He's not even in the top 100.
Really? As a number 1 overall pick?
Yeah, he's not even in the top 100. Yeah.
Really?
Was he post?
God, he might have been
2011.
I don't know. Yeah. When was Clowney?
That's when you really got paid. By the way, when you were a rookie back in those days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aaron Donald did quite well for himself, $158 million. Yeah, it's all quarterbacks at the top. Peyton Manning, 12th highest earner in NFL history. At number 11, his brother Eli, who made $4 million more than Peyton did.
What?
I hope he holds that over him.
Oh my gosh, good for him.
$4 million more bucks. By the way, 14th highest earner in NFL history, Deshaun Watson.
Boy, then that guy might be the quarterback of the Browns.
Might be. Oof. That is just. Oof.
Shadur's back to number 2,
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm back to it.
All right. I still think they're trying to trade Deshaun Watson.
To who?
I don't know.
To who?
I don't. Again, trying to trade him and having a trade suitor are two very different things. But
I just want to see Jerry Jeudy running around his cul-de-sac with that helmet.
It's a Nuggets ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to see the Nuggets this Monday night against Portland. So you want to come back from that coming up here on the other side of this break. Andy, huge ESPN report out today on the dysfunction of the Philadelphia Eagles. As I read this story, I wondered, were the Broncos potentially headed down a similar path of dysfunction before ownership intervened? I'll explain what I'm talking about next. All right, it's Ticket Thursday. We get your chance to win tickets to see the game against Portland on Monday night. You want to text the keyword NBA right now to 303-504-0925. It's more of a key acronym, but still, NBA. Text it right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword, NBA. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck.
You're really savvy.
So at 3:20, we did all.
Yeah.
At 4:20, we're doing NBA.
Yeah.
This could be, you think this is Jamal Murray related?
Could be on its way.
Could be. Went for 37 last night, made 10 triples. By the way, the shot at the end of the first quarter, he traveled. It was
still cool shot.
Still cool.
Did he get it off in time, though?
He
We
did.
did not get as many replays as I thought we might.
No, because I actually did rewind it to double check.
You did your own Nate
Kreckman
yes,
replay? I had to know, and he did.
Okay.
It was, the ball's out of his hands at like 2/10, but it was close. The part, though, where he double pumped it and still buried it, it was sick. I mean, God, they were up 12-0 last night. Yeah, this is what I'll say about that game last night. I never thought they were going to lose, but they played down to the level of their competition. It's just the Jazz are horrendously bad.
Well, and in that sport, when you decide you're probably going to take over, you can.
Sure.
Versus the Avs unable to do the same thing in their game all the way because hockey, as you pointed out, has stupid bounces. It's
just hard.
And look, I'm not psyched about how they played, and I thought John Michael Lyles he did an excellent job just telling it how it is, how you got to show up ready, and you can't just assume because you're pulling the jersey on, you're that much better than the team you're playing that you're going to win, and everything he said in the post game. But at the same time, you got to admit, I mean, the game-winning goal went off, two people and caught the very edge of the pipe to go in. It's just how that sport goes sometimes.
Sports, man. Yeah, you're all pros.
Bothers me.
You're all getting paychecks. The Rockies took 2 or 3 from the defending American League champs.
Yeah.
Things happen. Okay. Headline today, ESPN.com. Inside Eagles 2025 friction as Jalen Hurts stands at crossroads. This is a great piece, by the way. If you got time to go in and read it, really good palace intrigue on the mess that has been the Philadelphia Eagles. I tell you what, when you read this story, Andy, you know who comes across looking a lot better after you read it? A.J. Brown.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to tell me Sirianni, but I guess not.
I mean, honestly, Jalen Hurts looks bad in this story. Jalen Hurts looks bad.
Well, remember, we were getting whispers of this throughout the season,
yeah.
where a lot of his teammates were getting frustrated that they didn't think he was taking the downfield plays that he could have.
So sort of along those lines, okay, I highlighted a couple of passages in this, and honestly, when I read about Jalen Hurts in this story, it made me think about a member of the Broncos organization, but not their quarterback. It made me think about Sean Payton.
Okay.
And follow me on some of this stuff, okay? Here's a key passage in here talking about the struggles in the Eagles' offense last year, and a lot of this having to do with Jalen Hurts' influence on game plan and play calling, and his desire to work almost exclusively out of the shotgun and with very little motion, even though Kellen Moore previously and Petullo last year had tried to push him into being more of an under-center quarterback, including Saquon Barkley wanting that for his offense. But listen to this. Close observers point to a lack of creativity and synergy in the Eagles' attack. The pass game wasn't always properly tied to the run, and there's a level of predictability that allows opposing defenses to get a bead on what's coming. Though there's plenty of blame to spread, Hurts has had a hand in the offense becoming calcified, according to several team sources who spoke to ESPN on condition of anonymity. A hand in the offense becoming calcified.
Yep.
If you were going to say anybody had the largest hand in the Broncos offense being calcified last year, who would you say that was?
Probably Sean Payton with the play calling.
Yes.
But again, it's hard, Nate, because you and I have talked about a number of those plays that did get open but didn't hit.
Right.
So
there were certainly plays there.
But again, as we learned, and I think the AFC Championship was the most glaring example of it, as Leggy said, what he's gleaned is the personnel switching as the year went on just signaled to too many defenses what was about to happen.
It was telegraphing what was coming next, and it was causing frustration and ultimately a rift between the head coach and the quarterback. I want to add this part of it, okay? Listen to this. This is, again, we're talking about Jalen Hurts here, but again, I couldn't help but think about Sean Payton as I read this stuff. Hurts has pushed back on changes that would diversify the scheme, sources said, including when it comes to him going under center more. He has shown a reluctance to let it rip at times, particularly against zone coverage. He diverts from the game plan and changes play calls to what some feel is at an excessive degree. His strong preferences, coupled with the coach's efforts to play to his strengths, which include his deep ball accuracy and throws to the perimeter, limit the breadth to which the offense can expand, or at least that's the way it has gone in the past. Okay. When I read that, what I hear is a lack of cohesion between coaching staff and player, right? Which, again, I think is something that the Broncos have butted up against. Not certainly to the Eagles' degree, and that group has been together longer, but when you hear stuff like that right there, and then you think, okay, was this stuff recognized by Broncos ownership or other members of the Broncos front office, or even other members of the Broncos coaching staff? And again, when conversations are had outside of Sean Payton's office, the idea, again, goes to ownership that maybe we shouldn't continue on in this way.
Yeah.
Is that why Davis Webb is in the position that he's in now?
I think in a large part, that's why. I do think Sean's admittance, what was that, in December, that sometimes things start, that maybe what got the ownership possibly to start, what now are you admitting to?
Right.
You know, let's okay. Greg Penner, I think, is a really sharp guy, and I think that probably caught his ear. Can't say for sure. I haven't talked to Greg Penner, but I got to imagine when your coach is admitting, sometimes like driving in the rain, all that stuff. Remember all that? So, but I also think it was obvious to anybody that watched that team last year, and Jeff wrote the article about it, that Bo Nix has a certain time. We learned in the article that 15 seconds from the sources around the Broncos, 15 seconds is about where Bo wants to be at the line, so he has his time.
Yeah.
Give him his moment to look over and feel settled in his mind as to what he wants to do with the play, which is very important because he's going to be the guy with the ball.
And he was too rushed last year.
He was too rushed last year because you were too busy switching personnel and trying to do this and trying to do that. So, yeah, I think that probably led to some of this. I think that's also, again, you and I said we can't. Greg Penner made it very clear the decision to hand off play calling was Sean Payton's, but he also said in his presser this week that me and Sean talked about it. So now Greg didn't say he initiated the discussion.
No,
we don't found out who initiated it.
Greg Penner claims that the decision to give play calling duties off was 100% Sean Payton's.
But who decided we should chat about this?
Right.
Do you think, because again, there's a part of me, at least if I'm Sean Payton, how about I just come by with, I don't know that I'd go to my boss and go, hey, I want to talk to you about the play calling.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You don't go to ownership and say, I think we've got an internal issue here. No, because that's your house.
Yeah.
You keep that clean on your own. That's something that the conversation is initiated by your boss.
I would think.
Yes.
And we don't know, but I think it's reasonable to suspect.
A couple of other passages about Jalen Hurts in here. Hurts' steely resolve can be both a benefit and a hindrance as the face of the franchise. Steely resolve. Yeah,
that to me is that sounds like stubbornness.
Yeah,
because again, for those that maybe wonder, and you mentioned the sentence earlier, that Saquon Barkley would like his quarterback under center. We've talked about this in the past. Running backs would rather you're under center and I'm directly behind you because as C.J. Anderson put it to me one time, I want the two-way go. I want to be able to go right or left. And I don't feel like I get going, say, if I'm to your left, I don't get to run that way as easily, you know?
Force fields are good for keeping unnecessary distractions out, but bad for connectivity and allowing essential items in. Sirianni has compared Hurts' leadership style to that of basketball legend Michael Jordan, and his agent, Nicole Lynn, has likened his obsessive work ethic to that of Kobe Bryant. That unrelenting, demanding mentality toward not just himself, but his teammates can be met with mixed reactions, especially in a star-studded locker room like Philadelphia's. Unrelenting, demanding mentality. Again, like Sean Payton said himself this week, like, I, along with Davis Webb, are now the heavies, and the quarterback coach Logan Kilgore is the warm and fuzzy. But like, clearly, what we saw in multiple sideline interactions last year, and certainly in some of the weirdness that came out at the end of the season, was a friction between coach and quarterback. I think that exists without a doubt. And if you were saying that somebody had an unrelenting, demanding mentality, and I think that Bo Nix has an extremely high standard for himself, but if I was going to describe anybody in the Broncos franchise as unrelenting and demanding, again, I'm going to go with Sean Payton.
Especially on game day.
Yeah. Finally, one last note here, and I think this one's interesting. A source close to Hurts said the quarterback needs coaches who will check him, opining that Hurts had too many yes people around him this past season.
Okay.
All right. Well, Joe Lombardi's not here anymore. And Davis Webb is now in that chair. And we always used to kind of joke, like, Joe Lombardi, what would you say you do around here, right? I'm sure the guy had duties, there's no doubt, but like, what was ever going to be the pushback on Sean Payton? Again, this is one of those areas where for a Broncos offense that had a stagnant and predictable nature to it a season ago, it's a very simple solution, and we talked about it for weeks leading up till the decision of like, hey, why don't you just put Davis Webb in that position and let Sean handle all the other stuff? And eventually, the Broncos got around to it. Now, again, it took a while. They claimed it was Sean Payton's decision, but that's not what he was saying when the season ended. It wasn't until they officially promoted Davis that then the story changed to, I've been thinking about this since mid-season. Well, you didn't say anything about it for a really long time, dude.
Yeah, see, the thing is interesting. Because you put that, as you continue, for those that aren't following along, the comparison is between Jalen Hurts and Sean Payton in these cases.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you this, I know a number of people that said, Bo, there's nobody that is more aware of things than Bo is. And Bo doesn't need to be checked by too many people because he has a very good grasp of what he is and what's going on. Do you think Sean wants anybody on the coaching staff, at least on the offensive side, challenging him? Or is that now Davis's job to maybe it's Sean more challenging Davis in this play calling role versus Davis having to challenge Sean?
I think they're going to challenge one another. I do. Number one, and again, call me a skeptic, whatever you want to call me. I do not believe that Sean Payton gave up play calling duties willingly. There's no planet on which I believe that. Okay? So Davis Webb being in that spot, I believe, is the desire of ownership to have a different play caller and somebody else in Bo Nix's ear all the time, hoping that that can potentially improve the dynamic and thus improve the offense. Because I do believe that some of the ego issues and some of Sean Payton's demanding nature and some of Sean Payton's, let's call it prickliness, I suppose you could use abrasiveness, if you will, that was severely starting to wear.
Yeah, I don't disagree. What I think would be best for this offensive coaching staff is if maybe there was more disagreement. Now, listen. What I'm about to say, I know that Mike, you and I have watched it. Mike Shanahan went through this too, where Mike Shanahan got to a point where a lot of the people that challenged him were no longer in the building.
Right.
Now, the last guy that left that was a challenge Mike Shanahan kind of guy wasn't because Mike dismissed him. It was because he got a good job, and that was Gary Kubiak when he was off to Houston. But if you talk, you and I both know a lot of the offensive linemen from back in the day. One of the reasons why the Broncos in the early going of the Mike Shanahan tenure were so great at running the football, not that they were ever terrible at it, but there was a time where Mike went to, let's throw it on 3rd and 4, whereas when Alex Gibbs had a heavy voice in that room, he would tell him, no, you're running it here.
Right.
We are good. That's what we do best, and you're going to do what you do best on a 3rd down where we need this 1st down. And he had a number of people that push him to do that. From the people that I've talked to that I trust, I'm not sure Sean loved anybody pushing back on some of his ideas.
Right.
I'm confident in saying that.
Well, and what I think is interesting now is the guy in Davis Webb, who was the quarterback's coach a season ago, the guy that was in the room dynamic for just a second. Like when Bo Nix is frustrated with Sean, when he's frustrated with the play calling, when he's frustrated with the substitutions and personnel groupings to the point where he clearly can be seen turning and screaming back at the sideline about get your substitutions in, the frustration, the timeouts that had to be called to deal with all of the hiccups and getting the play call in and everything else like that. Who is Bo Nix going to vent about that to? Who is he going to discuss that with? It's going to be Davis Webb, the guy that's in the quarterback's room with him. He and Stiddy and Ellinger, and they'll sit there and the 4 of them will have the conversation about, okay, how do we best navigate the choppy waters of our frustration with Sean Payton, but also knowing like the buck completely stops with that guy. Okay, well now the guy that heard all of that frustration is now the guy making those calls. Well, how's Sean going to deal with all of that? That's what I wonder about. That's what I wonder about what that dynamic is going to be like this upcoming season. I don't think it's just so simple as Sean Payton is the Jedi Master and he's training Davis Webb to come along and this is the next step in his progression. I just don't think that's what happened over there.
No, I don't think so. And again, proof is this is what this guy loves to do, and we don't know how this whole season's going to go. We don't know if he's going to take it back, but
I'll say this. I think it should be better.
I hope it is.
Like on paper, it's better, right?
Yeah, I would think.
It's a hopefully younger, more nimble play caller that has a better connection with the quarterback.
With what I still think is a great playbook.
Yes.
I do think he has a great
Sean
playbook.
Payton designs a hell of an offense.
But again, we saw last year, you got caught up in too many personnel changes. You got caught up in slow play calls coming in because we talked about at one point, that clock ticking down we thought was a Russ thing. Well, too many times over the last 2 years, post-Russ, it's still been a problem.
Yep.
So starting to look at the guy that has to get it into the headset. And even his own guy in Chase Daniels said he can get a little flustered, and then all of a sudden you're just like, Sean, spit it out and get me the play.
And when Vrabel and company can admit after the AFC Championship game, we knew what they were going to do.
The minute the tight end came in, we knew what they went to.
Yeah, based on what the personnel is that's on the field. Again, if I'm Greg Penner, if I'm the owner and I'm reading that stuff, I'm going, okay, we've got this window here. We've got the Bo Nix rookie contract window. Are we maximizing it? Can I maximize it with Sean Payton as my play caller?
Well, and on top of it, Sean is doing some of this because he wants his extension, and you and I know that.
And what's funny about all this is, again, you read this stuff about Philadelphia, and you're just kind of like, you guys need to fix this. You need to clean your house. It feels to me like Greg Penner is basically trying to head this off right here in Denver.
Yeah, and I think everyone's all in because you said it, you got a window.
And I think it's good.
You got a team returning.
I think it's good for the franchise. The keyword NBA, text it to 303-504-0925. Final Four on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Saturday, powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with those attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Yeah, we'll start it with Illinois, UConn, and then Michigan, Arizona in the second game. Nuggets game is at 1 o'clock on Saturday, so it all times out well to watch many, many consecutive hours of basketball. High level, very good basketball coming up on Saturday. So get yourself all locked in for that. Avalanche, bad last night. Nuggets, fine. They did enough to get the victory. Rockies were victorious yesterday. Again, of all the teams. Andy, did you see that coming from the Avalanche in the slightest bit? Did you see a letdown game perhaps on deck for them against the worst team in the NHL?
No, because you did that thing against the Penguins. So
Yeah.
I figured you take this time serious, and you didn't.
Yeah. No, it's.
I mean, and what stinks is in the third period, they did show you they had the ability to really just handle their business and get out of there. The problem is, and John Michael Lyle's talking about in postgame, you took over half the game to kind of get up and going. And again, it just frustrates me that I believe this team is a Stanley Cup contender. I believe this is, one of the league's top teams.
Yeah.
Now, I think also a hot start and some incredible goaltending got you off to a faster start than some other teams, and that's why you lead this chase for the President's Trophy. But I still believe you're at least a top 2, top 3 team, no doubt about it. But your power play, I have got, again, when you talk about my unnecessary hockey worry, what does sicken me is that I worry that the power play is going to be the reason why you don't hoist Stanley. And again, last night, they challenge your goal.
Yeah.
They lose the challenge, and you've got a chance to immediately put one on the board against the worst PK in the league, and you can't do anything about it.
I'll ask this, and in fact, I'll ask this of both you and Spring, okay? Because, again, there's fundamental differences between hockey and basketball, but they both play 82 games. They both have their postseason at the exact same time. So it's just sort of natural to look at kind of parallels between the two sport, right? I fully believe right now with the Nuggets, and especially Nikola Jokic at this stage of his basketball life, just get to the postseason now, okay? I think Joker is over this regular season.
I would agree.
Yeah.
There's something different about him. There's no joy in his work right now.
No, and a part of it is just, when you've been doing this as long as he has, he knows a 7-game series against the Houston Rockets or maybe the Minnesota Timberwolves is coming up. The Oklahoma City Thunder loom in the distance, right? It's a Wednesday night in Salt Lake City against the Tank and Jazz, okay? There's a big just sort of I guess I got to go do this. And so he does.
And again, and this is a guy as part of most of the league, as Scotty said on PhD, most of the league knows the Utah Jazz don't really want to win.
No.
And he said aloud, from what he heard the chatter, the Jazz felt they got screwed by the league last year with the whole number 1 pick thing after their worst record. They've been fined a couple of times. They're just cranky around there, and they're not – I didn't realize this.
What does Will Hardy and company care?
Well, on top
they
of it,
want
if
to
they
lose.
win, do you realize that OKC would get their pick too if they get out of the top 8? That would give OKC the Clippers and the Jazz pick if that were to happen.
Yeah. So again, there's you're playing a crap. And really, I mean, you look at these next few games. Yes, for the Nuggets, you play the Spurs, but then after that, Portland and Memphis. Again, just go out and give the half effort that you need to and win those games and then shut it down against the Thunder and the Spurs. The reason why I bring that up and how it connects to the Avalanche, okay? They have 108 points, all right? They've been the best team wire to wire in the NHL all year long. This team goes on deep postseason runs every single year, and all the veterans on this team know exactly what it takes to do that. A Wednesday night against the Vancouver Canucks, who are 58 points behind you, aren't you just kind of who cares?
If you hadn't lost to Pittsburgh, yeah, fine. The problem is, first off, you didn't go on a deep postseason run last year. You were 1 round and done.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to avoid having to play a tougher path and face both Minnesota likely and Dallas on your way to the Cup. And it's a home game, okay? Now, if you're on the road and a long road trip, maybe I get a little bit more of that. But the reality is, and again, if you get that game handled last night, the more you win, the less you can get into the Nuggets scenario that you're describing where, all right, we've got what we need locked up. Let's keep everybody healthy. Let's call up half the Eagles. Let's not play our top guys.
Yeah.
Let's keep this guy. Because, again, you know what else?
Well, the Avs are, what, 4 games away from that right now?
They are, but you still got to get it done. Here's the problem, though, Nate. Again, in hockey, it's just a little bit different because, now, I don't know, in the NBA, you never know when a muscle injury is going to pop up, right? As we kind of saw a little bit last night. But like I said,
in the NHL, you never know when your upper body's going to get smashed into the glass.
Kadri gets nailed in the arm last night.
Yeah.
Nate just not only takes a hard slash on the wrist, but then goes down awkwardly on top of it.
Yeah.
Luckily, he returned. But again, you know how this is. Sometimes the swelling goes down. All of a sudden, they're in pain. Who knows? Now, all of a sudden, they're popping up and not playing against Dallas. No one said that, but you never know. You already lost McCarr to something stupid, and we're waiting to see when he's going to get back. Like, hockey's just you got to go out there and it's not quite full on football. I remember Derek Wolf talking about this with the guys on PhD once upon a time when PhD was with Harris, and Dover. But he had said what he hated the most about preseason football was you still have to go out with a certain mindset to survive a football game when we're going full speed.
Yeah.
And this isn't just some controlled practice.
Sure.
And he goes, for me to get all the way hyped up for that, just for 2 series, if that, it really sucked, right? Like, if I'm going to do this, let me just go get hyped up. Well, there's an element of that to hockey where, again, head on a swivel, heavy hits get
Sure.
Mark Rycroft talked about numerous times during that broadcast. This thing's getting nasty. They kind of want to fight each other. McKinnon was throwing a guy around. Didn't like a couple of the hits. Landeskog didn't like a couple of the hits. So you kind of got to have that same mentality. You can't just go in there bored to a hockey game. And I don't really think you should do it in basketball, but you could kind of survive it, right? You don't have to go bang for the rebound if you don't want to. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but this team, the sooner you get this crap locked up against the bad teams, the sooner you don't have to play some of your guys against the better teams.
Spring, weigh in on this. Is boredom at all to blame for what the Avalanche did last night?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They know they're the best team. So, they get crushed by the Penguins, but then they play the Stars the next game, and they play very well, and they lose in a shootout, which is not playoff hockey. The shootout is irrelevant.
But still, that's a get-up-for-it game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, I'm curious to see what they do in, the exact same situation.
On Saturday.
Yeah, from a bad performance to the team that is your true competition.
Right.
Yeah.
I just don't think there's an excuse for it, though. This is too late in the season. Landeskog was out there. Whatever. Like I said, you go on a cup run, you win this, it's all forgotten. But if for some reason, and again, you're not clinched it till you've clinched it.
Yeah.
If something stupid happens and you somehow, as unlikely as it is, fall into that number 2 spot, it's going to be because of 2 dumb games against the Pens and the Canucks.
Andy, it would take a monumental historical collapse for that to happen.
I understand that, Nate. But again, this has been a very weird year. This has just been a weird year. They've been on hot streaks, and then, look, I'm just going to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. I know he's having a hell of a season. He still is. And he's still the best player. He should win the Hart. McKinnon doesn't look right. McKinnon's just looked I feel like the Olympic thing is hanging with him. He looks he's always grumpy, but he's looked a little extra grumpy. He had breakaway last night where he misses and he goes and hangs his head in the corner. I just feel like there's just a little bit hanging over from the Olympic thing for this guy. I'm not sure I believe because he's such a psycho competitor. Have you flushed that? Because, bro, it's time to flush it. It's a month later. Now let it go. Time to be done. And maybe that's not the case. But it just has been odd since they got back from the Olympic break. It hasn't felt that true level of humming machine dominance that leads people to get motivated to write a song called Colorado Wagon the way it's been. It just hasn't felt like that in a while. So I'd like him to get back there. Now, Nate, in all these sports, there is an element of boredom. Baseball gets it. Basketball gets it. NHL gets it.
These seasons are so long.
You're playing too many stupid games if you're a good team anyway. Now, if you're a team struggling to get in, you can't get enough, right?
Sure.
You need every chance you need to try to make something special. The San Jose Sharks aren't bored right now.
But isn't there a mental tax, kind of to what you're talking about of foot on the gas all the way?
I'll give you this to your point, Nate. The Canucks are probably the worst opponent to follow after what happened in the Flames game.
Yeah.
Because you probably thought you were going to go right out there and do it again. But heck, man, even beginning of the game, Connor was talking about, I thought it was a great point. First 5 minutes of the game, and Connor's going, you've got to sharpen your swords and get your mind right. This is not going to be the last game just because they're the Canucks.
Yeah.
And then the Canucks got up 2-0 quick. Can't let it happen.
You know, it's just so interesting because I guess I'm comparing it to what the Nuggets have done, and I guess it's easy to say because they're on a 7-game win streak, but they didn't play well against Dallas. They didn't play well against Utah last time out. I didn't think they were particularly sharp last night outside of Jamal and Cam, and yet I honestly prefer that they play this way right now.
Well, but I would say this again. I guess the smaller point I'm making, and you talk about it all the time,
but it's easy to say because they're winning. Yeah.
Well, no, but stupid stuff can cost you things more. It's hard for there to be a stupid NBA game in a way. Rarely you get a stupid basket, but guess what? We're going to score 20 more of these. Sometimes in a hockey game, one stupid goal and nobody gets any more goals.
That's true. It happens in that sport. Yeah. You don't often, outplay your opponent and lose in pro basketball. Happens in hockey borderline regularly.
Yeah, because you get one dumb bounce off the boards and their guy's free and open.
And then you get goalied
and somehow the best player who scored 50 again last night misses his one-on-one chance with the goalie, and their guy, right after you tie it up, has it go off 2 people, a skate, hits the pipe, and you lose the game.
This is a classic April 2nd postseason consternation segment. We have got NFL news next. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here from my friends over at Roller Auction. It is on right now, the April 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, which is available for you to be able to bid right now at Roller Auction. Best place to pick up a used car right now. Guys, again, go and just scroll through this thing. Right now, I'm taking a look at these SUVs, some fantastic prices available on assorted different SUVs that are coming straight from government service. These are well-maintained vehicles right now. Again, I'm looking at this 2010 Ford Expedition XLT four-wheel drive SUV, fewer than 100,000 miles on this thing. Current bid on it, $65. $65 is what we're talking about. It's obviously going to go up. We got 5 days left in this auction, but you can get a great deal on any number of trucks, SUVs, sedans, and much, much more that are straight from government service. If you are looking for a great used car, you don't have to deal with dealership hassle, a salesperson, any of that. It's all online. Go to Roller Auction's website, roller.bid, and check out the Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction 2026, April 2026. Go to roller.bid, and hey, find your next daily ride right there. All right, we begin hour number 3 with football news. Let's go, Mark Springer.
Hey, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, then you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Hey, Michael Florio, he works for Pro Football
He's got great
Talk.
hair.
Yeah, he sure does.
He's a lawyer.
And yesterday, he said that there's talk that the Broncos might bring Aaron Rodgers in for a visit. Well,
we read the whole report yesterday. It was some good prose.
He said no April Fool's joke. It was not an April Fool's joke. Well, Andy sent us a TikTok.
How about that, huh?
Of Mike Florio. He says now he's in video format, and he's expanding upon his report.
Okay.
Here's Mike Florio.
Aaron Rodgers has been available for more than 3 weeks as a free agent, and no team has been linked to him other than the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, there's reason to at least keep an eye on the Denver Broncos. There's some talk out there, and it's not an April Fool's gag. The Broncos may want to dismiss it as that because it's gotten out maybe before they were ready for it to get out. But Bo Nix has a broken ankle, and yes, he's supposedly ahead of schedule, but even if he's 100% by week 1, Aaron Rodgers, Bo Nix, who do you feel more comfortable with if you're trying to win a Super Bowl? 1 year only. Sean Payton, keenly aware of the fact that no coach has won a Super Bowl with 2 different teams. He'd be the first. That would cement his bronze bust in Canton, and it would cement Aaron Rodgers' legacy. Look at it this way, and I think this is the easy part of it. If you're Rodgers, Broncos versus Steelers, who gives you a better chance to walk off into the sunset with a Super Bowl trophy under your arm? I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is it's something to watch. Could the Broncos emerge as an alternative to the Pittsburgh Steelers? We'll see. Whether it does or whether it doesn't, it's something interesting to keep an eye on.
Andy, it would require a Josh McDaniels, Jay Cutler level divorce, which, by the way, 17 years ago tomorrow. That the trade went down. But it would require a divorce of that level between Peyton and Nix, which, again, I'm just going off of the transcripts of what we've had so far. Anklegate happened, okay? I believe Anklegate was the culmination of a long season of 2 guys that were sick of each other.
Sure.
And Sean Payton and Bo Nix. And Bo clearly really didn't appreciate what Sean said about his ankle, and that he was predisposed for an ankle injury when Sean spoke at the season-ending press conference. Bo Nix called a Zoom a day later. But again, we're, I don't know, what are we, 2 months removed from that now, roughly 6 weeks, 7 weeks removed from that, and all anybody can talk about is how Bo Nix's recovery is ahead of schedule. I think if there was the possibility that the Broncos could have, and when I say the Broncos, that Sean Payton could have influenced the front office and the ownership to trade Bo Nix, it would have happened back then. The fact that we have gotten this far and where we're at now, I don't think there's any possibility of this even happening.
Yeah, dude.
In addition to the part where Aaron Rodgers is worse than Bo Nix.
Yeah, that's, I guess, the other thing that he just keeps forwarding, and again, I'm going off of last year with Rodgers and the Steelers. The guy wants to, there's a Peyton Manning element of this thing where the guy wants to run his playbook.
Yeah.
I'm not aware how similar. I don't feel like maybe it is. I don't know. But I just, there's so many things to be wild about this. Because, again, Florio is suggesting, okay, for 1 year, Bo Nix take the back seat.
Right.
And then when we're done with this little experiment, Bo Nix, you think the ankle thing upset him on his quest for a new contract extension that'll make him a very rich man? You think taking a year off to let Rodgers come run the team? Like, none of this makes any sense.
Okay. Let me give you a scenario by which it does make sense.
Please. I'm looking for one.
This is coming from Rodgers people.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
Yes.
But
that where Rodgers is looking at it and he's like, I want to go play for Mike McCarthy again?
Well.
Or
see, and that's all you need to say.
Or do I, Aaron Rodgers, because here's what I'm willing to bet you is Aaron, I bet you one of the few guys that Aaron Rodgers would bend for would be Sean Payton. And the reason why I would say that is because Sean Payton had Drew Brees, okay? It's a pretty tight group of individuals that sit in that dining room, right?
Yes.
With the likes of a Drew Brees, with the likes of a Manning, a Brady, an Elway, a Montana, the all-time greats. Rodgers he's in that conversation, okay? That's a 4-time MVP that you're talking about right there. I promise you Aaron Rodgers would respect Sean Payton and would want to come and play for him.
Okay. I guess. I still don't believe he's a better option than Bo Nix, who knows the offense
Again,
and
from
has
Denver's
a
perspective, no. But
not the Rodgers I saw last year.
No.
Everybody that and we had some people text in, and they're pretty fiery about Rodgers. Look, I loved Aaron Rodgers, a quarterback, from about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
Yeah, he hasn't been that guy
The
since.
recent versions have not been impressive at all, and he just seems angry at everybody that runs a wrong route in his mind.
Yeah, he's not very good. No.
So none of this. See, to me, to your point, you make a great point there. I think he goes, do I want to play for Mike McCarthy again? Hell no, I don't, because he made fun of him as soon as he was gone. To me, the guy that makes
he did
the
it
most
while he was
sense,
there. He was bullying him in the building.
Yeah, the guy that makes the most sense would be the new Mike LaFleur in Houston, or in Arizona.
In Arizona.
But he knows that's not the team that's ready to go take him to the Super Bowl either, and I don't think he wants to go get killed in an NFL season to not. So I don't like this story.
I mean, honestly, like think of it from Rodgers' perspective, okay? You could almost be 2015 Peyton Manning with this Bronco team, with this defense currently.
You could, but see, I don't know why the Broncos would have any interest in that, because that's a one-year solution, and now you've hacked off the guy that you put so much energy and time into.
Yep.
So
no, if the Broncos were going to go in this direction, they would have to trade Bo Nix.
Here would be my deal too, is that to your point, it probably is the Rodgers folks pushing this. What the reason why I sent this to you guys is I wake up this morning about 8 o'clock, pop it open, and I saw that Fleury had recorded this. At that time, it said like 15 hours ago.
Yeah.
So that means at some point last night, after hearing everybody push back on this story not being true, he decided to record this and put it out on another form of social media. So he's not backing down, which I find interesting.
Good on him. He's got the report. He believes his sources. Good on him. Well done by Mike Florio. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Dre Greenlaw went on Teron Armstead's podcast. I feel like we played a clip from his podcast when you were out, Nate.
What's it called?
The Set.
The Set.
Because he's a lineman, and he's getting set.
Ah, okay.
Now he's getting set to interview you.
Okay.
And he interviewed Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw said, last year's free agency, he thought he wanted to re-sign with the Niners, but the Broncos just offered him more money. And he loved the organization, but he hurt his quad right away. Injuries hurt. Here's more from Dre Greenlaw about his time with the Broncos.
But I mean, just going from a 4-3 to a 3-4, man, it was a huge difference as well, man. So like, especially not being able to practice in the defense.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just kind of like, for me, it was like the fact that I'm not healthy. I don't feel that twitch or that gear that I feel like I need to have. But obviously, I'm out here trying to do everything I can to be on the field. But it makes it tough when you pay a guy $11 million and he's only on the field 50% of the time. So it made it tough for me, bro, and it made it to the point where it kind of makes you not happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I got to slowly come in and take reps from somebody else, which the linebackers were playing really, really good at the time. So it's like now I got to come in. I'm just taking reps from this guy.
That's interesting stuff, and it's a really thoughtful answer from Dre Greenlaw. I mean, honestly, Andy, like when you listen to that, there's not any bad guys in here. It was the Broncos rolled the dice on an injured player. He wasn't healthy. He couldn't practice. He couldn't adjust to a new scheme. I give him credit for saying, hey, dudes are playing really well. It's weird for me to be taking reps from these guys right now. It just really, like what you heard right there was, and I will still say this, I have no problem with the signing. It just didn't work, and sometimes it doesn't work in pro football, and I give the Broncos credit for cutting him loose after 1 year and saying, you know what, you go back to what works for your career, and we'll move on with what we've got, and you know what, we gave it a shot. But this stuff just happens in football, especially the part where he was hurt immediately and couldn't even practice.
Yeah, and it is cool to see a guy be cerebral about things, logical about things.
Right.
And just when you lay it out about that, and look, I wasn't mad they cut him anyway. It just didn't feel like it
didn't
fit
work.
for it. And listen, the bottom line is a little worried about the injury history there. So good luck to him. I hope he gets healthy. I'm glad he's back in a place. There's no reason to be upset with Dre Greenlaw at all. I liked the signing at the time.
Yep.
It didn't work out, like you said, and at least he's not there. It is good to hear that he's not like, oh, that place stinks or anything like that, which you usually hear. He just said, I never really wanted to leave the place I left in the first place, so there you go.
Yeah, it didn't work. That's all right.
And it happens a lot.
Exactly.
And there's no reason for anybody to be bitter.
With Hufanga, it worked great. With Greenlaw, it didn't. And you're not going to hit them all out of the park in free agency. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Raiders signed free agent quarterback Kirk Cousins to essentially a 1-year, $20 million deal. The Falcons had cut him, and the Falcons will pay Kirk Cousins $8.7 million of that $20 million. The Raiders will pay $1.3 and then a $10 million roster bonus.
Yep. And meanwhile, Clint Kubiak and John Spytek and company were all at Fernando Mendoza's pro day yesterday. By all video and accounts, Mendoza impressed. There's no reason at all he won't be the number 1 overall pick of the Las Vegas Raiders. And now Kirk Cousins can make $20 million to hang out and be a good mentor, which, again, Andy, if there's one thing that Kirk Cousins is one of the all-time greats at in the NFL, it's making money. He's going to say and do all the right things to keep earning a paycheck.
Yeah, and he'll probably get to play 5 or 6 games.
There's also that possibility,
do that
too.
Thing where he probably, because Kubiak, I saw a bunch of quotes today where Kubiak had said, I'd like a young guy to learn under an adult and all that. So Cousins will probably play the first. He probably plays till
like
Halloween, maybe till Halloween.
Yeah.
We'll see. And then it's Mendoza's turn when they're officially out, and blah, 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 and away we go.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Let me again reference Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. He writes today.
He's having a big day in the high five. Good for Florio.
Love this guy. He writes, the NFL is not bluffing about lining up replacement officials sooner rather than later. Per a source with knowledge of the situation, the league has communicated the basic terms for interested replacement officials. A recent email said to potential candidates, ask candidates to apply on or before Sunday, April 5th. That's this Sunday. The league plans to have an introductory in-person meeting from May 1st to May 3rd with the NFL covering all expenses. The 3-day session will include classroom work and on-field physical activity sessions.
Okay, the more they go out of their way to tell us all this stuff, the less I believe it. This is 100% a negotiation tactic. Andy, in our lifetime, one of the only times we have ever seen the NFL blink was during the last officials lockout. After what went down between Green Bay and Seattle, they got those guys back in the building immediately. The NFL knows they can't have replacement refs. They are trying to strong-arm the referees union, and that's all this is.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And look, the other thing that's hanging out there that we haven't even really covered is the players union is basically said, hey, before you get too hot and heavy about this, we're not sure we want to play after what we saw the replacements like last time.
Yeah, those guys were terrible. And again, that's one of the few times the NFL actually gave in and capitulated to public pressure, which they almost never do.
Well, and the players union was saying, you get games wrong, you cost guys bonuses, wins, yardage, all that stuff.
It's a Nuggets Tickets Thursday. We're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Nuggets this Monday night against Portland. Lock in the best prices and flexibility with 26-27 season memberships. Choose full, half, or quarter plans at Ball Arena and get perks like playoff presale access. Last season sold out. Get yours now at Nuggets.com. Your next keyword coming up in 5 minutes. All right, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see the game against Portland on Monday night. Text the keyword team right now. Team, Andy. Team. To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is team, T-E-A-M, team. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. So we had all, then we had NBA, and now we have team.
For what hopefully will be a celebration of one Jamal Franklin Murray's first All-NBA team.
Yes, he has not made one thus far in his career, but is he one of the best 15 players in the NBA this year? I think without a doubt. I think Tim Hardaway has got a case for sixth man of the year. I know Keldon Johnson of the Spurs is the betting favorite on the sixth man of the year, and he's got Tim in a couple of the statistical categories, but God, Hardaway's been great off the bench this year. If there was an all sixth man team, I would definitely put him on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why doesn't the NBA do that? Like an all reserve squad.
That would be.
We get an all NBA team. We get an all rookie team. Why not an all reserve squad?
All first one in.
As long as we're giving away a sixth man of the year.
I'm curious. What is there like by percentage, is it a guard that usually subs in first? Like, is there a position that goes in first? Would that be the problem with
no, not necessarily
six-man team?
No, because you would just name the 5 best reserves. But like Naz Reid is Minnesota's sixth man.
Okay, good call.
He's a big.
I'm just kind of curious, you know, and I'm like, I don't know. I know Earl Boykins, I always think of guards as the first ones going in because that's usually who would. Aaron Aflalo, remember, was usually the first one in during his time.
The Nuggets.
He was a forward, right? Or was he a shooting guard?
Aflalo, I would have called him a 2.
2, 3.
Today, what we would call a wing in the NBA.
There you go.
Yeah. But the Nuggets, their first substitution when everybody is healthy is Bruce Brown and Peyton Watson.
Wings.
Yes. Which sound delicious right now. It's
5:24 in the afternoon.
5:24, and I'm getting hungry. And we're over here talking about wings, and we already did the Coors Field food segment yesterday, so we can't dive into that
Somebody
again.
had texted in the GOP guys shouldn't comment on it, which fair enough, but I'm not eating 2 hot dogs even off GOP.
No, but that's
not 2 footlongers.
Yeah, but also
I don't really love hot dogs.
The GOPs also do not preclude you from venturing. You're still eating whatever you would eat. You're just eating less of it.
Yeah, it is. I will say, for whatever it's worth, we don't need to belabor the point.
Andy's hot and skinny now, folks.
It is. I'm going down to the skinny. I'm down to skinny shirts.
Whoa!
Wait, down to XL.
Single X?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Look at this guy.
Covered it up now. Look at the single X right now. Wait till you see some I pulled out of the closet. I got to wash them because they got the mothy smell. They've been in there so long.
You're busting into the single X's.
I could. I still like a little room of a double X.
You do.
I will not go away. I've got to figure out. I told you, I got a bunch of really big shirts I really like. I got to shrink them somehow.
Yeah, you wear oversized
clothes. Not sure I'm going to be successful.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to be able to do it enough.
Yeah. But if you're wearing clothes that fit you, you're a single X.
Yes. Here's what I could tell you.
Yeah.
I'm in 38s. How about that? Here's what I could tell you about the GLP one for anybody wondering about it. And again, real quick, this is not the point. It kills your main craving, and I don't know how it does that. So the thing that it's helped me with the most, I haven't craved ice cream and I haven't craved queso. And a matter of fact, some of the things that you love, which were big reasons why big Triple X Andy existed.
Ice cream and queso
at lunch and love 10 o'clock ice cream. And I could tell you, I don't know how it works. You can talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I don't desire it. It's wild.
So a bowl of melted cheese at lunch is,
I'm telling you,
the surest way to multiple
talk
X's.
to most of the people using this thing. And it somehow kills your main craving. I guess that's the superpower of it.
Okay.
So
interesting.
Like for you, you probably wouldn't want your what do you got? You've got more of that Midwestern fried, give you a cheese curd, give you
and any sausage, any tubed meat that you can put in front of me, I desperately want to consume.
Oh yeah. So I'm just telling you, dude. It's
You know what I had last night?
It is amazing.
I had the chicken sausage for dinner. Yeah, the chicken sausage.
Yeah. Now, and now again, there are some side effects you've got to wade your way through. Luckily, Nate's not had to. Boy, that week you were in Chicago.
I had my breakfast turkey sausage today, Andy. Being 45 is lame.
That week you were in Chicago? Was that last week?
Oh, yeah, last week. We went to, so let's see, best meals that I had. So I went to a Friday fish fry.
Okay.
Which was
GOP probably would take that away from you.
So good. Did go to Portillo's. I had the beef and the dog. I went with both. And they were absolutely phenomenal. Did have cheese curds. Went to in fact I had cheese curds at 2 different stops. Had some of the best curds I've ever had in my life. It was. I lived it up Midwest style.
Yeah, I was gassy last week. I was very happy you weren't here and Spring had to stay in there. I had Hastings problems last week.
Okay,
so just tell you that.
It's a lot of information.
Well, I'm just letting you know. You picked it. I don't know what's going on, but you picked a good week not to have to be in studio. I was happy for it too.
Gas is not the issue here. It's other calamities. Keep getting the Denver Nuggets. I want to hear from David Adelman after the game last night on Peyton Watson and Tim Hardaway Jr. Watson left in the second quarter. Hardaway, did he play in the second half? I think he might have played a little bit. Anyway, he knocked knees with somebody. It didn't look cool.
So is that what happened?
I
because
thought
when
so.
I came back to the game, I was trying to watch between the Avs and the Nuggets and basically switching to breaks and intermissions and all that. And it said Hardaway would not play the rest of the night.
Yeah, so he had a knee banger, and Peyton Watson had a hamstring tightness. Was what he was dealing with. Here was Adelman after the game last night.
I don't know anything yet. It's just every night. It seems like they're trying to get Peyton a rhythm. As far as I know, as of now, it was just discomfort. Tim, same thing, just didn't feel right after some impact, and so they didn't play in the second half. But it's just been what the season's been. We just changed the rotation, keep it moving, and luckily enough guys played well tonight, to finish the game.
Too bad, too, because right before Jamal's half-court shot, P-Watt had a real nice Euro step floater. Like, okay, getting a little bit of a rhythm. Based on what Adelman said right there, and we haven't seen or heard any updates today, although you guys, I typically lean on you guys more for that stuff. Okay, so we haven't seen any updates on them today. I'm assuming they'll all be on the injury report tomorrow. I don't know if that's going to preclude them all from playing on Saturday. My guess is Aaron Gordon will be on there as well. After I thought he looked stiff last night.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. He looked stiff, but he felt tentative.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And I think there's some of that as well.
I love the tentative,
and I think that that's something that he's dealing with as well. Hamstring tightness. Quite frankly, given what both Watson and AG have dealt with. Like, I'm positive there's a mandate from the medical staff that is like, if you feel anything,
tell us.
You tell us immediately.
Yeah, but what stinks about this, again, they'll get that 6 days off that, Adelman talked about with they got to get to the 6th seed to have that extra time off. But
they will.
No, I know they will, but I don't know, Nate. You just kind of wished everybody was wrapped up, feeling good, blah, blah, and it's just not happening.
Yeah. Well,
you keep getting guys added to this thing, too. Now you got, like the Hardaway thing, like you said, when you bump knees, you hope that there's not some kind of strain or bruise or whatever, but
the thing that's kind of wild about it, though, is like think of their best postseason, well, especially the championship run. Like, they were just all healthy the whole way. That almost never happens for teams in the NBA playoffs, You have to hope it's not something major, but like, there's a high likelihood Aaron Gordon's going to miss a game or two in the playoffs. You know, Peyton Watson is gonna miss time in the playoffs. I don't know what's going on with Cam's back. I hope Spencer.
Cam seemed okay last night.
He looked good last night. Spencer Jones,
it's a shoulder.
I believe that's also a hamstring, isn't it?
I thought he was a shoulder. Is it a hamstring now?
I'll
trust you.
I thought that was a hamstring thing that he was dealing with. Could have been shoulder. You could be right. Either way, he's banged up too.
Yeah, but these are guys that you got to have. And you could hear it. That's really kind of the first time of all the cuts we've played throughout the year where you could hear Adelman just being like, yeah, I'm really sick of this.
Yeah, for sure.
Because now I see the playoffs in sight, and I'm kind of tired of my guys being hurt.
By the way, right hamstring on Spencer.
Good on you. Shoulder was the previous injury, I think.
And they have to have him.
Yeah,
they've got to have him.
You can't have both Gordon and Spencer out, that's for sure. We learned that during that stretch a couple weeks ago.
And then you throw P-Watt onto it as well. Like, you need those guys.
And again, another guy that felt like he had an extensive rest for the hammy.
Right. Doesn't feel like Zeke's coming back, but.
Well, when you hear hip impingement, that isn't good.
That sounds bad.
That's like.
Yeah. So
that can be serious.
Some frustration right there out of David Adelman last night. However, the Nuggets survived it. They got the Spurs coming up here on Saturday at 1:00. I got another note here for you, Andy. I sent this over to the thread. This was a couple of days ago on Twitter. I only just now was alerted to this. So I didn't know this. Jay Glazer hosts a annual NFL head coaches day drinking day.
Yeah, I didn't know this either till I saw his tweets, but you're right.
I'd say we need a joker.
So apparently he claims this is the 18th annual. He said, I started this with Mike Tomlin 18 years ago to get the head coach fraternity to bond together, bounce things off each other, ask each other for advice, and to celebrate how cool life is together. Leaders take care of everybody else, but who takes care of the leaders? This is a cool way to bond so these leaders can all take care of each other.
And by the way, I'm an NFL insider that bonds with them as well.
Right, exactly. Trying to make it less lonely at the top. Oh, and the stories that are shared are classic. He says, we had 28 of the 32 coaches show. Oh, and I brought my brothers Michael Phelps and Mark the Smashing Machine Kerr along as well to punch up the day.
So did Motkins miss this because of a haircut too?
I don't know.
Or was he at a liquor store trying to pick out a bottle of something to bring to the party and miss the party?
He said, classic day, hilarious convos. Side note, everyone always asks who picks up the bill. McVay did it this year. I tell you all to Venmo him, but I don't think he knows what that is. Ha, ha, ha. There you go. Thank you. I think Sean Payton was doing a few of those. So, Andy, I watched this video, okay? And Sean Payton is featured prominently in the video.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because so like you can see like several groups, okay? Because there's 28 dudes hanging out at like an outdoor patio space bar, right?
Yeah.
Some of them are seated around a table. Others are sort of broken off to the side. But there's chats going on all over the place. Sean Payton was well. Let's just let. Do we got the Sean Payton part here? Spring, give this. This is Jay Glazer narrating the video of what's going on.
So all the 13s in my locker room.
Sean Payton holding the court across.
Bring them up.
Sean Payton.
You can hear him
holding court.
So all the teams in the locker room.
Something about a third team.
Yeah.
All right, so based on what I could tell, he's got Matt LaFleur, Sean McVay, Joe Brady, and Liam Cohen are kind of cornered by Sean Payton. And
ooh, Liam Cohen and Sean Payton, interesting, because I was going to ask Saleh there, but
yeah, no, I didn't see Saleh in with that group. I saw Saleh over there sitting next to Kyle Shanahan.
So Saleh and Cohen were there together, though.
But they're at the same event,
right?
According to reports, they reportedly squashed the beef this week.
Well,
that's the claim.
Was it day drinking fashion? I love you, man. We got all this stuff get to us, man.
What I also thought was interesting is LaFleur and McVay, they're supposed to be members of the anti-Sean Payton tribe.
Well, that's why I think maybe cornered would have been the proper word.
Joe Brady used to work for Sean. So he was there. Liam Cohen, I don't know the connection there. Dan Campbell, another former Sean Payton employee, was over at a different table.
Dan's heard all the stories. He worked a long time with Sean before going to Detroit. He's probably good. He's probably all full up on the stories.
As I watched it, I was just kind of like, are the other coaches just looking over like, ooh, yeah. Ever get trapped in a bad party conversation before?
Table 8 at the wedding.
Sean Payton just unloading on everybody. Yeah. Particularly Liam Cohen appears to be trapped in this little clique right here. He's stuck with no escape whatsoever. But yes, apparently the NFL head coaches all get together and throw them back and BS for an afternoon. That's nice, right?
Yeah, look, Chad Brown was on PhD telling some stories, and he says he's been to, like, there's some NFL cocktail party at the start of this thing, too.
Okay.
That a bunch of, some of the media types attend to
Yeah.
at these things. And Chad had been to a couple of them, and he might even have gone to this one, but he had said Sean Payton holds court at everything that he does, loves to sit on a couch, loves to regale anybody that just come and listen to the stories. But again, I think much like his pressers, he tells the stories. He's not looking to listen to your story.
Do you think Sean Payton's buzzed anecdotes include him saying the phrase relative to?
I don't know. I would like to know.
Absolutely. Yes.
You think so?
100%.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like Sean just lets it loose. I
got to be honest, I'm feeling a little fuzzy relative to how many cocktails I've had.
Do you think that's – I just feel like Sean probably Sean's got main character syndrome, even though he is sometimes the main character. Have you heard about that lately? Where he just thinks every room he's in is kind of that this is about my life.
Seems to be.
You know what I mean?
I didn't hear Sean asking a lot of questions.
Even with the Goodell, in there, he's probably telling Goodell, "You're gonna listen to me. Sit down, Raj."
Well, he hates that guy, so it makes
Let's
sense.
go, RG.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Roger Goodell knows how to take a beeline away from Sean Payton the moment he walks into a party.
So anyway,
I don't need to go hanging with that guy right now. But yeah, Dan Campbell and Mike LaFleur sitting next to one another. Mike LaFleur, again, dead ringer for Alex Ryan-Emmy. Can't miss it. I will only see this the rest of my life. Also, it is funny, like trying to identify the new guys. It's like the NFL head coach's picture, trying to identify who the new guys are. Some of them are just like, who the hell is that guy? And Jeff Hafley? I don't know what Jeff Hafley looks like.
God, I got to know the four that missed.
Yeah, I'm real curious.
Is Andy Reid like, I'm not going around any of those guys?
We're going to try to tickle your tonsils.
Yeah. Who are the four? See, I bet you Reid shows up
with pass on that.
With the four young guys, maybe. I'm trying to figure out, like, who would want no part of it. Is Harbaugh there, I wonder? I can see Jim Harbaugh being like, nah.
Or
I don't like any of you. I compete against all of you. I'm out of here.
Awesome with a capital A.
Yeah.
Or did they tell Harbaugh the party started at 4:00 and it actually started at 1?
Yeah, but John Harbaugh would make sure he got there.
That's
right?
true. I could see both the Harbaughs.
Yeah, who else is like the brand new coach of the thing?
Oh, what do we have? 8, 9 new head coaches in the NFL again this year?
Do we have a new youngest head coach?
Actually, I think I just saw Jeff Hafley in there. Oh, Sirianni is there. Okay, yeah, they're getting down.
Is Sirianni a good time or not? He
Sean
seems
McVay,
Philadelphia grumpy.
Sean McVay is wearing the tightest shirt imaginable in there. Yeah.
He
wants to let everyone know he hit the treadmill that morning.
I'm aware your nipples not pierced. Thanks, Sean.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl. Oh, I think I saw Matt Ryan in there.
He's not a coach.
He's not a coach.
What are you doing?
I swear to God, that was Matt Ryan. Anyway, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Don't get cornered by Sean Payton at a party. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about testosterone levels. We start talking about testosterone levels. Do you know yours? You need to get them tested. If not, the older you get, the more important this is. It can help and hurt a lot of things. It can help or hurt testosterone levels we're talking about. Your workouts, your sex drive, your sleep patterns, brain fog, just overall wellness is affected by your testosterone levels. So if you want to get these checked out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you can. And you can maybe start on some testosterone treatment there. But they're more than that now. Now the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help men lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. I did the GLP-1 through the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Again, down over 40 pounds. Matter of fact, was going through some clothes today. We're losing a lot of X's in the old XXL shirts. They're just not what they used to be. Mark Moser is going to be bummed. So get on in there, talk to him about these 4 body composition programs that they have and your low T. Don't let low T be something you continue to put off, especially if you feel it affecting like your energy. Maybe you get up. The first sign for me with the low T thing was you get up, you're ready to go for the day, and 2 hours later, you're ready for a nap. That would be the first thing I thought of. Of course, you know about the sexual side effects. Get in there, get tested First visit goes like this. Draw your blood. You'll have results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results. Cost of that appointment's $99. Covers the consult, the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, it is free. So get back to feeling like yourself, and in my case, looking like the way you wanted to look. 720-440-7900 is the main number for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can get to all 5 of their locations through that. That includes the locations in Fort Collins, The Springs, Castle Rock, North, and Central Denver. Or go and visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, don't forget, for the big opening day celebration tomorrow, going to be out there starting at 10 a.m. at the Denver Chop House. Raj and Sandman going to be out there starting at 10, PhD noon to 3. So if you're going to opening day, go by the Denver Chop House and see the gang tomorrow. It's all powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, who reminds you, do not drink and drive. Learn more about the rideshare reimbursement program at wilhitewins.com. The Wilhite Law Firm, helping you to celebrate safely. We will see you tomorrow. Yes, opening day shenanigans tomorrow out there at Coors Field, Rockies and Phillies, and your opportunity to go out and watch adults break up and cry and get too drunk by 12:30 in the afternoon.
Dude, you missed it after you left a week when you left our Stoney's watch party.
Yeah?
Hit the bingo card on that one.
No kidding.
Yeah, who was it? I think
that
our
was-
boy Sal walked by and goes, there's a couple breaking up out there. One's crying. I was like, it's Nate's opening day bingo card.
It's on the bingo card every year. Yes, public
Shoot.
breakup.
I guess we should have put that together like literally this segment. Are you going to put one out or what?
I don't know. I think
Do you not have the past? Like, there's not much to add. We've covered a lot over the last couple years.
We've had it on there. Yes, I haven't even.
It's like a document on your computer. You're the most organized guy I know.
I think I have it saved some. Here we go. Here we go. This is from a couple of years ago. So here we go. We had, let's see, a Chris Bryant Cubs jersey.
Gosh, is that still a thing?
I don't think
Do
so
we need
anymore.
to replace that?
Yeah,
Who would
that
be the
was
jersey?
This is from 2022, by the way. This is the only one I could find right away. Scooter accident.
Yeah, that counts.
Those
that
are going to be.
Still holds.
Public breakup.
Still holds.
Adult with soiled pants.
Still holds.
Anybody smoking weed on Blake Street.
Still holds.
Guy asleep at a bar.
Still holds.
Charlie Monfort.
What do you think? I don't know.
I think Charlie will be out
Will
there.
he be around?
I think so. Yeah,
Will
why
Dick
not?
be around?
Opening day is Charlie's day. Dick's, I think, still going to be there every day.
Even though he's not
He'll still be in his
involved,
seats.
allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's see. Puke on the sidewalk.
That's way holds.
Fight.
Yes.
Lodo fender bender.
Still holds.
Woman in a pink Dodgers hat.
Still holds.
Any adult crying.
Still holds.
I don't think we'll get this one either. A Nolan Arenado Cardinals jersey.
Boy, I don't know.
Yeah, that one's sort of out of date now.
Yeah, because now he's a D-back.
No, he's a Diamondback. Anybody peeing in an alley?
Yeah, still holds.
An arrest?
Still holds.
A Russell Wilson Broncos jersey?
Oh my gosh, what would that be now?
You might still see a Russell Wilson Broncos jersey.
I don't think so. You might be right, but I don't. Who would that be? Bo Nix at the Broncos? Would it be Bo Nix at Coors Field? Stiddy?
Somebody rocking a Stiddy jersey. They bought it for that 1 week.
Boy,
they were really
if you
excited
get the
about
Stiddy
him.
jersey and can send us a picture, you might win nothing from us.
It was
that would win it.
It was the guy that got too excited about the whole Stiddy Twitter picture thing and was like, I'm going to take it a step further. I'm getting the jersey, bro. What else do we got? Denny Nagel.
A Denny Nagel. What is the most rando?
Just spotting Denny Nagel.
How about the most rando alumni jersey you could get? What would it be? Like a Brian Bohannon or something?
Tony Walters.
Tony Walters. Is
Another
a good
Tony
one.
Walters reference from this week. An adult with a baseball mitt.
Yep.
A misspelled Tulo jersey.
Oh, that's another grand one.
Spring has
it, but he doesn't get to go.
I know. I'm so
He's
jealous.
got to run our show.
Anybody double fisting White Claws? There's no laws with claws, Andy. A parking spot charging $100 or more.
That holds.
Oh, there will definitely be a $100 parking spot.
With the White Claws, though.
Are they still hot?
See, that isn't the deal. It's like high noons now.
Okay. All right. Double fisting high noons.
High
all
noons
right.
or what? No. We got it. Let's might as well keep it in the company. The Sunset. What's the one? The Surfside.
Surfside.
That's
okay.
what Brett does.
Double
Surfside.
fisting the Surfside. Okay. Do you remember the couple that was spotted at the Coldplay concert?
Yeah.
The outside of marriage canoodling.
Only
that
to
was
find
happening?
out, but that at least one of them, their significant other, was there with their side piece too.
She was. I read an interview with her recently. She said she
The HR woman. Yeah.
yeah, she was hitting the high noons. So she
Really?
Yeah, she was kind of feeling it a little bit. So
That was what led to the.
yeah, but apparently she claimed the reaction was because she knew her husband, that I think they were separated but not divorced. The husband was there
with his new gal,
and she had not disclosed that she was potentially in a relationship with her boss to HR. Or to her soon-to-be ex-husband, and so she was very worried about how he would feel. Thus, that was the reaction.
He just hugged his new gal tighter.
Yeah, he was.
Because again, he was there with his new gal.
Yeah, he just pushed it into a leg. Okay.
Come on.
The
grade school dance.
What about the Walker jersey? Those are still out there.
Yeah.
That person is at opening day.
Yeah.
You'll spot it tomorrow. And we got Street Preacher.
How about guy with purple beard?
Purple beard guy. Isn't that guy isn't he a beer vendor?
He might be. There's another guy that I know
Okay.
that's actually a pretty good dude. That
Street Preacher will be out there telling
Street
you.
Preacher's definitely going to be out there.
Yeah, you're all going to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, for daring to live your sinful lives that you're leaving. So Street Preacher guy, yeah, he'll be right there on the corner. Will it be Jaden Ivey that'll be doing it this year, or it'll still be the same guy?
What about obnoxious pedal cab? Pedal cab's got to get worked in here somehow. Like the bright lights and the uber too loud music.
Yeah, the guy that's just selling it a little too hard.
Yeah.
Have you ever used one of those?
No, I always felt bad.
I never have
I'm not
either.
gonna make you pedal me.
I
was heavier.
Well,
than
I mean, there's a.
That was more work.
I mean, you do give them money for
I
it.
get it. But again, I was a little more. I was a little harder to get up the hill a couple years ago.
Well, did they?
Since this show started, anyway.
Would they take like one look at you and just, or
He'd be
the
like-
old version of you and just be like, "There's a $20 upcharge."
Yeah, that's a $50 upcharge, bro. Bruh.
There's a sore hamstrings upcharge that I'm gonna have to charge you right there. So yeah, that's an old school version of opening day bingo. We haven't put together a fresh one in some time.
Yeah, what could we add for modern times?
I mean, it's also like, a part of the problem too, Andy, is it's like
opening day doesn't change.
It does. Number one, it doesn't change, and number two, like 3 consecutive 100-loss seasons, it's lost some juice, man.
Yeah, people go down there to get wrecked. And I'm not sure any of them. You and I were at the View House one time where I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're not making it to the game.
Yes. But enjoy your afternoon crying and soiling yourself here at that's one of the other hard things about it is it is like a New Year's Eve, St. Patrick's Day. Like it's one of those events where it's like people that go out and drink twice a year.
Hey, how about we add this? What if you get a picture of DMac and his bike?
No.
Huh?
What about
he's got to be with you with the bike.
Or just a picture of DMac riding his bike.
Okay, fair enough.
That you could get that one as well.
Yeah.
If you hear anyone say the Rockies are a sleeping giant.
Sleeping giant.
Now that just angers me.
Uh-huh.
That absolutely angers me.
One of those words definitely applies to the Rockies, though. That I can confirm. Spring, do we have a ticket winner on a Ticket Thursday?
We sure do.
We sure do. Because the keywords today were all NBA and team. You've been texting them in all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 in the hopes of getting an opportunity to go watch the Nuggets take on Tiago Splitter in the Portland Trail Blazers. Tiago Splitter, of course, the interim coach, filling in for Chauncey Billups, who, what did George Carl say? Humble pie?
Feels a little more like that, but yes.
Feel like
life shattering, but whatever. Do your thing.
Can you hide a file in a humble pie?
Now that's not funny, even though it is.
Spring, who won the tickets?
Brad Harrelson.
Brad Harrelson.
Brad, I hope you have a good time.
Brother of Woody. Congratulations, Brad.
Did you know there's an All Cheers channel on Paramount Plus?
I did not.
I've been imbibing in that quite a bit.
Okay.
Lots of Woody episodes. It's awesome. Nothing but Cheers, add one after another. And they're even out of order, which is even more fun.
So it's just like they just give you like a rando Cheers episode?
Yep. It's like Diane one episode, Rebecca the next. Diane one, Rebecca the next.
See, that's
I like it.
So one of the beauties of the late night Seinfeld on Fox 31 is they just give you one. Because when you go to Netflix and you're like, which Seinfeld do I feel like watching?
What season and that?
And then it's just like, wait, which one? Just give me one.
I'm with you. That's
it's
why
easier
this channel's
that
the
way.
greatest.
Okay, Netflix
There's a
needs
South
to do
Park
this.
channel on it.
That's brilliant. I don't have Paramount.
Taxi
Plus.
was on a different one.
Okay, they got an all Taxi channel.
Yeah,
Judd Hirsch.
Yep. I think it was a different show, but
Tony Danza.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mary Lou Henner. Who was that?
Oh, Mary Lou Henner.
Wasn't that the redhead?
Solid
Almost
early
said Mary
80s
Lou
hottie.
Retton, but no, that's the gymnast.
Yeah. Johnny Dangerously. Mary Lou Henner. Yeah, that was one of the first times it ever moved. That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this
quit
afternoon.
G.I. Joe's that day.
What's this tingle? Anyway, we're back.
Looks like Lady J.
She was more Scarlet.
I was going to say, it's more Scarlet. Lady J, hey, when they moved up to Lady J, yeah, that was encouraging some things. Lady J definitely. Lady J had
the clavage that was going on.
She had more of the ammunition than Scarlet did.
We might be back tomorrow at 3:00. We don't know. Anyway,
anybody play G.I. Joe? You know.
You know. Birdo and Spring, the Blitz next. Good night.